Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2102. Back in the plaza, Lu Yin looked at Chu Yuan calmly. You're actually very strong. You could have defeated Jialan, River Mavis, and the others with this move. Unfortunately, you met the current me. Chu Yuan's eyes flashed. What have you been through in the past 20 years? Lu Yin's lips curled up. Not much, but it's enough to defeat you. Chu Yuan took a deep breath, slowly raised his blade, and faced Lu Yin head-on. This was his final strike, and he had 39 strikes. He could only attack 40 times at most, which was equivalent to 40 full power strikes. This destructive force could easily tear apart the Reaper's transformation. His original target had not just been Lu Yin, but Jialan and River Mavis as well. However, Lu Yin's reaction had forced him to go all out, and he didn't have time to think about the others. If he couldn't defeat Lu Yin with this strike, there was no hope for anyone else. He hadn't expected to meet such a monster in this era where cultivation was weak. If such a monster had appeared in the above heaven era, the progenitor might not have wanted to meet him, even if he had the power of time. On the other side, River Mavis and Silver's battle was getting more and more intense. River Mavis was covered in blood, and Butterfly's blade was bent even more. Silver wasn't in a good state either, having been punched countless times. From River Mavis's point of view, Silver's body should have been destroyed long ago, but he was still fine. This shouldn't be happening. At that moment, the two of them stopped at the same time and looked at Chu Yuan. The space around them trembled, and everyone could feel an incomparably sharp aura filling the void. Chu Yuan slowly raised his saber. If you die, don't blame me. Lu Yin sighed. The Reaper transformation wouldn't be able to withstand this attack, but it was only the first stage of his current state. He had thought that he wouldn't need to use his full strength against Chu Yuan and the others, but he had still ended up using it. From this day onwards, the era will change. I, Lu Yin, will lead the above heaven sect to restore humanity's glory, Lu Yin declared, his voice spreading throughout the solar system and frostwave weave, almost to the entire fifth mainland. No one had expected Lu Yin to suddenly say something like this. Heng Xian's eyes flickered. This was his wish. This man was only a star emissary. Facing Chu Yuan's attack, it was hard to say whether he could take it or not. Yet he dared to say such arrogant words. Either he was crazy, or he was certain he could win. Lu Bujing was nervous and wanted to advise Lu Yin to give up, but did Lu Yin's words mean that he had absolute confidence in winning? He couldn't understand what Lu Yin was going to do. The Divine Sealing Catalogue. Inheritance of the Grim Reaper. He couldn't do any of that. At that moment, everyone looked at Lu Yin and Chu Yuan. The entire human domain fell silent as they stared at Chu Yuan's blade. Chu Yuan's blade finally landed. Although it was just one blade, it exploded with the power of 40 blades. The frozen time was released, and 40 blades slashed down at Lu Yin's head at the same time. Lu Yin's eyes suddenly widened, his eyes as bright as the stars. He took a step forward, and a power that resembled the universe instantly spread out from his heart. It was like the inner world of a half-ancestor, instantly enveloping the entire plaza, including Chu Yuan, Luo Mavis, and the others. From a distance, these two comma-shaped objects slowly revolved around the Fate Zan, forming a regular circle. In the center of this circle were specks of stars, and outside of this circle was a layer of fog. This was the shape of the power within Lu Yin's heart. No matter how one looked at it, it looked like a universe. With the sword as the guide, the black and white fog as the shape, the Fate Zan as the core, and the astral source as the shell, this was how it was formed. Before this, the black and white fog in his heart had been the black and white fog, the Fate Zan had been the Fate Zan, and the astral source had been the astral source. Now, all of these things had integrated into a universe, and as they circulated, they formed the same tyrannical power that had suppressed Jalan's power. This was an unprecedented power, one that surpassed even Jalan's power and strangely surpassing the aura of death. However, this was not all that Luin had grasped. Even now, he still did not fully understand the essence of this power, but he knew and was certain that this power could withstand Chu Yuan's attack. Even if he could not, he still had progenitor Chen's myriad Sirius stars. When the fifth stage of the art of Sirius had been perfected, Luin was already in an invincible position. The blade slashed down, but after Lu Yin's power manifested, it weakened layer by layer within this universe. It was clearly a short distance, but it was incomparably far. When the blade landed in front of Luin, all that was left was a power that Luin could block with a single finger. When he saw that Luin had blocked his blade with a single finger, Chu Yuan could not hold back any longer. He spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. He had surpassed his limits in order to unleash this attack, but Luin had only used a single finger to block it. This was impossible. He Luo Mavis, Tiankong Jalan, and the others were all dumbfounded. There was only one word in their minds: impossible. It was not just them, even Hen Xan and Ju Yi were shocked. They were even more shocked than when Chu Yuan had used the power of time. Impossible, this was impossible. How could this be? That was a power that even half-ancestors like them could not help but raise their eyebrows, but Luin had blocked it with a single finger. Not only that, but what was this power that covered the entire plaza? This could not be the inner world of a half-ancestor, right? No, he was clearly only at the third origin tribulation, so how could he have this kind of power? Even Lu Bujing, who had hoped that Luin would be able to block Chu Yuan's attack, found it hard to believe. He had thought that Luin might be able to block it, but he had not expected it to be this easy. Furthermore, when he looked at the power that covered the entire plaza, he could tell that this was clearly an inner world, but it was also different. A third origin tribulation cultivator could not use an inner world. What was going on? No one could understand, and they all stared at Luin in a daze. Luin had experienced this feeling before. During the final battle of the Sovereign Tournament, he had used the Reaper transformation and dominated his peers with absolute strength. Everyone had looked at him like this, and now, it was not just this era, even the elites of the above heaven sex era looked at him like this. They were looking at legends and myths. I've said it before. In this era, I'm the leader. Luin lowered his hand, and the blade shattered. The power that had covered the entire plaza was instantly withdrawn. Luin looked up and swept his gaze over everyone, especially the half-ancestors in the stands. The above heaven sex era, the Dao Source sex era, and our era all belong to humanity. Regardless of whether it was the past, present, or future, I'm the leader of this era, and I'm truly walking on behalf of the heavens. Does anyone have any objections? Everyone had been shocked by what had just happened, and no one had been able to react. Everyone was silent. Luin turned around and looked at He Luo Mavis. I know you're still hiding something. Show it, or else you won't have a chance if I make a move. He Luo Mavis gulped. Monster. Luin looked at Silver. What's going on with you? We should have a chat. Although Silver was smiling, his smile was not as carefree as before. Lu Yin's strength had similarly shocked him, and just as He Luo Mavis had said, Luin was a monster. Captain, I helped you, Silver said. That's why we're having a chat. Otherwise, just because you betrayed me and sided with Ju Yi, I would have killed you first, Luin said coldly. Silver smiled. I didn't betray you, Captain. As long as you say the word, I'll come over immediately. In the stands, Ju Yi was furious, and he grabbed at Silver. Impudent. On the other side, Lu Bujing blocked Ju Yi. This is a battle for the position of Dao disciple. What are you trying to do? Zhu Yi looked at Lu Bujing. It's just dealing with a traitor. There's nothing to fight about. Lu Yin looked at Zhu Yi. Is the traitor you're talking about him or me? Zhu Yi stared at Lu Yin. Can you create death energy? Lu Yin's lips curled up. That's right. Zhu Yi's expression changed, and he didn't know what to say. Lu Yin shouted, I can create death energy. I'm the true inheritor of the death god. Zhu Yi, can you create death energy? You can't. Not only can he not create death energy, but he's also not the death god's disciple. In the stands, Destiny spoke up. The death god has never had a successor, nor has he ever acknowledged Zhu Yi as his disciple. Only those who are fated can become the death god's disciple. Now, it seems that the true successor has appeared, and Zhu Yi is not you. Zhu Yi's expression turned ugly. Lu Yin glared at Zhu Yi. What else is there to say? I'm the true successor of the death god. Since you're using the death god's power, you have to listen to me. That's what you told me before. Zhu Yi stared at Lu Yin, unable to refute him. He had never thought that Lu Yin would be able to create the death god. He had a premonition from the moment the death god transformation had appeared, and now that it had been confirmed, he found it hard to accept. Destiny's destiny was right, he had never been acknowledged by the death god as his disciple. In comparison, Lu Yin, who could create death energy, was the true successor. What, you want to betray the death god? Lu Yin barked. At this point, Henshin spoke up. This is a competition to become a Tao disciple, not the death god's successor. Lu Yin, if you want to become a Tao disciple, you must carry the primogenitor statue and walk to the above heaven sect. During this time, you must endure the attacks of all competitors. Only those who can make it this far can become a Tao disciple. Your competition is not over yet. Lu Yin looked at the statue. Alright, I'll become a Tao disciple first, then I'll clean up the mess. Henshin frowned. Clean up the mess. What arrogance. Lu Bujing and the other half-ancestors couldn't deal with Zhu Yi. Suddenly, he thought of Destiny's destiny. Was this person really going to help Lu Yin? If Lu Yin became a Tao disciple, then Destiny's destiny might be true. He looked at Chu Yuan, who was heavily injured. Luo Mavis was no longer in the mood to fight, and Silver had even threatened to betray Zhu Yi in front of him. Sky-piercing Jialan had also been impaled into the wall. There was no one left to stop Lu Yin from becoming a Tao disciple. Lu Yin walked towards the primogenitor statue and exited the death god transformation. He no longer needed it. When he arrived in front of the statue, Lu Yin looked at it. This was the primogenitor, the one who had founded the above heaven sect and led humanity into the era of cultivation. Where was he now? Humanity was facing the end of the world, and the 5 continents had collapsed. Was he still alive? Lu Yin looked at the statue for a long time before finally looking away. He walked up to the statue and carried it on his back. Regardless of whether the primogenitor was still alive or not, he had brought humanity to its peak. He was their ancestor and the source of their strength, so Lu Yin was willing to carry him. The statue was heavy enough to crush an emissary, but this weight was of no use to Lu Yin. Lu Yin carried the statue on his back and walked from the plaza to the above heaven sect's mountain gate. He was getting closer and closer to his position as a Tao disciple. Everyone knew that no one would be able to stop Lu Yin now. Forget about the cultivators of the same generation, even the powerhouses of the older generation, or even those from the above heaven's realm, would not be able to stop Lu Yin. Thank you. Boss is awesome. Thank you for all your support. I'll update more. Thank you. I've already updated for 5 days straight, and I'm still suffering from a cold. I'm so tired and dizzy. Thank you for all your support. Thank you. Peak. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2103. However, halfway through his journey with the statue on his back, there was still someone blocking his path. It was the river Mavis. Jialan of the sky is heavily injured, and so is Chu Yuan. I'm the only one who can stop you. He Luo Mavis looked at Lu Yin with a solemn expression. Behind her, the divine tree continued to expand. She was going all out. Can you beat me? Lu Yin was confused. We can't win, Hello Mavis replied. If that's the case, then why are you blocking my path? I'm also a Tao disciple. I can't just stand here and watch you surpass us. So you'll feel better if you lie down. You'll die, Lu Yin said coldly. Outside the plaza, on the turtle's back, Cloud Shadow Mavis and the rest looked on with complicated expressions. Ever since Mavis had appeared, they knew that the Mavis family's hope of revival had arrived, especially since Mavis could represent the Lu Tian men and compete for the position of Tao disciple. If she succeeded, the Lu Tian men would no longer be monopolized by the Lu family, and the Mavis family would have absolute control over it. However, as Lu Yin walked step by step towards becoming invincible, they no longer harbored any hope. They had thought that everything was over, and they were just waiting for Lu Yin to become a Tao disciple and bring about another change to this era. They were very certain that Lu Yin would definitely bring about change, as he was not someone who was willing to remain calm. In particular, some things that had happened in the past 20 years were things that he would not tolerate. Who would have thought that Mavis would step forward in the end? She herself had said that she couldn't beat Lu Yin, so there was no point in doing so. You're not too stubborn, or you wouldn't have teamed up with me to deal with Chu Yuan. You're not pure, Lu Yin said. He had seen pure people before, such as Zhang Dingtian and Lu Xiaoqiu. Even if their opponents were far stronger than them, they would still be willing to fight to the death for the sake of their stubbornness. However, Mavis wasn't such a person. She gave Lu Yin a strange feeling. She was born in the purest era of martial arts, but she could easily recognize the difference in strength between herself and her enemy. Lu Yin hadn't expected her to team up with him. I'm not stubborn or pure, it's just that everyone has their own way of thinking. Do you think that just because we were born in the Sky sect, we're crazy about fighting? Wrong, the ancestors never advocated that. The ancestors advocated creation and the use of intelligence. That's why the people of our era can be stubborn, but they can also be smart. But you're very stupid right now. He Luo Mavis sighed. Those people have all been defeated, so I can only fight on my own. If there's even the slightest possibility, I'd also like to find a few people to team up with. No matter what, I can't just watch as you surpass us. She smiled wryly. We also want to save face. Lu Yin understood. Ever since these people had arrived in this era, their contempt for this era had been ingrained in their bones. They could accept failure, but they could not accept humiliation. If they just watched Lu Yin become a Tao disciple and did nothing, they would not be able to get over it. Just like Xia Ji, if he did not kill Lu Yin, he would not be able to get over it either. Alright, I'll fulfill your wish. Do your best, and I'll try my best not to kill you, Lu Yin said calmly. He carried the statue on his back and walked towards the entrance. You'll have to be able to kill me first, He Luo replied coldly. She knew that she couldn't defeat Lu Yin, but the Mavis family was best at preserving their own lives. No matter how great the difference in power was, she was confident that Lu Yin wouldn't be able to kill her. With the statue on his back, Lu Yin walked forward step by step. A green brilliance appeared around her body, and the green in her eyes suddenly became lively, as if a spirit was dancing. On the ancestral turtle's back, Cloud Shadow Mavis was excited. That's the wheel of life. What's the wheel of life? Mavis was confused. Cloud Shadow Mavis's breathing quickened. Everyone knows that my Mavis family's inherited innate gift is the rhythm of life, and our inherited battle techniques are limitless strength. However, there is actually another power that has lost its inheritance, and that is the Wheel of Life. This battle technique was lost when the second continent was destroyed. I never expected to see it again. During the battle for the Tao disciple position, Luo Mavis's presence hadn't been as strong as Chu Yuan's or sky-piercing Salon's. This was especially true for the Mavis family's battle techniques, which were all the same. Lu Yin hadn't seen anything new, but at this moment, the power that Luo Mavis displayed surprised him. Luo Mavis's rune lines hadn't increased, but for some reason, Lu Yin had a strange feeling whenever he looked at her. It was as if her life force had suddenly become unfathomable. At this moment, Luo Mavis's view of the outside world was completely different. The Wheel of Life was just like the rune lines, allowing one to see something different. Only those who cultivated the true scripture of Yi and evolution could see the rune lines, but only those who cultivated the Wheel of Life could see the essence of life force. She could see that Lu Yin's life force was surging like a scorching sun that couldn't be erased. She spread her own life force out, connecting it to each person and each plant. Any powerful family that controlled a continent had an almost unfathomable power. Salon's 8 stars could theoretically deal with anyone. Chu Yuan had grasped the power of time and used the time realm, which could theoretically stack countless blades with limitless power. The Wheel of Life, on the other hand, could theoretically never die, especially in battle. As long as her Wheel of Life didn't extinguish, it could feed back to her body and heal any injuries she suffered. This was the Mavis family's most abnormal inherited battle technique. With a bang, Luo Mavis charged at Lu Yin and punched out. Behind her, the visualization of the divine tree caused her strength to skyrocket. Sengoku burned the void, and from this moment on, every move she made was an extreme attack. Lu Yin stopped in his tracks, and the void around him flickered with a black and white light as he activated the Grim Reaper transformation. The chains viciously lashed out, colliding with Luo Mavis's fist. Luo Mavis was forced back a step, but it was only a single step. Her body twisted as she punched out once more. The power of her fist was no weaker than Salon's blade technique. Salon's blade could cut through the chains in 3 strikes, and Luo Mavis could do the same with 3 punches. In fact, she didn't even need 3 punches. However, she had forgotten that the reason Salon's 3 strikes could cut through the chains was because he had relied on his spatial memory to imitate Chu Yuan and erase the flow of time. Lu Yin couldn't stop the 3 strikes from striking the same spot, but it was different for Luo Mavis. The chains moved through the void, making it impossible for her to land 3 punches on the same spot. Unless she could break the chains with a single punch, she wouldn't be able to get close to Lu Yin, let alone defeat him. Luo Mavis panted heavily as she looked at the chains covering Lu Yin's body. She felt bitter, as she couldn't get close to him. No matter how tenacious her vitality was, she still couldn't defeat this monster. No matter what, she still had to fight. Luo Mavis's gaze turned cold as she attacked once more, punching out again. In the distance, the spear that had pierced Salon's body into the wall dissipated, and he fell to the ground. He gritted his teeth as he watched Lu Yin walk towards the entrance with the statue on his back. He couldn't accept this. The Salon family controlled the 6th mainland and was an invincible family. This person hadn't even used the naming platform, so how could he be so strong? He couldn't accept this, and he wouldn't accept this even if he died. Chu Yuan, who had fallen to the ground, was similarly unwilling, and the two looked at each other. I can still use the power of time. Salon watched as Luo Mavis frantically attacked Lu Yin. I can lend her some of Salon's power. At that moment, a figure appeared in front of them. It was Silver, and he had a brilliant smile on his face as he twirled the butterfly around him. He leisurely looked at the two of them. What are you two discussing? Are you planning on joining forces to deal with the captain? Salon glared at Silver. Scram. Silver's lips curled up, and he suddenly opened his eyes. I'm sorry, but this is a chance for me to show my loyalty. Even if the two of you join forces, you won't be able to threaten the captain in the slightest. With a flash of white light, the blade swept past Salon and Chu Yuan. Their expressions changed, as they were unable to dodge due to their heavy injuries. They both spat out mouthfuls of blood. The blade had pierced through their bodies, worsening their injuries. They were also suppressed by the death aura, and they were unable to move. Outside the arena, Zhou Yao shouted, "Stop!" Silver smiled at Zhou Yao, but it was a chilling smile. In the distance, Lu Yin turned around and looked at Silver coldly. "Who told you to attack them?" Silver smiled. "I just didn't want this little bug to disturb the captain." Lu Yin's right hand shook as a clear void palm crossed the void and viciously struck Silver, sending him flying. The attack wasn't too fast, and Lu Yin gave Silver time to dodge. Silver did not dodge and allowed himself to be hit by the clear void palm. He had been injured quite badly from his previous clash with Yeluo Mavis, and this attack had caused him to lose the ability to fight. However, Silver was still smiling, and there was no resentment in his eyes as he looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin thought of Lu Shaoge. The two were fundamentally similar. One was gentle and shrewd, while the other was strange, and no one knew what he was thinking. What was even more similar was that both of them had followed in Lu Yin's footsteps. Lu Shaoge's status had caught up, and he was of use to Lu Yin. Silver's strength had caught up. With these two around, Lu Yin's life was no longer lonely. Yeluo Mavis continuously attacked the chains, but her destructive power was unable to break through them. The more she fought, the more frustrated she became. Lu Yin shook his head and raised his right hand. A black hook appeared in his hand, and he slashed out. Yeluo Mavis hurriedly tried to dodge, but the chains around her made it impossible for her to do so. She couldn't break through them either, and she was dragged along by them as she took the full brunt of the hook's attack. Blood splattered across the ground, and her body was flung far away before crashing into the ground. It was unknown whether she was dead or alive. On the ancestral turtle's back, Cloud Shadow was shocked. "Alliance Master Lu, please have mercy." A single attack had heavily injured Yeluo Mavis. This was the Reaper's transformation state. If not for Sky Blue and Chu Yuan's near-invincible strength, they would not have been able to defeat Lu Yin either. Lu Yin glanced at Yeluo Mavis lying on the ground, not knowing whether she was dead or alive. He raised his foot and continued walking forward. This attack had been heavy, and he couldn't guarantee her survival. However, with her strength as a Tao disciple, she shouldn't die. When Lu Yin had taken 100 steps, Yeluo Mavis' finger twitched. Outside the solar system, countless people were stunned. They had seen Chu Yuan and Sky Blue display their invincible strength, and then they had seen Lu Yin break through their invincible strength one by one. At this moment, Lu Yin was just like he had been during the sovereign battle. He was reigning supreme among his peers. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2104. Now, even Wu sympathized with River Mavis and the others. It's your misfortune to appear in the same era as Lu Yin. You clearly don't need to appear in the same era. If these people had been unlocked earlier, they might have been able to become half-ancestors or even progenitors. To them, Lu Yin was just like progenitor Qin. He was a legend. Unfortunately, they had appeared at this exact moment. This was fate. The angriest of them all was the fish on top of Shi-Chi's head, who continuously scolded Chu Yuan. "Lord Fish gave you power, but you still lost. Idiot, this two-legged beast is too stupid. Quick, Lord Fish wants to fight, quick." Shi-Chi felt wronged. I don't dare. Brother Lu is too scary. What are you afraid of, stupid two-legged beast? Lord Fish taught you a little bit and you'll win. It's just death energy. Back then, Lord Fish taught him. Wait, what did Lord Fish say? Who did he teach? Two-legged beast, repeat Lord Fish's words. Shi-Chi's eyes flashed with craftiness. You said that these two-legged beasts aren't bad and have the qualifications to be mounts. Yes, that's what Lord Fish said. They're not bad and have the qualifications, ha ha ha. Shi-Chi relaxed, afraid that the fish would force her to fight. That would be bad luck, as all these people had to do was casually sneeze and she would be finished. Outside the plaza, Luin walked towards the mountain gate. Behind him, River Mavis slowly stood up. Her abdomen had clearly been severed, but it had already recovered. She had used the time that Luin had taken to walk 100 steps to heal herself with the Wheel of Life. If not for the fact that this was the power of death energy, she wouldn't even need to walk 100 steps. Luin stopped and turned around to look at her in astonishment. Is this the Mavis family's ability? As expected of the family that rules the second mainland. If Chu Yuan or Sky Salon had this kind of recovery ability, they wouldn't have been in such a miserable state. River Mavis took a deep breath and charged out once more, punching at the limit. Luin shook his head, his eyes turning into runes as he stared at her and weakened her. Luo Mavis punched at the chains, but her strength was suddenly drained away. The chains easily tied her up once more, and Luin raised his hand to execute a horizontal slash with the Gullion. It was the same attack in the same position, but Luo Mavis was flung even further away, leaving behind a trail of blood. Countless people shuddered in fear. This time, they were all dead. Cloud Shadow Mavis swallowed a mouthful of saliva and hurriedly ordered Winged Mavis to look for Luo Mavis. She couldn't be allowed to die. However, after another 100 or so steps, Luo Mavis appeared once more. She continued to attack him with all her might, not stopping until one of them was dead. Chu Yuan had mentioned that the River Mavis was very difficult to kill, and Luin had finally experienced it for himself. The second attack should have been the limit of what the beast could withstand, but it had still been able to recover. However, it could be seen that she had consumed a lot of energy. No matter what method she used, it was not easy for her to recover from such a serious injury. Luo Mavis' punches were much weaker than when Luin had first picked up the statue. Now, even if she attacked the same spot on the chain, it would be very difficult to break it. Go Lian once again slashed horizontally, and Luo Mavis was flung far away. This time, she only appeared when Luin was more than 300 steps away, her face deathly pale. Then, he was thrown out again. This time, it was 1,000 steps. Again and again, he blocked the path in front of them and was seriously injured again and again. Many people were moved by this. The way Luin looked at Luo Mavis was completely different from the way he looked at Chu Yuan and the rest. This woman's tenacity was truly terrifying. Every attack she faced was equivalent to walking on the edge of death, and not everyone had the courage to endure it. Although Luo Mavis had tried her best, in the end, Luin had still managed to place the statue in front of the gate. With a loud rumble, the statue stood tall, representing the Tao child of the new Etherean sect. Luo Mavis lay on the ground, blood flowing from her abdomen staining the ground. Chu Yuan closed his eyes. He had been defeated. Jialan of the Sky's eyes were bloodshot. He had actually been defeated. Before the battle for the position of Tao child, they had all been confident that they could surpass the others and become the next Tao child. They had never treated anyone from this era as an opponent, but in the end, they had been defeated by someone from this era. Although they were unwilling to accept this result, they accepted their defeat wholeheartedly. Luin had displayed an unfathomable strength, a truly unfathomable strength. Even a half-ancestor would have to be wary of the strength he had used to defeat Chu Yuan, let alone his peers. In the stands, Lu Bujing shouted, "Immediately convene the Tianmen Convention to determine the Tao child and establish the Etherean sect." Hen Axian looked at Lu Bujing with a twinkle in his eyes. This result was completely different from what he had expected. Someone from the Lu family had actually become a Tao child. Zhu Yi stared at Lu Yin in a daze. He didn't care about the Etherean sect or the Tao child, he only cared about the Death God's legacy. How could someone in this era inherit the Death God's power and even create death chi? He still didn't understand. There's no need to confirm. The Tao child is Lu Yin, and my Buttian sect recognizes him as the path of the heavens. The Fate Maiden's voice resounded throughout the Etherean sect. Hen Axian looked at her. Isn't it too hasty for a dignified successor of Fate to recognize a junior like this? The Fate Maiden did not reply. Elder Chan said, since the battle for the Tao child has ended, it's time to convene the Tianmen Convention. There are many things to discuss. That's right, I also have many things to discuss during the Tianmen Convention, Lu Yin said as he looked at Hen Axian. Those who could participate in the Tianmen Convention were all half-ancestors, and they had to be sect masters. Even if a Tao child was recognized and had the right to represent the heavens, it was impossible for them to be on equal footing with sect masters. The difference was too great. However, when Lu Yin spoke, no one felt that it was out of place. It was as if he could converse with half-ancestors. The Tianmen Convention had been held 3 times, and this was the 4th time. The first 3 Tianmen conventions had determined the current state of the universe and the positions of the 6 great gates. Every time the Tianmen convention was held, there would only be 6 people, but this time, there was one more. In the past, the Tianmen convention had been held on Earth because it was the closest to Jupiter. This time was the same, and it would only move if the Etherean sect was truly established. On Earth, 7 figures stood on top of Mount Tai. Lu Yin looked at the 6 sect masters and smiled. Have the past Tianmen conventions always been this quiet? Since that's the case, I'll throw a brick to attract Jade and say some things for the seniors to discuss. First of all, seniors, do you have any questions about my status as a Tao child who can represent the heavens? After he finished speaking, Lu Yin looked at them one by one. Lu Bujing and Elder Chan definitely had no questions. He looked at Destiny Girl with a strange gaze. Destiny Girl had always appeared as a white cloud, and she had only revealed her true form during the Tianmen convention. She was a beautiful girl, but not a woman. She looked to be about 14 or 15 years old. If she was in the outside world, no one would know that she was actually the successor of Destiny, one of the 12 sect masters of the Etherean sect, and the one that was the most difficult to provoke. When he saw Destiny Girl's appearance, Lu Yin couldn't help but think of her. Was she worried that her appearance wasn't intimidating enough, so she deliberately hid in the white cloud? Not only could she conceal her true form, but she also appeared mysterious. Destiny Girl turned her head and coincidentally met Lu Yin's eyes. She revealed a faint smile that was very cute. Lu Yin was speechless. She actually used cute to describe a half-ancestor. He didn't even know what to say. I recognize Lu Yin as a Tao child and ensure that he has the right to represent the heavens, Destiny Girl spoke. Her voice was still pleasant, but looking at her appearance now, there was a hint of innocence in her voice. Lu Yin looked at Zhou Yao. Without the blood progenitor around, Zhou Yao was the acting sect master of the Blood Sky sect. In reality, Zhou Yao had always been in charge of the Blood Sky sect because of the blood progenitor. When Lu Yin thought about what the blood progenitor had done, he felt a little upset. He had never thought that he would one day admire someone from the 6th mainland. Every race had good people and bad people, and the blood progenitor's actions were worthy of everyone's admiration. Zhou Yao pondered for a moment. Since we agreed on this beforehand, I have no problems with it. Lu Yin looked at Zhu Yi. Zhu Yi's gaze was dark and deep. Sure. Hen Axian added, you can accept it. Lu Yin nodded. Alright, since all of you seniors have agreed, then I have no problems for now. He then looked at Elder Chan, Senior, do you have anything to discuss? Elder Chan replied, then I'll speak first. Same old question. Sect Master Hen Xayan, should you announce the battle force cultivation method? Hen Xayan replied, I'm willing to accept my loss. I will announce the battle force cultivation method in detail, but first, I want to find out who took Scar 3 away. Lu Bujing sneered. What does Scar 3's capture have to do with the battle force cultivation method? Are you trying to go back on your word? Hen Xayan's tone was gloomy. I just want to warn you that whoever took Scar 3 had better release him. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. He then glanced at Lu Yin, who was also a suspect. After all, he had cultivated the scripture of Yin evolution. Lu Yin remained calm and did not say anything. Elder Chan brought up many issues that needed to be discussed, and Lu Bujing and Zhou Yao followed suit. Most of them were conflicts. The entire human race, regardless of whether it was the fifth or sixth mainland, had gathered together to establish the above heaven sect. However, past grudges could not be easily set aside, so it was normal for conflicts to erupt. Some conflicts could be resolved, but others could not. Han Xayan had suggested that the Earthlings be relocated so that the above heaven sect elites and their families could reside on Earth. This was strongly opposed by Lu Bujing. We've already discussed this issue 3 times. Most Earthlings are ordinary and not worth our attention. If the human race wants to continue, we need to retain the elites. Lu Bujing actually did not care about the Earthlings. If cultivators were too compassionate, they would not have been able to reach their current level. He had only kept the Earthlings because of Lu Yin, as Earth held a special meaning to Lu Yin. Elder Chan also refused. The source box array in the solar system has long been established and is constantly being improved. If anything happens, we can quickly reach Jupiter. There's no need to move the Earthlings. We can't force them to leave their homeland. Zhu Yi agreed with Hen Xayan's thoughts. You guys refused to transfer the Earthlings because you were afraid that it would cause a disturbance on Jupiter. That hidden Earth organization is connected to Jupiter. Over the years, we've captured quite a few members of that organization, but we still haven't been able to find a way to open Jupiter. The source box arrays we've set up are useless, and we can't even use Jupiter to escape. Why don't we just move the Earthlings and see if there are any changes to Jupiter? If it doesn't work, then we can forcefully take action. It's better than being hung here by Jupiter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2105. You want to move the Earthlings? Lu Yin stared at Hen Xayan and spoke slowly. His face darkened. Hen Xin met Lu Yin's gaze. That's right. He knew about Lu Yin's relationship with Earth, otherwise, Lu Bujing and the others would not have rejected him 3 times. I refuse, Lu Yin said directly. Hen Xin frowned. Just as he was about to berate her, an emissary actually dared to refuse a half-ancestor's proposal. Who gave her the courage? However, he remembered that Lu Yin was a Tao child and had the special privilege of walking on behalf of the heavens. He could not obtain this privilege himself, and it would be useless even if Lu Bujing and the others supported him. However, if Lu Yin had the Fate daughter, things would be different. I support the Daoist. If the Daoist rejects it, I will also reject it, said the Lady of Fate, giving her unconditional support. Hen Xayan was dissatisfied. Lady of Fate, this is an important matter that concerns the legacy of the human race. It's useless for those ordinary people to live on Earth. Why don't we give them a change of environment? At most, the 3 Ultimates' Heavenly Gate will compensate them. Fate's daughter didn't care about Hen Xayan at all. All she wanted to do was support Lu Yin unconditionally. Lu Yin had not expected Destiny's daughter to support him so readily. Thank you, Senior Destiny's daughter. The Fate daughter smiled and said, I support the Tao child, not you. If someone else was a Tao child, I would also support them. Junior understands, but I still have to thank Senior, Lu Yin said politely. Originally, the Lu Heavenly Gate and the Glory Heavenly Gate were against the migration of the Earthlings, while the Three Ultimates Heavenly Gate and the Undying Heavenly Gate supported it. The Blood Heavenly Gate and the Omen Heavenly Gate were neutral, but now, the Omen Heavenly Gate supported Lu Yin all of a sudden. That was not all. Lu Yin himself was also counted as one of the votes, which added up to 4 votes. Even if the Blood Heavenly Gate supported the Three Ultimates Heavenly Gate, it was useless. Hen Xian's plan was ruined. The various sect masters had already thought of the matters to be brought up at the Tianmen convention, and they were all about the above heaven sect and the current human domain. No one was targeting anyone, and no one would target Lu Yin. After all, no one could have guessed that Lu Yin would appear out of nowhere and become a Tao disciple. Even if they wanted to target him, it would take some time. Perhaps the next Tianmen convention would be different. However, in this Tianmen convention, even if others did not target Lu Yin, it did not mean that Lu Yin would not target them. He had disappeared for 20 years. Some debts should be paid, and some things should be resolved. For several days in a row, the leaders of the major Elysium gates raised a lot of things to discuss. In fact, most of the things were solved by the people below. Even so, there were still some things that needed to be communicated between the leaders. This was the Elysium Convention. I've been listening for the past few days. Seniors have asked many questions, most of which are related to the newly established Above the Sky sect and how to deal with the Eternals. I admire the seniors' consideration for the future of humanity, but even so, I still have some things to say, Lu Yin said, looking at Hen Xian as the other 6 looked at him in confusion. Senior Hen Xian, is the Aurora Company a subordinate of the Three Uniques Heavenly Gate? Both Elder Chan and Lu Bujing's expressions changed when they heard this. Hen Xian's eyes turned cold. He thought that no one would ever mention the Aurora Spacecraft Company again. Back then, when he led An I Huang and the others to occupy progenitor Chen's tomb, he began to understand this era. He inadvertently learned that the Aurora Cosmos Shuttle Company had developed microarray technology. The people of this era thought that microarray technology had just been invented, but in reality, he knew that there was a freak who had invented microarray technology in the above heaven era. He had been interested at that time, but he had been plotted against by the Eternals and had been sealed in ice until now. He had forgotten about it after coming out, but he hadn't expected to discover it by accident. Now, he had immediately made a move against the Aurora Company, thinking of a way to take the company away from the Glory Realm. After that incident, Elder Chan and the others had sought him out and asked him to return the company. After a few years of stalemate, both sides finally reached a compromise and agreed to share the microarray technology. In reality, however, the technology was his, and his name was branded on it. If not for the fact that he had allied with so many half-ancestors and the threat of the Eternals, he wouldn't have been able to take control of the company so easily. Many people knew about this, but they pretended not to know. Who would have thought that Lu Yin would bring it up after 20 years? Hen Xian didn't know what Lu Yin was planning, but no matter what, the Aurora Company couldn't leave the Three Uniques Heavenly Gate, even if Destiny's Daughter helped him. Unless there was a civil war. As the microarray technology was developed and used, Hen Xian became more and more certain that it was a technology that could change the future of humanity. He definitely wouldn't give it up. That's right. The Aurora Company is now a subordinate of the Three Uniques Heavenly Gate. Lu Yin nodded. Since that's the case, how much did the Aurora Company profit from the microarray technology over the past 20 years? Does Senior know that 20% of that profit belongs to me? Hen Xian was astonished. 20%. What do you mean? Lu Yin smiled. It seems that Senior doesn't know. When the Aurora Company encountered a bottleneck in their microarray technology, I helped them break through it and provided them with the materials. It was only because of this that they were able to succeed. We reached an agreement that 20% of the profits would belong to me. Right, I also provided quite a bit of the mother tree's bark as materials. The microarray made from these materials also belongs to me. Hen Axian looked at Elder Chan and the others. He really didn't know about this. When he had taken over the Aurora Company, he had focused all his attention on Elder Chan and the others. He knew that the company was part of the Sirius sect, but he hadn't known that Lu Yin was involved. Elder Chan spoke up. Lu Yin is right. He disappeared back then, so this matter wasn't brought up. The success of the microarray technology was mostly due to him, and most of the materials came from him. Hen Axian frowned. Evidence. Lu Yin raised a brow. What kind of evidence does Senior want? Hen Axian replied, impossible. I'll believe you just because you say so. The Aurora Company has created too many microarrays in the past 20 years, and the profits are too great. You want to take 20% of the profits with just one sentence? That's not realistic. Even if it's true, that 20% won't go to you. He then looked at Elder Chan. We agreed that the profits from the microarrays would be used to deal with the Eternals and establish the Ether sect. Elder Chan nodded helplessly. There was no other way around it. Reaching this agreement was already the limit of what they could do, otherwise, there would be nothing left. What Hen Axian cared about was fame. He wanted to write his name down in the history of microarray technology, and he was willing to give up the profits. He could give up the profits, but that didn't mean that he would pay for it. If he agreed to give Lu Yin 20% of the profits, he would have to make up for it himself unless the agreement with Elder Chan was voided. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Senior, you don't believe me. Hen Axian met Lu Yin's gaze. If I said that you were the one who took Scar San and that you had to hand him over, would you agree? I'll believe you if you say it, but that's impossible. You need proof. Aurora Spacecraft Company. Chairman Ji can testify, Elder Chan said. Hen Axian shook his head. Chairman Ji has been working hard on microarray technology for the past few years. He's not capable of testifying. Lu Bujing shouted, you're just quibbling. You have a witness, but you don't want to admit it. Hen Axian, you're getting worse. Hen Axian didn't care. Although the 6 Elysium gates ruled the sect above heaven together, that was only because of the threat of the Eternals. If it weren't for the Eternals, he might have already made a move on the Elysium gate. It wasn't because of hatred, but because he truly wanted to rebuild the sect above heaven. If he wanted to do so, then he had to deal with all the hidden dangers. The Elysium gate and the Glory gate were all hidden dangers, but he wasn't in a hurry. Once he became a progenitor, they would all submit to him. Senior, you want me to hand over Scar San, right? Lu Yin asked, beaming at Hen Axian. Hen Axian clasped his hands behind his back. You need proof. If I say that you were the one who took Scar San, do you think I can take revenge on you? If you're willing, Senior, Lu Yin said, taking out Mount Supreme and throwing Scar San out. Everyone was stunned, whether it was Hen Axian, Lu Bujing, or Scar San himself. How could such a thing happen? No one knew that Scar San had been taken by Lu Yin, and he could hide it, but what had he done? He had actually released Scar San during the Tianmen conference. Lu Bujing blinked and looked at Lu Yin as if he was an idiot. Wasn't this just creating a conflict? Was he trying to start a war with the 3 ultimates? Hen Axian was stunned as well. He had only said it casually, but he hadn't expected Lu Yin to really take Scar San. Destiny's daughter was also astonished, as this had exceeded her expectations. No normal person would do such a thing, and this was a slap to Hen Axian's face. Society Master. Scar San looked at Hen Axian and spoke weakly. Hen Axian finally reacted and stared at Lu Yin with a gloomy expression. It's you. Lu Yin smiled. Senior, you asked me to release Scar-san, so I did. Hen Axian didn't know what Lu Yin was trying to say. He should have attacked Lu Yin, but when he saw Lu Yin smile, he felt that something was wrong. He didn't attack or say anything. He had been able to cultivate from an ordinary person to become the leader of the three ultimate Sky Gate and obtain the recognition of Ancient Path Master. He was extremely cautious, but Lu Yin's actions were too unusual. Lu Yin seemed to have expected Hen Xian's reaction, and he turned to Ju Yi. You're not the Death God's disciple. I'm the Death God's true successor. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2106. Ju Yi's expression sank. I didn't see if you could create death qi. Even if you could, it would be a coincidence. I'm the Death God's disciple, and I'm the true inheritor of the Death God's power. Lu Yin sneered. Obviously. The Death God's disciple can't even create death qi. Once it runs out, will you still be the Death God's disciple? Ju Yi's eyes went wide. This was what he was most worried about. The Death God had existed during the above heaven era, and he could find death qi. However, in this era, the Death God's life was uncertain, and the amount of death qi was decreasing. If he ran out of death qi before he could break through, the Death God's inheritance would disappear. As long as I break through, I can create death qi. I admit that you also have the Death God's inheritance, but as long as I break through, I'll be the new Death God. Lu Yin sneered. If breaking through was that easy, then the Fifth Mainland wouldn't have never succeeded. You think too highly of yourself. Even if you break through, you won't be able to create death qi. Only I can create death qi, and I'm the Death God's successor. Lu Yin, why did you capture Hen San? Hen Axian stepped forward. Lu Bujing hurriedly stood in front of him and looked at Lu Yin. Had this kid become arrogant after defeating Chu Yuan and the rest? Did he really think that he could act on behalf of the heavens just because he had the support of a fated daughter? Did he really think that he was on the same level as a half-ancestor? Lu Yin looked at Hen Axian. I wanted to capture him, so I did. Lu Bujing's expression changed. This was too provocative, and he didn't even place Hen Axian in his eyes. Elder Chan stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. This kid was crazy. Jiu Yao felt strange, as this was not the Lu Yin he knew. The fated daughter looked on curiously, as there was definitely a problem with Lu Yin's abnormal behavior. Hen Axian angrily attacked. Lu Yin suddenly took out the progenitor's sword. The above heaven sect only exists with this. Does anyone recognize it? Everyone stared at the progenitor's sword. It was clearly an ordinary sword, and there was nothing special about it. The progenitor's sword. Jiu Yao was shocked. He had personally witnessed Lu Yin's heart being pierced by the sword back in the main hole. He had been wondering where the progenitor's sword had gone during the battle for the Daoist position and guessed that it was most likely in Lu Yin's hands. Now that he had seen Lu Yin take it out with his own eyes, even if he had guessed it before, the shock he felt could not be erased. Progenitor's sword. Jiu was shaken. Hen Axian looked at the progenitor's sword with a burning gaze. Lu Yin's words were true, only with the progenitor's sword would there be a heaven's gate. He worked hard to rebuild the sect above heaven not just for fame. There was a legend in their era that only by becoming a Tao master could one know the universe's greatest secret. He wanted to break through the ancestor level and then become a Tao master. But what else did a Tao master have besides strength? It was only after Chu Yuan and the others had returned to this era that he learned of the existence of the progenitor sword. Perhaps only after he became a Tao Lord would he be able to learn of some of its secrets. Although no one said anything about Lu Yin's appearance, everyone was thinking about the progenitor's sword. But now, they had seen him in such an abrupt manner. They had thought that Lu Yin would have hidden himself, as he had such a precious treasure that even Lu Bujing and the others might not have been able to protect him. That was the progenitor's sword, a supreme treasure that could travel through time and space. It could be considered the universe's #1 supreme treasure. Lu Yin held the progenitor's sword and glanced at Hen Axayan, Ju Yi, Life Maiden, and the others. Not bad, this is the progenitor's sword. Do you want it? Mount Tai was silent. Even the leader of the Elysium did not know what to say at this moment. Of course, but how? Whoosh. Lu Yin stabbed the progenitor's sword into the ground, and the hilt swayed. Whoever wants it can come and get it. Everyone stared at the progenitor's sword on the ground in silence. Jiao Yao took a step forward and reached out to grab it, but then he suddenly thought of something and pulled his hand back with a pale face. He looked at Lu Yin. If I touch it, will I end up like her? Lu Yin knew that he was referring to the Forgotten Ruins deity. Yes. Jiao Yao stared into Lu Yin's eyes, trying to determine if he was speaking the truth. However, he could not tell, and he did not dare to take the risk. He stared blankly at the progenitor's sword that was so close to him, not daring to make a move. Hen Axayan finally tore his gaze away from the sword and looked at Lu Yin. Do you think that just because you have this sword, you're the rightful successor of the celestial sect and can do whatever you want? Lu Yin raised his hand and placed it on the hilt. During the Tao Disciple competition, I already said that only I can lead the celestial sect. I am the true leader of this era. He then took a step forward with his right foot, causing the stars to revolve and resonate with the Sirius stars. The pattern beneath his foot flickered, and in an instant, Lu Yin saw countless stars revolve around him. This was the fifth mainland, a star that he had created himself. He was like the ruler of the heavens, replacing the universe and the vault of heaven as he stepped on the starry sky. This time was different from the first time. Lu Yin was resonating with the Sirius stars without hiding anything. This unimaginably terrifying power instantly shocked everyone. This was the power of a progenitor, Progenitor Chen's power. Not to mention the current era where progenitors did not appear, but even in the Daosaur sex era, or even in the above sky sex era, Progenitor Chen's strength was unrivaled. He had monopolized 2 mountains and 1 ocean, and no one knew how strong he was. When Lu Yin merged with Progenitor Chen's Sirius stars, Hen Axayan and the others were forced to retreat, and no one was able to get close. Lu Yin enjoyed the feeling of being in control of everything, and his thoughts appeared from one star to another. He arrived at the western part of the Innerverse, which was also the front lines of the decisive battle between the humans and the Eternal Tribe. He saw half-progenitor Ling Qing, Wang Si, and a woman who was also a half-progenitor. He also saw various microarrays erupting, the Eternal Tribe monsters, and Marquis Wui. On the front lines, when Lu Yin's thoughts swept past the battlefield, several stars stopped revolving. Ling Qing and the others suddenly looked up. Progenitor's power. Before this, the only progenitor's power that had erupted from the fifth mainland had been the sixth mainland's 3 progenitors. However, those 3 progenitors were completely different from this power. This boundless power that could replace the universe was unimaginably terrifying. On the eternal side, Marquis Wui's expression changed. Ever since Marquis Green Bamboo had died, he had been on tenterhooks. He could not understand how Marquis Green Bamboo had died, but now, he knew that such a terrifying progenitor's power had appeared on the fifth mainland. This was no ordinary progenitor, and even the mind web that had covered the fifth mainland 20 years ago could not compare to it. This power was filled with tyranny and killing intent, as well as a will that could replace everything. Marquis Wui leaped out in an attempt to escape, as he had to. This power had covered the entire Eternals, and it was obvious that it wanted to destroy them. Lu Yin had a strange feeling at this moment. He could see Marquis Wui fleeing, but it also felt like Marquis Wui was fleeing like an ant within his Sirius. Lu Yin directly crushed the stars, and just like Marquis Green Bamboo, he devoured Marquis Wui, leaving nothing behind. One of the 12 marquises, a powerful half-progenitor of the Eternals, had died just like Marquis Green Bamboo. Ling Qing saw it, Wang Xi saw it, and even that unfamiliar half-progenitor woman saw it. Marquis Wui, who had been fighting with them, had died just like that, leaving nothing behind. "Senior, please grant us an audience." Ling Qing bowed respectfully towards the void. She did not know who this person was, nor did she know which era he was from, but he had such terrifying power. Regardless of whether it was the era of the above heaven sect or the current era, this person was worthy of being addressed as a senior. "Senior, please grant us an audience." The half-progenitor woman bowed respectfully. Wang Xi also bowed respectfully. "Senior, please grant us an audience." Lu Yin coldly glanced at Wang Xi. He would settle this debt with her very soon. As he thought about it, he looked towards the countless Eternals. He raised his foot and crushed the stars once again. This time, the fifth mainland would no longer have the Neo-Human Alliance and the Eternals. The resplendent light brought about the disappearance of countless lives. Under the shocked gazes of Ling Qing and the others, the Eternals that had been in a stalemate with them for 20 years disappeared completely from the western region of the universe. The Neo-Human Alliance that had dominated the fifth mainland for countless years had also disappeared. Far away in the outerverse, Lu Bujing and the others did not know what had happened in the innerverse. They could only stare at Lu Yin in disbelief as they felt the boundless power of a progenitor. The stronger someone was, the more they could sense how terrifying this power was. Han Axayan and the others had interacted with the blood progenitor before, so they could easily determine that the blood progenitor's strength was far inferior to Lu Yin's. This was not something that an ordinary progenitor could possess. After dealing with the Eternals outside the front lines, Lu Yin looked towards the entrance to the Starfall Sea. It was time to free the blood progenitor. 20 years ago, the corpse god had paid the price of an arm in an attempt to seize the main hull. However, the main hull had vanished through spacetime, causing the corpse god to grab onto nothing. However, the corpse god was unwilling to give up just like that. An arm was enough to destroy all of the fifth mainland's half-progenitor powerhouses. Even with the tugging of the mind net, it was still possible. The mind net was the Hui ancestor's power, so how could the Hui ancestor resist the corpse god? The corpse god wanted to destroy the fifth mainland strength so that the Eternals could easily occupy it. It was at that moment that the blood progenitor stepped forward, risking his inner world to forcefully resist the corpse god's arm. He then used the mind net to sever the corpse god's arm and used his body to block the opening to the Starfall Sea. That was a tragic moment for a progenitor. Although the blood progenitor was not a powerful progenitor, the entire fifth mainland and sixth mainland remembered him. If there was history, he would no longer be the blood progenitor, but a great powerhouse who had fought to the death for humanity. This was despite the fact that he belonged to the sixth mainland. Now, the blood progenitor had used his body to block the opening to the Starfall Sea and endured the torment of the Eternals outside. He had bought humanity 20 years and prevented the Eternals from sending any more reinforcements. Even if the battle on the other side of the astral tree domain had ceased and the Eternals could transfer reinforcements, they would not be able to bypass the blood progenitor's body. The corpse god and the other 7 sky gods were far stronger than the blood progenitor and could easily break through the blood progenitor's body. However, once they did, the sky supporting pillar would expand and directly block the opening. The blood progenitor himself could not turn back, nor could he retreat. If he did, the corpse god would be able to block the opening with his arm again, and all his previous efforts would be in vain. Marquis Wui and the other Eternals had been trying to find a way to bring the blood progenitor's body back from the fifth mainland. Ling Qing and the others had been standing guard here, preventing them from doing so. This was why this place had become the front line of the war. The cultivators of the fifth mainland and sixth mainland wanted to bring the blood progenitor back, but they were unable to do so. The Eternals also wanted to bring the blood progenitor back, but they were prevented from doing so. The blood progenitor had used his body to block the opening. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2107. There was no lack of such people in human history, but Lu Yin had never expected that the next person to shock him would be the blood ancestor. No matter what, Lu Yin had seen everything that the blood ancestor had done for humanity. Now was the time to free him. At the entrance to the Starfall Sea, the stars flickered as Lu Yin used Sirius to stall the blood ancestor. "Senior, it's time to go home." The blood ancestor was already on the verge of death, his body rotting and blood flowing everywhere. He was half conscious, but when he heard Lu Yin's words, he suddenly woke up. "No, the corpse god is watching." "Leave it to me," Lu Yin said as he dragged the blood ancestor back. At the same time, a pair of giant scarlet eyes appeared outside the Starfall Sea, staring at the fifth mainland through the entrance. The blood-red eyes were filled with an extremely cold and bloodthirsty aura. This was the corpse god, the terrifying powerhouse who had scared away the ancestral tortoise with a single glance. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he activated Star Explosion. The corpse god reached out to block the opening that the blood ancestor had left behind, but suddenly, the star exploded, and a powerful force forced the corpse god's hand back. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This wasn't enough. "Continue." Star Explosion. Star Explosion. Multiple stars exploded, and the corpse god's hand cracked, forcing it to retreat. At that moment, the sky-supporting pillar expanded and blocked the entrance to the Starfall Sea. The entire process didn't take long, but it changed the situation of the fifth mainland. Ever since that liquid had appeared 20 years ago and devoured the astral origin universe, humanity had been fighting with the everlasting tribe. If not for the ancient powerhouses that had appeared, humanity would have fallen long ago. Even so, even with the sky-supporting pillar blocking the entrance to the Starfall Sea, the everlasting tribe still couldn't escape. Lu Yin had finally exterminated the everlasting tribe in the fifth mainland and sealed the gap between the fifth mainland and the everlasting tribe, bringing safety to the fifth mainland. In outer space, the blood ancestor's body swayed. His injuries had been too severe, and his inner world had been destroyed as well. He had fallen from the progenitor realm, and even if he recovered from his injuries, he wouldn't be able to return to his former strength. He looked at the gap in the Starfall Sea inside. It had finally been sealed. Was that voice Lu Yin? Senior blood ancestor. Ling Qing and the others arrived, shocked. The blood ancestor looked back, and his face paled. "It's been hard on you all these years." Ling Qing had remained on the front lines ever since she had returned from the main hole. Wang Xi and the others could take turns, including Han Xan and Lu Bujing. However, Ling Qing had never retreated, and she had no interest in establishing the sky. "Senior, which expert blocked the gap?" She was Kai, and she came from the fifth mainland. She was the sect master of the Jade Kettle Heavenly Gate. Although she was the sect master of the Heavenly Gate, her mind was not focused on establishing the Heavenly Gate. When it was not her turn to go to the front lines, no one knew what she was doing. Wang Xi had also arrived. Her inner world had once been destroyed, but after so many years, even though her inner world had yet to fully recover, her strength had barely reached the level of a half-martial ancestor. The blood ancestor didn't know how to answer Ling Qing's question. That voice was indeed Lu Yin's, but how could Lu Yin be so strong? Although he had blocked the gap with his body and was half awake, he still knew that only 20 years had passed. Suddenly, the blood ancestor's expression changed. "Let's go to the Outerverse Solar System sect." "Senior, what about this place?" Kai hesitated. The blood ancestor replied, "There's no need for us. The Eternals' frontlines have all been wiped out, and even if there are some who manage to escape, there's no need for a half-ancestor to act. Let the people below deal with them." The expert who blocked the gap in the Starfall Sea is currently in the Above Heaven sect. Ling Qing's eyes burned with passion. Then you should hurry up and pay your respects. Back in the solar system, on Earth, atop Mount Tai, Hen Axian and the rest stared at Lu Yin in shock. That progenitor's boundless strength terrified them. How could an envoy release such terrifying strength? They weren't the only ones. Within the solar system, Kuei Luo, Ni Huang, and the other half-ancestors also sensed it. They all looked at Mount Tai. Where did this strength come from? Could one of the 6 sect masters on Mount Tai have broken through to the progenitor realm? When the blood ancestor was freed, the revolving stars around Lu Yin's body disappeared, and he cancelled his connection with the Sirius stars. He retracted his gaze and looked at Hen Axian and the rest. Do I qualify to be this era's navigator? Was that serious art? Elder Chan was shocked. Lu Yin replied, that's right. Although I haven't reached the progenitor realm, I received a gift from progenitor Qin and possess his strength. Lu Bujing was stunned. When they had first arrived in this era, they hadn't understood progenitor Qin and the others. Now, they clearly understood that this era had produced many geniuses, and progenitor Qin had dominated 2 mountains and 1 ocean. He was a genius amongst geniuses, and even in the Above Heavens era, progenitor Qin wouldn't be weak. The 9 mountains and 8 seas wouldn't lower the inheritance test because of time, and progenitor Qin's ability to dominate 2 mountains and 1 ocean was proof of his strength. Lu Yin could use progenitor Qin's strength, which meant that he was invincible in this era. You can use the strength of a progenitor as an envoy. That's impossible, not even in our era. Hen Axian couldn't believe it. Lu Yin didn't reply and simply stood there quietly. These people looked down on this era from the bottom of their hearts. Even if this era had produced geniuses like progenitor Qin and the talisman progenitor, it couldn't change their arrogance from the Above Heavens era. After all, the Above Heavens era had the 9 mountains and 8 seas, the 3 realms, and the 6 Daos. It was undeniable that the Above Heavens era was a golden age that humanity couldn't surpass, but that didn't mean that humanity couldn't reach the same level of glory. The 5th mainland no longer had any Eternals, and with progenitor Qin's strength, it was under Lu Yin's control, allowing him to develop in peace. He had too many plans to complete, too many things to do, and too many secrets to unravel. Now, he finally had the confidence to do so. The Lady of Fate looked at Lu Yin with a strange glint in her eyes. With progenitor Qin's power level and the progenitor's sword, you're not just walking on behalf of the Path Master, but also the progenitor. You're truly walking on behalf of the heavens. Congratulations, Daoist. Lu Bujing smiled. No wonder he had dared to make things difficult for Hen Axian and Zhu Yi. With such strength, who could be his opponent? At this time, the blood progenitor, Ling Qing, Kai, and Wang Xi arrived. The front lines already had a source box array that led directly to the solar system. After arriving in the solar system, they headed straight for Earth's Mount Tai. Ni Huang and the others saw this and thought for a moment before rushing over as well. Soon, 16 half-ancestors had gathered on the tiny mountain. Elder Gong, Qing Ping, and a few other half-ancestors were not present, but the rest of the half-ancestors did. Under the shocked gazes of the half-ancestors, the blood progenitor faced Lu Yin and treated him as an equal. Thank you, Mr. Liu. Xia Ji looked at Lu Yin as if he had seen a ghost. What was the meaning of this? He looked at Hen Axian and the others, and his heart sank. It couldn't be. Could that progenitor's strength have come from Lu Yin? Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could such a thing happen? This brat was clearly a third tribulation origin emissary. Kuei Luo looked at Lu Yin with a strange expression. How could such a thing happen? Ling Qing and the others who had followed the blood progenitor here were also in disbelief. This was because they had sensed progenitor's strength and had even seen Marquis Qingzhu and Marquis Wui die to that strength. However, they had never imagined that it had come from Lu Yin. This was unrealistic, and it felt like their worldview had been shattered. Wang Xi was the most unwilling to accept this fact. If Lu Yin had such strength, what would she do? Lu Yin smiled. Senior, how does it feel to be home? The blood progenitor sighed. I thought that I would die there, but fortunately, Mr. Lu. Thank you again. Lu Yin shook his head and looked at the blood progenitor with respect. Senior, you blocked the gap with your body for the sake of humanity and protected the fifth mainland with your life. This junior admires your spirit. In the future, you can just call me Lu Yin or Little Seven. Lu Yin was biased against the sixth mainland, and everyone in the fifth mainland was biased against the sixth mainland's cultivators. However, they only admired the blood progenitor. Not every progenitor could do such a thing. For example, Hen Axayan and the others had constantly set up sourcebox arrays in the solar system so that they could escape when they could no longer hold on. However, the blood progenitor had been willing to die to deal with the Eternals. Even an astral beast was worthy of respect, let alone someone from the sixth mainland. Alright, calling you Mr. Lu is indeed strange. So, Little Seven, what do you plan to do next? The blood progenitor did not decline, as his status gave him the right to address Lu Yin as such. Lu Yin replied, I'll still rebuild the sect above heaven and release the fifth pagoda to teach and pass down human civilization. At the same time, I'll develop the fifth mainland in preparation to deal with the Eternals. It's time for humanity to unite. Hen Xian's eyes flashed. If they united at this time, Lu Yin would have complete control. Unless he could break through the progenitor realm, the fifth mainland's history would be rewritten. I'm old, and there are many things that I can't do. If there's anything you want to do, then do it. My injuries are too important, and I need to go into seclusion to recover. The blood progenitor then looked at Zhou Yao. All members of the sixth mainland, let go of past grievances. From today onwards, fully cooperate with Lu Yin. Zhou Yao respectfully replied, this junior obeys. Lan Xian bowed as well. This junior obeys. Now that the blood progenitor had resolved the sixth mainland's hidden danger, Lu Yin knew that the sixth mainland would no longer be an obstacle to him. Even if someone wanted to become an obstacle, they would need to have the strength to do so. The blood progenitor spoke a few more words before leaving, as he had achieved his goal. Lu Yin looked at the other half-progenitors before finally looking at Ling Qing. Senior, you were once the leader of the Elysium Gate. Are you willing to continue? Ling Qing nodded. She was no stranger to Lu Yin, as she had gone straight to the main hall after waking up. They had interacted while traveling through spacetime, and they had gotten to know each other. Of course, there had been some disputes over the progenitor's sword, but Lu Yin still respected Ling Qing's character. The Eternals have already been exterminated. Since the 12 Elysium Gates have been rebuilt, I naturally cannot shirk my responsibility. Me too, Kai has said. When she saw Lu Yin's confusion, she hurriedly added, I was also one of the leaders of the 12 Elysium Gates during the above sky sect era. Lu Yin nodded. If that's the case, then of course. He did not know what the 12 Elysium Gates' purpose had been during the above sky sect era, but in this era, the way he saw it, the 12 Elysium Gates' purpose was to protect the development of the human race. As long as a progenitor did not appear, the 12 Elysium Gates would be invincible. Leader Hen Xayan, you're still the leader of the three ultimates. What do you think? Lu Yin looked at Hen Xayan, but there was no joy in his voice. Thank you. Missing Link, thank you for your support, brother. I'll give you more chapters. Brothers, thank you for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2108. Henshin took a deep breath. He was the sect master of the three ultimates, and he didn't need anyone's recognition. He had earned this position with his own strength. However, Lu Yin's words were forcing him to express his stance. If he agreed, it would be the same as acknowledging Lu Yin's authority as a representative of the heavens. If he didn't agree, he would no longer be the sect master. This wasn't the era of the above heaven, and the stronger the sect masters were, the better. However, if Henshin didn't agree, he would be stripped of his position and replaced by someone else. There were only so many half-ancestors in the human domain, and there were no external enemies. It didn't matter who became the sect master. All right. Henshin agreed in the end. His greatest strength was his ability to recognize the situation. The reason he had controlled the Aurora Corporation was because he could see the changes that microarray technology would bring to the future. Now, he could see Lu Yin's influence on the current era. If he didn't agree, he would be a nobody in this era. Lu Yin was satisfied. He didn't have much of a grudge against Henshin, and this person wasn't his enemy. They just had different standpoints, and there would definitely be conflicts in the future. He then looked at Jue. What about you? Jue frowned. He was different from Henshin. Once he acknowledged Lu Yin, not only would he lose his authority in the above heaven, but he would also lose his status as the death god's successor. He finally understood why Lu Yin had caused trouble for him. Lu Yin had displayed progenitor Chen's decisive power, so Jue had no choice but to agree. Lu Yin glanced at the 9 luminaries. The 9 luminaries bowed slowly. Even a half-ancestor had to respect Lu Yin. Power determined everything. It seems like no one has any objections to this junior representing the heavens. Since that's the case, this junior is now officially a Daoist of the above heaven sect. At the same time, Lu Yin glanced at all the half-ancestors and raised his sword. I have the authority to represent the primogenitors in this world. Henshin exhaled. Lu Yin's words were a showdown. In the future, Lu Yin would have the authority to make decisions in the above heaven sect. Lock up Ni Huang, Xia De, Old Whitehead, Wang Si, and Xia Ji, Lu Yin said after confirming his status. Everyone was shocked. Was he going to capture 5 half-ancestors at once? Ni Huang's expression changed, as she hadn't expected Lu Yin to be so crazy. How many half-ancestors did humans have? Lu Yin, are you trying to avenge your personal grudge? Wang Si barked. Lu Yin glanced at them coldly. Everyone, please behave yourselves. Otherwise, I don't know when you'll ambush me. Daozi, the 5 half-ancestors didn't do anything to betray the human race. It's not appropriate to directly capture them, Hen Xian said. These 5 were all from the 3 Ultimates Heavenly Gate, and he knew that Ni Huang and the others were not on good terms with Lu Yin. However, he had not expected Lu Yin to directly capture them. Do you mean that it's fine as long as they threaten my safety? He had never believed that she would actually listen to him just because she had acknowledged him. It was unrealistic. If it's a threat to Daozi's safety, of course we can't let it go. Fate Maiden looked at Ni Huang and the others. Ni Huang and the others exchanged glances and prepared to strike. They would not allow themselves to be trampled on. However, before they could even make a move, the Blood Ancestor had already subdued them. Although the Blood Ancestor was unable to regain the strength of an ancestor, his strength had already surpassed that of a half-martial ancestor. He should be somewhere between the half-martial ancestor and the ancestor realm. With his sudden attack, coupled with Lu Bujing, Elder Chan, and the others, there was no way Ni Huang and the others could escape. Lu Yin, Progenitor Qin is a member of my Xia family. You've obtained Progenitor Chen's power, but you've turned against my Xia family. You will suffer retribution. Xia Ji roared. Lu Yin ignored them and instead said to the Blood Ancestor, "Thank you, Senior." When the Blood Ancestor had been about to leave, Lu Yin had sent him a transmission to ask for his help in dealing with Ni Huang and the others. It was precisely because of this that the blood ancestor had suddenly launched a sneak attack. Ni Huang and the others had not been able to react in time and had been injured. Otherwise, unless Lu Yin had used progenitor Chen's power, Earth would have been destroyed even if he had managed to capture them. The blood ancestor smiled. It's a small matter. I'm really leaving this time, and I'll help you lock these fellows up. Thank you, Senior. Lu Yin was once again grateful. Try to treat them well. After all, they've contributed to the human race over the past 20 years, the blood ancestor transmitted before he left. This was not something that could be said openly. Lu Yin understood. Hen Axian looked at Lu Yin deeply. This person's thoughts were profound, and he was indeed someone who manipulated power in this era. He had not expected the blood ancestor to stay behind and launch a sneak attack. Daozi, losing 5 half-martial ancestors in one go is a huge blow to the human domain. Lu Yin did not mind. They didn't belong here in the first place. They came here to deal with me. Don't you know that? Hen Axian did not say anything else. Lu Yin had just taken power, and the situation was still unclear. He did not believe that Lu Yin would kill Ni Huang and the others. Even if Lu Yin wanted to, Lu Buzheng and the others would not agree to it. After all, they were half-martial ancestors. This Tianmen convention ended quickly, and it was confirmed that the next Tianmen convention would be held in 1 year instead of 5 years. The next Tianmen convention would also be the 4th one, as it was considered a continuation of this one. Lu Yin had dealt with the Eternals and imprisoned 5 half-martial ancestors, which had brought about a huge change to the human domain structure. Many of the things that had been discussed before the Tianmen convention were now null and void. This 1 year was just a buffer, and the real Tianmen convention would be held in a year's time. This year was also an opportunity for Lu Yin to resolve some matters for himself. On the ancestral tortoise's back, Lu Yin stared at the enormous above heaven sect. No one knew what he was thinking. Elder Chan walked out. The threat of the Eternals has been dealt with, so the above heaven sect doesn't necessarily have to be here. Although I don't understand the real above heaven sect, I presume that it would be much more glorious than this one. Lu Yin replied, yes, I've seen it before. Elder Chan was astonished. You've seen the real above heaven sect? Right, when you traveled through spacetime. Lu Yin nodded and looked in the direction of the innerverse. Without the sky pillar, the above heaven sect is no longer there. One day, when the sky pillar at the entrance of the Starfall Sea is retrieved, the above heaven sect will truly appear. I can only count on you. I believe that you can do it. Elder Chan sighed. Lu Yin looked at him. Senior, how much do you know about the Lu family? Elder Chan was puzzled. Why do you ask? Lu Yin replied, since Senior's 3 sons' ancestor was angered by the Lu family, why did you have a grudge against me because of my status in the Lu family? Was it because the Lu family gave up on the 5th mainland? Did they move the mother tree away? Elder Chan looked at the above heaven sect that was still under construction. How much do you know? I saw some things when I traveled through spacetime, but I didn't pay much attention to them. Now that I've seen Senior, I've figured out some things. What things? Elder Chan was curious. Lu Yin thought about it. The process of the Lu family giving up on the 5th mainland. Elder Chan's eyes widened. You saw it too. Lu Yin and Elder Chan exchanged glances. There was also a youth. Elder Chan was stunned and then laughed. That's right, that youth was me. You should have seen 2 other people besides me. More accurately, one was a human and the other an ancient god, Lu Yin answered. Elder Chan had a complicated expression. Yes, an ancient god and a direct descendant of the Lu family. Since you guessed that the youth was me, then you should understand why I had a grudge against you from the start. The Lu family is responsible and willing to take on the responsibility of resisting the Eternals, even if it means being cursed by the fifth mainland. But at the same time, he paused and stared at Lu Yin. The Lu family also has a traitor. Every large family has more than one direct descendant, and the Lu family is the same. I didn't know which side you belonged to at first, especially when you united the innerverse and outerverse and displayed great ambition. From what I can see, this ambition is different from that of a pure Lu family member. Although the Lu family controls the fifth mainland, they rely on their strength and not their methods. So Senior suspects that I'm related to the Lu family's traitor? Lu Yin asked. Elder Chan did not deny it. The four-way scales exiled the Lu family, but you went to the fifth mainland. Why? How could the four-way scales let you go? Your existence might cause chaos in the cosmic tree realm, which is a good thing for the Eternals. That makes it even more likely that you're a descendant of the Lu family's traitor. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. Yes, I'm not like a pure Lu family member who's good at playing tricks. My existence might cause internal strife, so what am I if not a traitor? Elder Chan sighed. Of course, these are all just suspicions. When you took over the war against the astral beast domain, these suspicions diminished. If you really were a traitor, then there would be no need for you to do such a thing. I support you not only because you care about humanity, but also because traitors would never do such a thing. Lu Yin understood. Senior, have you never suspected that I might have taken over the war against the astral beast domain just for you to see? I did, but everything is under control. So what if you unify the innerverse and outerverse? So what if you unify the neoverse? I'm confident that I can suppress everything. Lu Yin nodded. 3 Yang's ancestral qi. With Senior's strength, you can fight against the 12 Elysium sect masters from the above heavens era. Suppressing me would be easy. That was in the past, but it can't be suppressed now. Elder Chan smiled bitterly. If you really are a descendant of the Lu family's traitor and have reached this point, then this is the fate of humanity. No one can stop it. Lu Yin smiled. But I'm not a traitor. Elder Chan laughed. That's why it's a blessing for humanity, ha ha ha. What's so funny? Kuei Luo came over curiously. Lu Yin replied, Elder Chan is telling me a joke. Him. Kuei Luo was puzzled and looked at Lu Yin with disdain. You're too old to tell jokes. Don't laugh until you lose your teeth. Elder Chan glared at Kuei Luo. Watch your words. Don't get slapped one day. Kuei Luo sneered. The one who can slap me hasn't been born yet. It looks like you want to test my 3 Yang's ancestral qi. Old thing, I think you're getting ahead of yourself. Lu Yin smiled as he watched the two bicker. With the threat of the Eternals removed, Elder Chan was in a particularly good mood and seemed to be in high spirits. Senior, if the new void corridor is reconnected, you might be able to attempt to break through. Elder Chan was stunned, and his eyes lit up. That's right, I'll try. I've had too many things to worry about in the past, but I've left them all to you. It's time for me to do my own things. Kuei Luo raised his head. Compete. This old man will definitely break through before you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2109. Elder Chan was disdainful. I'd rather believe that Lu Kid broke through before me. He then looked at Lu Yin strangely. You can't really be faster than us, right? Lu Yin rolled his eyes. I'm not that fast. If anyone's faster, it should be senior brother Qing Ping. Elder Chan sighed. Yes, Qing Ping will be very fast. Kuei Luo grinned. Where did this monster come from? An emissary can fight a half-ancestor alone. When he becomes a half-ancestor, Han Axayan and the others might not be his match. Definitely not. Lu Yin was certain. Although Han Axayan and the other leaders of the 12 Elysian Gates were powerful and were peak half-ancestors, Lu Yin was confident that he could fight them when he became a half-ancestor. No, he didn't even need to become a half-ancestor to be able to fight them. Senior brother Qing Ping's talent was not below his own, and he had also been acknowledged by Mr. Mu. Lu Yin was looking forward to seeing how strong Qing Ping would become once he became a half-ancestor. Unfortunately, the astral source universe had been devoured, so it was impossible for senior brother Qing Ping to become a half-ancestor. Elder Chan left, but before he left, he told Lu Yin that the 4 cauldrons had been placed in the above heaven sect. Lu Yin was delighted, as he was only 4 cauldrons away from completing the 9 yang cauldron transformation. He had wanted to search for more cauldrons, but he hadn't expected to find all of them. Where's Lan Xian? Is she here? Lu Yin asked Kuei Luo. He had asked Kuei Luo to bring Lan Xian here before meeting with Elder Chan. Kuei Luo cackled. She's here. I personally went to invite her. That old brat 9 luminaries wouldn't dare refuse. He then winked at Lu Yin. You've really taken a fancy to that girl. You have good taste. Although she's older than you, cultivators don't care about age. She's full of life. Don't think too much. I just have some things to discuss with her. Lu Yin chased Kuei Luo away as Lan Xian walked over from a distance. She looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. She hadn't met Lu Yin many times, but she had always been shocked. This time was even more terrifying. He was clearly an emissary whose power level was inferior to hers, but he had leaped above her. She suddenly felt a little guilty. Lu Yin looked at Lan Xian and calmly said, "Hand over my blood." Lan Xian was confused. What blood? Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he stared at her. The blood on the pillar in the main hall. Lan Xian shook her head. I didn't take it. Lu Yin frowned. I've already captured all 5 of Enai Huang's half-progenitors, so I have nothing to worry about. So what if there's one less half-progenitor? To be frank, the 5th mainland can do without any of you, as I alone can suppress it. I'll give you one more chance, hand over my blood. Lan Xian stared at Lu Yin, and she did not doubt his determination. I can't. I'll use it. Lu Yin was confused. What do you mean? He had always been curious as to why Lan Xian had been eyeing his blood. Not only his, but also Chu Yuan's and Hulua Mavis's blood. What exactly was this woman planning? Even the 9 luminaries didn't seem to know about it. Lan Xian muttered to herself for a moment and then clenched her teeth. I did. I've been trying to extract the blood of powerhouses for a long time now, because there are too many family inheritances that require blood to pass down their power. You should know that some people don't easily give birth to children, because the higher their cultivation, the more powerful their children's innate talents will be. They might even be born with cultivation. Lu Yin stared blankly at Lan Xian, looking into her eyes. Lan Xian calmly met his gaze, her gaze calm. I have to say that your words are very convincing. You must have thought about it for a long time. She did not doubt that Lu Yin had the power to instantly kill her, just like how he had instantly killed the 12 eternal marquises. Helpless, she could only say, what if I tell you and you don't believe me? That's your problem. If you want me to believe you, then you can live. If I don't, then you can only die, Lu Yin shouted, shaking Lan Xian's mind. Lan Xian had never thought that she would encounter such a situation. She was a half-ancestor, and even if the 9 luminaries interrogated her, she could still use her previous excuses to evade him. Who could force her to tell the truth? She had not expected to run into Lu Yin. If she had known, then she would not have provoked him. Not only had she helped him so many times for nothing, but she had also lost her secret in the end. Blood refinement technique. Lan Xian weakly opened her mouth and uttered these 3 words. Lu Yin did not understand. What's this blood refinement technique? Lan Xian helplessly put her veil back on. This is something I didn't have when I was young. It's a very mystical technique that can extract some of the master's bloodline's power from blood. Lu Yin frowned. There was such a technique. No matter how he thought about it, it was too strange. He stared at Lan Xian. Believe. Not believe. We're already at this point, so I have no reason to lie to you, Lan Xian said weakly. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. What's the use of extracting the master's bloodline's power? In battle, it can save my life at critical moments, Lan Xian replied. Lu Yin did not believe her. I'm just a mere emissary. Even if I let you borrow the power of the general appointing platform, what's the use? Of course it's useless, but the general appointing platform isn't the only thing related to your Lu family's bloodline inheritance. Your power is incomparably great, and if I can extract this power and use it with my own strength, I can defeat opponents who far surpass me. There's also the power of Zhelan from Sky Zhelan's bloodline inheritance that I can use, Lan Xian said. She was afraid that Lu Yin would not believe her, so she took out a drop of blood from her cosmic ring and gritted her teeth. This was something that she had obtained from Sky Zhelan after much difficulty, and even the 9 luminaries did not know about it. Look carefully. Lan Xian stared at the drop of blood in front of her and raised both hands. Her slender, snow-white fingers wrapped around the drop of blood, causing it to vaporize and reveal a blue halo. Lu Yin's pupils turned into runes as he stared at the blue halo. There was no mistaking it, it was Zhelan's power. This woman had not lied to him, she really could extract power from blood. It was too strange. The blue halo only lasted for a few breaths before disappearing. Lan Xian said tiredly, the blood refinement technique isn't easy to cultivate, and it's even harder to use it. The power extracted from blood is also not fixed, so you might not be able to extract anything at all. Sky Zhelan comes from the legendary Zhelan family, and their bloodline inheritance is powerful. She was also a direct descendant of the above heaven era, which is why she was able to extract it. Where did you get this technique from? Lu Yin was curious. Lan Xian bitterly replied, I obtained it by accident in the Mara River. Endless Milky Way. Lu Yin was astonished. Lan Xian nodded. That's what your 5th mainland calls it. In our 6th mainland, it's called the Mara River. The so-called Mara River was the waterfall that flowed upstream from the Starfall Sea, and it led from the 5th mainland to the 6th mainland. That waterfall was actually connected to the Starfall Sea, which meant that this blood refinement technique could have flowed upstream from the Starfall Sea and been obtained by Lan Xian. This was not impossible, as all sorts of strange things would appear in the Starfall Sea all year round. Some came from the 6th mainland, some came from the astral tree domain, and some even came from ancient times that had been washed away by the river. Undying Yushan and Undying Zishan had ventured into the Starfall Sea for this very reason. Every year, countless people would head there in search of treasures. Lu Yin sighed in amazement. There are too many strange techniques in the universe. Your blood refinement technique is very mystical. Lan Xian looked at Lu Yin. You don't need to learn it. Your Lu family's inheritance is the best, and the power of other people's bloodlines won't be of much help to you. That's true, but it might be useful in the future, Lu Yin said. His meaning was clear, he had taken a liking to this blood refinement technique. Lan Xian shook her head. I can teach you if you want, but you really won't need it. Lu Yin stopped fusing with Sirius Chen's power and looked at Lan Xian. Is my blood really that tempting to you? It's enough to make you help me time and time again, even at the risk of being seen through by the 9 lights. That explanation just now was a little forced. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 21:10. Seeing that Lu Ying didn't believe her, Lan Xian could only explain, once the blood refinement technique is cultivated to great success, you can swap out your own blood. Lu Ying was shocked, as this was Lan Xian's main goal. No matter how powerful the Lu family's blood was, it wasn't worth it for her to go to such lengths. However, if she could swap out her own blood with the Lu family's, she might be able to obtain the enlightened general platform innate gift, which was the greatest attraction to her. Not only that, but if I change my blood, I'll be reborn, and I can attempt to break through the 3 stages again. It won't be as difficult as breaking through the 3 stages as an enlighter, which means that as a half-ancestor, breaking through the 3 stages will be easy, Lan Xian explained. Since she had already said this much, she might as well tell him everything. Since Lu Ying wanted to learn the blood refinement technique, she would increase its value, which would increase her own value. Lan Xian had succeeded, and Lu Ying was now very tempted. It wasn't that he wanted to change his blood, but rather that this technique could help some people. In the future, this technique might even come in handy. There were many times when Lu Ying liked to be prepared when doing things, and this technique could be used as a form of preparation. One day later, Lu Ying opened his eyes and looked at his hands. He now knew how to cultivate the blood refinement technique, but just as Lan Xian had said, it wasn't easy to cultivate and required time. Coincidentally, time was exactly what he didn't lack. However, now wasn't the time to cultivate, as he still needed to slowly refine the 4 cauldrons. There were some people he needed to meet. Silver grinned as he walked over, his signature foxy smile sinister no matter how one looked at it. Sometimes, I really want to beat you up until you cry, Lu Ying said indifferently. Silver shrugged. Captain, I'm one of your people. You don't have to be so heartless. Lu Ying looked at him. I'll give you a chance to tell me what I want to know, or you won't get another chance. He now had the confidence to say this to anyone. Silver's eyes widened, and he met Lu Ying's gaze. His eyes were still smiling, but there was a bone-chilling coldness hidden within. Captain, have you heard of bone grafters? Lu Ying frowned, as this was another name he hadn't heard of. As one's cultivation and status increased, one's knowledge would increase as well. Before this, Elder Chan couldn't have told Lu Ying about the meeting between the Lu family's direct descendant and the ancient god. Lan Xian couldn't have told him about the blood refinement technique, and Silver couldn't have told him about bone grafters. People can only rely on themselves. The higher they go, the further they can see. Speak clearly, Lu Ying said. Silver scratched his head. Bone grafters are a tribe that has been extinct for a long time. I'm the last bone grafter. Our tribe is very special. We can continuously replace our bones and use the bones of powerhouses to regenerate our bodies. Lu Ying was shocked, there was such a thing. No matter what kind of creature it is, they cultivate from the outside to the inside, from the weak to the strong. But we're different. We choose the bones of the strong from the beginning and choose suitable ones to change into. How should I put it? It's like changing clothes and changing into the bones of the strong. We'll become stronger because of the bones. As for the body, it doesn't matter if it's meaningful or not, Silver said with a smile. Lu Ying quietly listened to him as he learned about a strange race. Before I met Captain, I was already a hunter. At the same time, I had also selected the skeleton of a half-ancestor from the Daosaur sex era. During the struggle for the Star Tower in the Mountain and Sea Realm, I switched to that skeleton, but it seems that I still can't keep up with Captain's rate of improvement. Thus, I can only keep changing my skeleton, Silver explained. Because the bones I replaced all belong to the Spectre race, it is only natural that I am also a member of the Spectre race. However, I am different from the other Spectre race members. I don't have a sense of belonging. Lu Yin looked at Silver deeply. That's why you were able to betray the Neo-Human Alliance, the Spectre race, and Jue without hesitation. It's because you can be a Spectre race member, but you can also be a member of another race. Silver smiled. That's right. Perhaps one day, I'll discover the skeleton of a powerhouse from the Lu family. At that time, Captain and I will be from the same clan. Lu Yin suddenly reached out and grabbed Silver's neck. He exerted force, and with a crack, Silver's neck was broken. His head tilted to one side and hung from his neck like a piece of dead meat. Silver's gaze was sluggish, and there was no color in his eyes. Only the smile remained on his face. However, in his current state, that smile became more and more horrifying, as if it was the smile of a dead person. Lu Yin pulled his hand back and looked at Silver. Silver's neck moved, and his arm moved. He then raised his hand to straighten his head, and with a crack, he reattached it. His smile became even more brilliant. Do you believe me now, Captain? Not only had Lu Yin broken Silver's neck, but he had also used his tyrannical strength to destroy all of Silver's meridians. A normal cultivator would have been crippled, but Silver didn't seem to feel anything. His body was like a piece of clothing. I really do want to kill you, Lu Yin said calmly. Silver sighed. I know that when others find out that I'm a bone grafter, their first reaction is to exterminate me. It's not your fault, Captain. This is the fate of our clan. Lu Yin deeply felt how terrifying bone grafters were. They could rely on the bones of dead people to grow and cultivate, which was extremely terrifying. A normal cultivator would be fine, but if they had the bones of a half-ancestor like Silver, they could directly fight against Chu Yuan and the other Dao disciples. If Silver obtained the bones of a progenitor, or even the bones of extreme powerhouses from the 3 realms and 6 Daos, he could directly create an absolute powerhouse. Captain, actually, outsiders have misunderstood us. We can rely on our bones to become stronger, but when have we ever been able to obtain the bones of those extremely strong experts? The bones of the ancestor realm are not something that we can touch. Outsiders think too deeply of us. Silver was somewhat helpless and also somewhat aggrieved. Lu Yin sneered. Ever since we met on Earth, you've changed the most. I've been on the brink of death several times to reach my current accomplishments, but you only need a skeleton. But a skeleton is the rarest, isn't it? The skeleton I'm using now is the strongest I can get. Even so, it takes a lot of effort to use it. Even if you gave me a progenitor's skeleton, I wouldn't be able to use it, Silver said. Lu Yin understood why this so-called bone grafter clan had been exterminated. It wasn't just because of the way they cultivated, but also because of their identity. Silver had become a member of the Spectre clan by using the bones of a powerhouse from the Spectre clan. Then, wouldn't Lu Yin become a member of the Lu family if he used the bones of a powerhouse from the Lu family? Although he didn't have the Lu family's bloodline, his bones were still considered. He suddenly found it funny. Lan Xian knew about the blood refinement technique, and Silver knew about bone grafters. Blood and bones were both complete. Wait, this blood refinement technique is so compatible with bone grafters. Could they be a complete set? Lu Yin looked at Silver strangely. His gaze made Silver feel uncomfortable, as he had always been the only one who felt uncomfortable when looking at others. What do you plan to do with me, Captain? Silver asked, maintaining his smile. Lu Yin looked at him. What do you want me to do with you? Silver replied, there's something I've always forgotten to tell you. Actually, back in the Eternal Kingdom, the witch spirit god had originally planned to transform you into a corpse king, but I suggested that you become a specter first. Otherwise, the order will change. Lu Yin was astonished. Was there such a thing? When you absorbed too much death energy, your eyes didn't change like ours. I also asked the witch spirit god to remove his suspicions about you and told you that we were going to progenitor Chen's tomb. Otherwise, how would you have left the eternal kingdom? Silver beamed. Lu Yin smiled. So you're saying that I owe you a favor? Silver replied, I just want to tell you that we have never been enemies. We weren't enemies in the past, and we won't be in the future. Lu Yin waved for Silver to leave. Silver was a threat, and Lu Yin did not believe his words. Whether or not they were enemies would depend on the situation in the future. However, even if they were enemies, Lu Yin did not care. Silver had the unique innate gift of being a bone grafter, while Lu Xiaoguo was a scheming person. There was also a genius like Chu Yuan. Life would be too boring without some opponents. For the time being, Lu Yin did not plan to touch these people. Since the birth of humanity, there had been all kinds of people. No matter what these people were like, they were still humans. As long as there was no great enmity between them, Lu Yin did not want to kill them. However, if necessary, he would not hesitate to act. For example, he would not let people like Wang Xi and Xia Ji off. Even if they were progenitors, he would not let them off, let alone half-ancestors. Not long after, the wireless goose started moving. The other end came from Elder Gong. Your strength comes from the serious art. Elder Gong sounded very certain. Lu Yin did not deny it. That's right. In the Neoverse, Elder Gong was excited. As expected, Progenitor Chen left behind a power that is not inferior to the symbol progenitors. It really is the serious art. It's that diagram. How is your cultivation of the serious art progressing? Lu Yin answered honestly, it has reached the peak of the 5th level, and I'm currently cultivating the 6th level. Cultivate as soon as possible. The higher your cultivation realm, the better you will be able to use the power that Progenitor Chen left behind. With Progenitor Chen's unparalleled battle prowess, this power should be enough to ensure the safety of the 5th mainland. Lu Yin replied, I understand. If there's nothing else, I still need to meet someone. Wait, Elder Gong hurriedly replied. When can you return the diagram to the serious sect? Also, you haven't used up all of the power that Progenitor Chen left behind, have you? Elder Gong did not know what kind of power Progenitor Chen had left behind, but no matter what kind of power it was, there would always be a time when it would be used up. For example, the symbol progenitor's power had been used up to deal with the 6th mainland's invasion. Otherwise, not only would the mind web have appeared 20 years ago, but there would also be rune lines. Lu Yin thought about it. I don't know how much power Progenitor Chen left behind, but don't worry, Senior. I will use this power in the right way and use it to its fullest potential. As for the diagram, I might have to wait until I cultivate to a higher realm before I can retrieve it. Elder Gong sighed, as this was the only way. Even when Lu Yin had been an enlighter, they had not been able to retrieve the diagram, let alone now. Do your best to ensure your own safety. I understand, Lu Yin replied and ended the call. He then took a step forward and headed for outer space. Fate's daughter had arrived. After the Tianmen convention ended, the various leaders left one after another. Lu Yin had originally planned to discuss with Lu Bujing and the others before looking for Fate's daughter to discuss the matter of Big Sis. Fate's daughter was too strange, and he did not want to meet her without understanding her. However, he had not expected her to suddenly appear. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2111. Outside Earth, there was a floating meteorite in space. Fate Maiden stood on it and looked at Earth with a strange expression. Lu Yin walked out. Fate Maiden looked at Lu Yin. To an outsider, she was still a white cloud, but from Lu Yin's perspective, he could see her true appearance. You were looking for me, Daozi. The Lady of Fate looked at Luyin and spoke slowly. Luyin politely asked, how did you know? I'm the successor of Fate. Fate Maiden smiled. She was clearly a cute little girl, but her gaze was so deep that it was as if she could see through the world. Luyin stared into her eyes. Why did you choose me? Fate Maiden shook her head. It wasn't my choice. You fought for it yourself. No matter who becomes the Daozi, I will help them. And the reason? Fate's choice. What did Fate choose? The future. Luyin's eyes went wide. You can see the future. He wouldn't have believed it in the past, but now that he had traveled through time, there was nothing to doubt. Fate could divine a person's future, and it was likely related to time. If she could see the past, then she could see the future as well. Fate Maiden shook her head. Fate can, but I can't. Luyin replied, back then, the Starsabil sect did a divination and said that a great calamity would befall the human race. They asked me to protect them during that calamity. Someone called Xianzhou used the mystic heavenly mirror to divine me and said that I was an inauspicious person. Anyone who follows me will not have a good ending. Who should I believe in? Fate Maiden smiled. Both results are the same. Why choose? Luyin was astonished. Same results. One wants me to protect them, which is equivalent to following me. The other says that I'm an inauspicious person and cannot follow me. How can the results be the same? Fate Maiden asked, what if the timing of these two outcomes is different? What do you mean? Xianzhou said that you're an inauspicious person, but he didn't say that you won't be able to resolve the calamity. The Starsabil sect wants you to protect them, but they didn't say at the beginning of the calamity, much less when you're still an inauspicious person. Luyin understood. You're saying that the Starsabil sect's divination results are much later than Xianzhou's? Perhaps. They have their ways, and I have mine. Even if Fate is here, her divination methods and results may not be the same. Luyin pursed his lips. Then I definitely believe in Fate. Destiny's daughter laughed. But I'm the one helping you right now. He looked at her seriously. I want to hear the truth. Why are you helping Daozi? The Lady of Destiny said, the results of the divination. What's the outcome? Luyin was curious. The Lady of Fate's expression was solemn. For the past 20 years, I have constantly divined the future of humanity. One of the results was that the ancestral sword will walk on behalf of the heavens. Luyin's expression changed. The meaning of this sentence is very simple. Whoever has the primogenitor's sword can walk on behalf of the heavens, and the primogenitor's sword will only appear in the hands of a Daoist, the Lady of Fate explained. Luyin exhaled. These people's words were getting more and more mysterious. He couldn't ask the Fate Lady to think of a way to convince him like he had with Lan Xian. She was a Fate Lady, and no matter who died, she probably wouldn't die. He could use Progenitor Chen's power to kill her, but what would be the point? The Lady of Fate was helping him. Senior. Don't call me Senior. Just call me Destiny's daughter. Luyin nodded. Destiny's daughter, what's going on with Big Sis? This was the main reason why he had sought her out. 20 years ago, Big Sis had been captured and forcefully taken in as a disciple. The Lady of Fate had to explain this. The Lady of Fate wasn't surprised that Luyin would ask this. Do you know Lei Qingqing? Of course. Did you know that she often changes her appearance? It's related to her cultivation technique, Luyin said. This was what Heizage Lian and Big Sis had always explained to the outside world. Of course, he now knew that it had nothing to do with her cultivation technique. The Lady of Fate shook her head. It has nothing to do with her cultivation technique, but it can also be explained as a side effect of cultivating too many techniques. We call this side effect the 100 transformations. Luine was shocked and blurted out, "The 100 transformations netherworld?" The Lady of Fate smiled. That's right. She was the 100 transformations netherworld from back then. Luine was even more shocked than when he had seen the primogenitor's sword. Big Sis was the legendary 100 transformations netherworld. People of this era didn't know much about the netherworld progenitor, but what they did know was enough to know how terrifying the netherworld progenitor was. Not only was he the ancestor of the Yu family, but he was also from the same era as the Grim Reaper and Destiny. When he had visited the Yu family had said that if it weren't for the Yo word, they wouldn't have believed that the netherworld progenitor existed. The undying scripture might have come from the netherworld progenitor. Luine had asked the Starsibil sect to perform a divination, but he had divined that the netherworld progenitor was Undying Yushan. Undying Yushan, the undying scripture, the Yo word, the netherworld progenitor, and the gaze that had been staring at the Yu family. All of these together were shocking, but Luine had never imagined that all of this would be related to Big Sis. Ever since Big Sis had been picked up by Heizage Lian, she had constantly changed. No one could explain this phenomenon, and no one had ever thought that it was related to the 100 transformations netherworld. Is she really the netherworld progenitor? Luine asked again, looking at Destiny's daughter in disbelief. Destiny's daughter replied, "When I arrived in this era, the first person I looked for was her. The netherworld progenitor is of the same generation as the Grim Reaper and Fate. She collected countless techniques and turned them into the demonic scripture, which is all-encompassing. If the martial ancestor created the martial steels to teach humans how to use weapons, then the demonic scripture contains all sorts of strange and even evil techniques. Why are you looking for her?" Luine asked. Destiny's daughter replied, "She's been accepted as a disciple." "Doesn't the Daozi know about it? Didn't you say that the demonic scripture contains evil techniques?" "I thought you wanted to deal with Big Sis," Luine said. Destiny's daughter smiled. "Since the primogenitor allowed the netherworld progenitor to exist, it means that she hasn't done anything outrageous. Why would I want to deal with her? She's an ancient progenitor, so wouldn't it be better to take her as a disciple? If she recovers one day, I'll have profited." Luine sighed in amazement. This was fate, a good investment. How did the netherworld progenitor become Big Sis? "I don't know. Before I was frozen, the netherworld progenitor was still the netherworld progenitor." "So you won't do anything to her?" Luine stared at Destiny's daughter. Destiny's daughter replied, "Does the Daozi not trust me? In any case, I've already accepted her as a disciple, so she's free to go wherever she wants. I won't care." Luine suddenly thought of something. "Do you know the Yu family's ancestor? I think there was such a person, but he hadn't become a progenitor in our era. He was only a half-step progenitor. It was normal for the era to be different, as it was impossible for all the progenitors that Luine knew of to have become progenitors in their era." "What about Su Wangtian?" Luine asked again. Destiny's daughter was astonished. "He's a progenitor, and he's not an ordinary one. However, fate said that he's a little crafty." Luine looked at her. "You should know the mysterious sky mirror." Destiny's daughter smiled and winked slyly. "If I say yes, does that mean that the Starsibil sect is part of the Fate bloodline?" Luine didn't deny it, as that was exactly what he thought. He had investigated the Starsibil sect's origins before, but he hadn't been able to find anything. They were too mysterious. Starsibil had once said that she didn't believe in fate, and if that was true, then they had nothing to do with fate. However, Xianzhou had asked her for Fate's An, which was something that belonged to fate. Why would Xianzhou want it? He only knew the mysterious sky mirror, so there was only one possibility: the mysterious sky mirror was related to fate. Now that he had returned, Starsibil had appeared behind Destiny's daughter, so Lu Yin couldn't help but think that way. The Starsabil sect might be the disciples of fate. Daozi, there are some things that you need to investigate yourself. I can't tell you everything, especially when it comes to fate. Only the things that you investigate yourself can involve fate. Lu Yin's lips curled up. I don't want to involve fate, but I do need your help in divining a person. Undying Yushan. Destiny's daughter asked directly. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Starsabil told you that. I've been investigating you over the past 2 days. The Starsabil sect now belongs to me, so whatever they know is also known to me. I know everything that you've divined through the Starsabil sect. So you should know how shocked I was when I found out that Big Sis was the multiform netherworld. The undying scripture indeed came from the demonic scripture, and the demonic scripture was created by the netherworld ancestor. However, so many years have passed, and no one knows what happened to the demonic scripture. Fate isn't omnipotent, and undying Yushan has remained hidden to this day. All traces of his appearance on Earth have disappeared, and it's very difficult for me to find him. Lu Yin's head hurt. Even Destiny's daughter found it difficult to find undying Yushan. Just what was he trying to do? Furthermore, there were traces of him on Earth. Since Destiny's daughter had said that all traces of him had been erased, then that meant that all traces of him on Earth had disappeared as well. Lu Yin had instructed Wang Wen to secretly send people to keep an eye on Earth, but even all traces of him had been erased. Undying Yushan was quite capable. Even Han Xian had been tricked by Wang Wen and Wei Rong, but undying Yushan had managed to slip away. Dai Ao and the rest had not joined the Three Ultimates Heaven's Gate after the 10-person wager. With Han Xian's cautiousness, anyone who joined the Three Ultimates Heaven's Gate after the wager, no matter how talented they were, would not be able to represent them in battle without passing the test. However, Dai Ao and the rest had joined the Three Ultimates Heaven's Gate from the very beginning. This was especially true for Ji Su, who had been one of the first to join the Three Ultimates Heaven's Gate when it had first been established. He had also been a spy that Wei Rong had tossed to the Three Ultimates Heaven's Gate. Unexpectedly, he had coincidentally been chosen by Han Xian to join the 10-person team. Lu Daozi, do you have any other questions? Destiny's daughter asked. Lu Yin raised a finger. Help me divine a word, a person, and an item. Destiny's daughter laughed. Do you think that my divination is easy? At least it's easier than the Starsabil sects. I mainly want to see what abilities the successor of Destiny has, Lu Yin said. Destiny's daughter shook her head. Divination is not easy. Furthermore, with your status, asking for a divination is definitely not an easy task. Forgive me for not being able to agree. Then, can you at least tell me what exactly Fate's End is? Lu Yin asked. He did not expect Destiny's daughter to agree so easily. What he wanted to divine was naturally not something simple. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 21:12. She looked at Lu Yin with a burning gaze. That's just a power vessel that fate cultivates. I've seen it before I was sealed, and it's not that rare. However, it can be used to interact with fate. I heard that Lu Daozi has collected quite a bit of Fate's End. Do you want to interact with fate? Where's fate? Lu Yin asked. She smiled bitterly. How could I know where fate is? If Lu Daozi is willing, you can give me the Fate's End. Once I gather all of it, I might be able to calculate fate's whereabouts. Of course, I might not succeed. How could he give her the Fate's End? Even if Lu Yin was willing, he couldn't give it to her. The specks of Fate's End surrounded by the 2 commas were the disintegrated Fate's End. He panicked a little when he thought about it. Would she be able to tell that he had disintegrated the Fate's End? She made it sound easy, but how could something that could interact with fate be simple? Perhaps this thing was fate's most precious power vessel. Actually, he couldn't be blamed, as he had been stabbed by a sword. He didn't have the ability to disintegrate the fates and... Wait, he thought about his dies enhance. He didn't seem to be able to do it, so he quickly told her to leave. After she left, the person Lu Yin had been waiting for arrived, Zhao Ran. After 20 years, he had gone into seclusion to cultivate as soon as he returned. There were many things to deal with and many people to meet, and Zhao Ran was definitely one of the most important people. Your Highness, you're back. Zhao Ran was happy to see Lu Yin, but she also felt a little wronged. Without you, there's no one to drink the flower tea. She took out a dark green cup from her cosmic ring. There was a plant that looked like a centipede inside, but it was unknown what it was. She handed it to Lu Yin as if she was presenting a treasure. Your Highness, I prepared this especially for you. Lu Yin's mouth twitched, and he looked at her expectant gaze. He couldn't bear to reject her, but he still put it down. Zhao Ran, do you still remember me? Zhao Ran happily replied, yes, Your Highness was the one who took me in. Every once in a while, I would look at my gadget and jade to record my memories. Your Highness is the best to me. Then, do you remember someone called Ku Jie? Zhao Ran was confused. Zhao Ran was confused. What do you mean? Lu Yin looked at Zhao Ran. Her gaze was magnanimous, but there was also a hint of confusion and bewilderment. It was exactly the same as the symptoms of amnesia. Ah, Your Highness, the flower tea is getting cold. It won't taste good when it's cold. Lu Yin's brows twitched, and he looked around to see that there was no one around to share his burden. He picked up the tea again, and his pupils couldn't help but transform into runes to take a closer look. When he saw that there were no rune lines, he heaved a sigh of relief. There wasn't a living creature inside, but rather a creature made up of tea leaves that looked like a centipede. This brat always made her tea terrifying. Withered Ancestor had experienced this before. Under Zhao Ran's expectant gaze, he finally took a sip. The taste was even better than before, with a faint bitterness and an indescribable taste that made him feel refreshed. Delicious. Zhao Ran was overjoyed. Thank you, Your Highness. Your Highness, I've researched many types of flower teas. Would you like some? I'll prepare them right away. She then ran off without waiting for Lu Yin's reply. No matter how much time had passed, Zhao Ran was exactly the same as when Lu Yin had first met her 20 years ago. She had nothing on her mind, and she only wanted to brew tea. She had even forgotten to hand over the gifts that others had sent her. Lu Yin shook his head. She probably didn't remember. What exactly was her relationship with Withered Ancestor? What was their relationship? And what Withered Ancestor had said, who was the person she was waiting for in her life? To be able to accompany Withered Ancestor meant that Zhao Ran's background was definitely not simple. Right, she seemed to always be able to find Xianzhou. After meeting Zhao Ran, the next person Lu Yin wanted to meet was naturally Shi Qi, the fish on top of his head. When Shi Qi saw Lu Yin, she still had an apprehensive look on her face, but she was also very happy. Lu Yin was an acquaintance of hers, and they had known each other since the beginning. Back then, her lock-breaking ability had been higher than Lu Yin's, and Lu Yin had seen the process of Shi Qi unlocking the fish when he had watched a lock-breaking video. Brother Lu, Shi Qi greeted softly as she looked at Lu Yin with bright eyes. Every time she saw him, he would change, and this time, he was even more powerful. Even half-ancestors had to listen to him. He was truly a legend of this era. Over the past 20 years, she had heard many legends about the Above Heaven sect, but she still didn't believe that anyone could surpass Lu Yin. He was a living legend, and even in the entire Above Heaven sect, he was still a legend. Paw! Yo, two-legged beast, we meet again. What, are you thinking of becoming Lord Fish's mount? Let me tell you, it's too late. The number of two-legged beasts who want to be Lord Fish's mount can fill the sky. They'll wait until you die, the fish said, its fins flapping up and down, causing Shi-Chi to feel pain. Lu-Yin was speechless. How could it still be like this? It had been a few decades, and Shi-Chi had already trained her iron head technique. Long time no see, before Lu-Yin could finish, the fish raised its tail and pointed at him. But Lord Fish likes you, and you're even a two-legged beast. It'll let you cut in line. Girl, hurry up and give up your spot. Lord Fish is now this two-legged beast's master, and you're such a disappointment that Lord Fish will die of anger. Shi-Chi panicked and hurriedly covered the fish's mouth. Lower your voice, Brother Lu will stew you if he gets angry. The fish jumped up and down, constantly slapping Shi-Chi's head. Shi-Chi's expression was gloomy, and she felt extremely wronged. Let it go. It's been so many years, and I understand it. It won't get angry, Lu-Yin smiled. Shi-Chi relaxed and apologized softly, I'm sorry, Brother Lu. It's been so many years, and its temper has gotten worse. Lu-Yin looked at the fish, and the fish stared back. Oh, isn't this the two-legged beast? We meet again. Come and pay your respects to Lord Fish. If it's in a good mood, it might even help you break through. Lu-Yin retracted his gaze. Fish's memories were short, and this despicable fish's memories were even shorter. It had forgotten what had just happened so quickly, but it still remembered that it had seen Lu-Yin. I saw a fish once. It was very big, very big. Can it be as big as one of Lord Fish's scales? The fish was proud. Lu-Yin seriously replied, of course, it's much bigger. The fish was unhappy. Two-legged beast, you haven't seen Lord Fish's true body. Let me tell you, Lord Fish can swallow the sun, moon, mountains, rivers, stars, and the universe. At its most domineering, it even bit a mother tree. What mother tree? Where did this mother tree come from? Lord Fish bit a tree. When did it? Lu-Yin's eyes flashed. That fish dared to play with a divine hawk that roamed the stars and made a scene in the progenitor's back garden. Nonsense, stupid two-legged beast. Aside from Lord Fish, who would dare play with that stupid bird? Wait, what bird? Stupid bird. Little bird. Yes, little bird. Where's that little bird? Come on, Lord Fish will kill you. Come on, if you want to catch Lord Fish will slap you to death with its tail. Come on. Shi-Chi's ears hurt from the noise, and she quickly covered the fish's mouth. Lu-Yin stared at the fish in shock. These words were similar to the battleship fish that had confronted the divine hawk in the progenitor's back garden. They were exactly the same. He had thought that this fish might be a descendant of that battleship fish, but he suddenly had a strange conjecture. It couldn't be that fish, could it? It wasn't impossible, as Chu Yuan and the others had also come from the above heaven era and had been unlocked. This fish had also been unlocked by Shi-Chi. If that was the case, then it should be the legendary battleship fish in the cosmic tree that could stand on the same level as the ancestral Mang divine hawk. Just thinking about it made Lu-Yin gasp. Lu-Yin hurriedly sent someone to find Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan was the only one who had been received by the progenitor, so he should have seen this fish. Lu-Yin had originally sympathized with Shi-Chi when he saw the fish crazily slap her, but she had endured it for decades. Could it be that she couldn't get rid of the fish? That might not be the case, but it was also possible that she wasn't willing to give up. When he thought about this, Lu-Yin looked at Shi-Chi seriously. Because he had improved so quickly, he hadn't realized that Shi-Chi had become an enlighter. Although her progress was slow compared to his, how many youths in the fifth mainland had reached the enlighter realm? 20 years ago, only the 10 arbiters had reached that level. Although there had been more 20 years later, this was still a threshold that only a few could cross. Shi-Chi wasn't good at fighting, and her cultivation talent wasn't that outstanding, but she had still reached the enlightened realm. Lu-Yin didn't believe that this had nothing to do with the fish. Otherwise, only an idiot would be able to endure being bullied and slapped by a fish for decades. No normal person would be able to stand it. Shi-Chi, what did it promise you? Why did you stay by its side for so many years? Lu-Yin asked whatever came to his mind, and it was up to Shi-Chi whether she answered or not. He was just curious and didn't have any designs on the fish. Even if this fish really was the battleship fish from the progenitor's back garden, it had nothing to do with him. Shi-Chi felt wronged. It's teaching me how to become a progenitor. Lu-Yin was speechless. You believe it? The fish glanced at Lu-Yin. What do you mean, two-legged beast? You don't believe Lord Fish. You're not convinced because Lord Fish didn't show you some of its skills. Fine, fine, fine. Just you wait, just you wait. Lu-Yin thought that the fish would do something else, and he subconsciously used the Aeon evolution scripture, but the fish didn't do anything. Shi-Chi whispered, I believe it. The president said that with my innate talent, it's not difficult to lock break, but it's very difficult to increase my cultivation. It'll take me at least 100 years to reach the enlightened realm, and that's under the premise that I have sufficient resources. However, it helped me by pointing out my flaws in my cultivation. That's why I'm able to reach the enlightened realm now. That's why I believe it. Lu-Yin nodded. It seemed that this fish was Shi-Chi's path, and it was fate that she had been able to unlock it. As he listened to the fish god ramble on, Chu Yuan arrived. He hadn't followed Hen Axian back to the Three Ultimates Elysium, as he himself wasn't a member of the sect. They had merely cooperated. Now that his goal had failed, there was no need for him to stay together. Thus, he hadn't left the solar system until now. When he heard that Lu-Yin wanted to meet him, he immediately rushed over. In fact, he had also wanted to meet Lu-Yin. As soon as he saw Lu-Yin, he heard a familiar voice. He would never forget this voice for the rest of his life, and it hadn't been that long since he had last heard it. Did you hear what Lord Fish said? There are 3 steps to becoming a progenitor. The first step is to become a half-progenitor, and the second step is... The fish rambled on. Shi-Chi carefully rolled her eyes. It would be great if he could become a half-progenitor. Shipperfish. Chu Yuan exclaimed and stared at Shi-Chi's head in disbelief. Shi-Chi looked at him in shock. This person was Chu Yuan. He was the most popular candidate for the Tao disciple position. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 21:13. The fish looked at Chu Yuan. What a familiar two-legged beast. Has Lord Fish seen you before? Come, pay your respects to Lord Fish. Lord Fish will teach you how to become an ancestor. Chu Yuan stared blankly at the fish. He never would have thought that he would be able to see this fish again, much less in such close proximity. You're still alive. What do you mean? Lord Cursed Fish. That's too much. Girl, beat him up. The fish slapped Shi-Chi's head. Chu Yuan stared at the fish in confusion. Was this the same fish? That fish was very big and very powerful. As for this one, although its voice was exactly the same and its tone was very annoying, making people want to cook it, it was unlikely that it was that fish. You know it? Lu-Yin asked. Chu Yuan reacted and remembered that Lu-Yin was still around. It looks like it, but it shouldn't be. Are you talking about the fish in the progenitor's back garden? Lu-Yin asked. Chu Yuan replied, didn't you see it before? Even the divine eagle couldn't do anything to it. This one definitely isn't it. Maybe it just lost its cultivation, Luin said. If Big Sis could become the multiform netherworld, why couldn't this fish be a battleship fish? Of course, that wasn't necessarily the case. Chu Yuan looked at Luin. You called me here because of it, right? It doesn't recognize me, and I don't know if it's a battleship fish. Even if it is, it seems like it can't remember its past, so it's useless to look for me. Luin let Shi-Chi leave, and as the fish's voice faded away, he asked, I'm curious why you're still in the solar system. With your strength, you don't need to become a Tao disciple. Luin laughed. You still want to be a Tao disciple? Fate supports me, so it's meaningless even if you become a Tao disciple. Chu Yuan raised his head. This is the first step in my life's perfect plan. After that, I'll be the sect master of Elysium, 9 mountains and 8 seas, and finally, I'll become a Tao master. You're thinking too much. You're indeed powerful and the strongest in your generation, but that doesn't mean that you'll definitely become an ancestor. Besides, 9 mountains and 8 seas isn't easy to obtain. Chu Yuan's eyes flashed. You've experienced it. Luin smiled. Yes, I failed. I won't fail. Chu Yuan was very confident. Luin shook his head. Perhaps. Legacies don't depend on cultivation, but even if you can become a progenitor, so can I. You'll always be below me. This isn't a perfect life. Chu Yuan clenched his fists. In the past, he had indeed planned his perfect life and was confident that he could do it. However, the person in front of him was a head above him. Even if he could do everything in his plan, with the gap between them, it was impossible for him to beat the person in front of him. It was hard for him to accept that such a monster was born in this era. Luin saw Chu Yuan's ugly expression, but he wasn't too happy about it. He had seen this sort of expression many times before, from the Astral Combat Academy's student leaders to the top 100 rankings, then the 10 arbiters, the 5 astral scions, the 4 young ancestors, and so on. Luin had seen this sort of expression many times throughout his journey. Chu Yuan's only value to him was that he had met the primogenitor during the era of the Above Heaven sect. What kind of person was the primogenitor? Luin asked. Chu Yuan left, leaving Luin with a strange expression on his face. Was the progenitor really like that? Whatever, it had nothing to do with him. Luin took out Mount Supreme and entered once more. He had originally planned to release the people inside. It was especially so for Xing Kai. Heng Xian did not even ask about it, as he probably thought that he had killed Xing Kai. However, after thinking about it for a bit, he decided not to. Other than Xing Kai, even if the others wanted to come out, they would have to wait until the Shinkong corridor was restored and they could connect to the starry sky of trees. For now, they would have to be locked up for a while. Longxi was an exception, but she didn't want to come out. Luin entered Mount Supreme and approached Longxi. He wanted to take the sapling out, but he couldn't keep it locked up for too long. When he entered Mount Supreme, he saw Longxi and the sapling. Xia Tyli was there as well. When she saw Luin, she gritted her teeth and tried to kick him, but he easily blocked her. Jump again and I'll lock you up. She glared at him. What's the difference between now and being locked up? Luin casually tossed her far away. The sapling hopped over, its branches wrapping around Lu Yin's fingers much tighter than before. It had learned its lesson. Luin hadn't taken it out the last time, so it didn't plan on letting go this time. Take it out, it's bored, Longxi said. Luin nodded. What about you? Do you want to go out? Longxi asked. What's going on outside? Luin asked. Everything stabilized. Longxi looked at him. Since you're so relaxed, does that mean the situation is in your favor? What about the Cosmic Tree Expeditionary Force? Luin thought about it and said, I captured them. Long she was shocked. She had guessed that the situation was in Lu Yin's favor and that the Cosmic Tree Expeditionary Force wasn't doing so well, but she hadn't expected them to be captured. Humanity's greatest enemy was the Eternals. Even if Lu Yin wanted to deal with the Cosmic Tree Expeditionary Force, this wasn't the right time. The threat of the Eternals has been resolved. Long she was shocked. Lu Yin nodded. For now, the fifth mainland is safe. It's a pity that the astral source universe has been devoured, and no one can solve the problem. Humanity's cultivation civilization is regressing, but fortunately, the power of the above heavens era has appeared, and time will make up for it. How do you plan on dealing with the Cosmic Tree Expeditionary Force? Long she asked. Lu Yin hadn't thought about it yet. Normally, if the Cosmic Tree Expeditionary Force wanted to kill him, he wouldn't let them go. However, the Cosmic Tree Expeditionary Force had been working with the Fifth Mainland's human domain to fight against the Eternals for the past 20 years. If they were killed, it would have a negative impact on the current situation. Others didn't care about the grudge between Lu Yin and the Cosmic Tree Expeditionary Force. They only knew that Lu Yin had killed his comrades, which was a very vile thing to do. Some people wouldn't give up on the opportunity to smear his name, as it would be detrimental to his control over the above heavens. Deep down, he didn't want to be slaughtered, but he couldn't just let it happen. The four cardinal scales had an irreconcilable enmity with the Lu family. Would Lu Yin give up on revenge just because they were on the front lines against the Eternals? Then what was his motivation to persevere? For the sake of the Fifth Mainland, the Lu family was willing to bear the infamy and defend against the Eternals, but the four cardinal scales still wanted to banish the Lu family. They had to bear this crime and pay the price. Lu Yin didn't want to be a selfless hero, but he also didn't want to be a sinner who started a civil war. This was the sorcerer god's overt scheme. He couldn't take revenge or give up. A half-ancestor can't deal with the Lu family, Long Shi said indifferently. Lu Yin looked up at Long Shi. He knew what she meant. The enmity between the four cardinal scales and the Lu family wasn't something that a mere half-ancestor could decide. Even if Anai Huang and the others insulted the Lu family's banishment had little to do with them. Lu Yin's enemies were the progenitors of the four cardinal scales. The progenitors are the main evils, but these half-ancestors and the cultivators from the four cardinal scales who insulted the Lu family are all evil. If it weren't for them, the Astral Tree Society wouldn't have attacked the Lu family, and a progenitor wouldn't have personally spread the news. The sins of these people are not small, especially Wang Xi. Lu Yin's eyes flashed with killing intent at the mention of Wang Xi. That old slut must die. Long Shi said, the four cardinal scales is determined to exterminate the Lu family. Even so, those who are loyal to the Lu family won't be slaughtered. You mean the Star Alliance? Lu Yin slapped his head. Right, he had almost forgotten. There was also the Star Alliance, which was made up of envoys who were loyal to the Lu family or hostile to the four cardinal scales. It would be a pity to kill them all, so the four cardinal scales had sent them to the front lines against the Eternals. When the Great Eastern Alliance had formed the Heavenly Sin Army, Lu Yin had thought of the Star Alliance. How could he have suddenly forgotten? If not for Long Shi's reminder, he would still be vexed. Ni Huang, Xia De, Old White Ghost, Wang Xi, and Xia Ji, a total of 5 half-progenitors. In addition to the cultivators who were loyal to the four cardinal scales, they could join the Heavenly Sin Army and become a sharp blade against the Eternals or his enemies. The Heavenly Sin Army was still the Heavenly Sin Army, and the only difference was that it used to belong to the Great Eastern Alliance. Now that the Great Eastern Alliance was gone, the Heavenly Sin Army would belong to the Above Heaven sect, and Lu Yin would still be the only one who would listen to orders. Long Shi was helpless, as she had no other choice. Compared to ancestor Ni Huang being killed by Lu Yin, it would be better to join an organization like the Star Alliance. That way, they would have a chance of survival. With the White Dragon clan's abilities, it shouldn't be a problem for them to save their ancestor in the future. Furthermore, this would give Luin a chance to avoid falling out with the White Dragon clan. From her standpoint, she didn't want Luin to fall out with the White Dragon clan. This was also a bit of her selfishness. Not long after, Luin left Mount Supreme with the sapling and went outside. The sapling was a bit nervous, and its branches tightly wrapped around Luin, refusing to let go. However, after Luin played with it for half a day, it recovered. "Where's that big tree that ran away?" Luin asked Wang Wen through wireless communication. Wang Wen checked, "It's gone. It ran away when we first moved here." Ballerer, who was guarding it, reported it, but who would care about a tree at that time? Luin shook his head. "Forget it, it ran away." There were too many strange things in the universe, and there were still many things that he didn't understand. He didn't have time to care about that big tree. The sapling looked at the ancestral turtle curiously. Luin quietly looked at the sapling, feeling happy and relaxed when he saw it. The sapling bounced around as if it was dancing, and it didn't feel tired even after playing for a long time. Luin brought it to play on the ancestral turtle's back, then to outer space, and finally to Earth. He drew out an area for the sapling to play while he went to absorb cauldron chi. It was time to absorb cauldron chi. He had gathered all 4 cauldrons, and he needed to cultivate the 9 yang cauldron transformation. Not long after Luin left, the sapling grew bored. Luin wasn't there, and neither was the big tree that could run away. It didn't know what to play, but its branches drooped down as if it was thinking about life. After a long time, the green branches suddenly rose up as if it had thought of something. It shook a bit and slowly disappeared. It didn't really disappear, but rather stepped into the astral source universe. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2114. The astral source universe was a real existence. Even if the astral source had been devoured, the universe still existed, but it lacked the astral source. After the sapling entered, it felt that something was off, as it no longer had that comfortable power. No, it did, but it was too far away. Since it was bored, it had to get it no matter how far away it was. On the other side, Luin saw 4 cauldrons under Lu Bujing's guidance. The Tao Source sect collapsed, and the 4 cauldrons were scattered everywhere. However, with the establishment of the above the heavens, these 4 cauldrons were brought back, and no one else has been able to obtain anything from them. Lu Yin's eyes blazed, as no one could stop him now. Lu Bujing looked at Luin. The legend of the 9 cauldrons has been around since ancient times. Legend has it that when the 9 cauldrons merge into one will be invincible. Even in the above the heavens, we only know that this battle technique is called the 9 yang cauldron transformation, but no one has ever successfully cultivated it. You are the first. Once you've mastered it, let me see if it's truly invincible. Luin looked forward to it as well. The 9 yang cauldron transformation was not a huge secret in the above the heavens, and even Chu Yuan and He Luo Mavis knew about it. It was not strange that Lu Bujing knew about it, but they did not know how terrifying this battle technique was. Invincibility was not just a saying. Chu Yuan had used a secret technique of time to unleash a blade that was theoretically limitless, and the 9 yang cauldron transformation was similarly limitless and did not require the power of time. Third uncle, who created the 9 yang cauldron transformation? Luin asked. Lu Bujing shook his head. I don't know. No one in the 3 realms or 6 Daos has ever cultivated it, so no one believes that this battle technique is invincible. The only reason people care about it is because no one has ever successfully cultivated it. Everyone is just curious. Once you master it, Destiny's daughter and the others will definitely be very curious. Then, third uncle, have you heard of a battle technique called tracing to the past? Lu Yin asked. He wanted to investigate Mr. Mu's identity through Lu Bujing. Mr. Mu had once said that the 9-yang cauldron transformation and tracing to the past were both battle techniques that he had created. With Mr. Mu's pride, he would not have mentioned them if they had not been created by him. Lu Bujing shook his head as well. Never heard of them. Lu Yin was disappointed, as he was very curious about Mr. Mu's true identity. He was certain that Mr. Mu was at least a progenitor, and an extraordinary one at that. Mr. Mu had once said that it would be difficult for even Lu Yin to deal with the corpse god. Although the true identity of the zombie god had not been confirmed, he was, after all, one of the 7 sky gods, an incomparably ancient powerhouse. Mr. Mu could even deal with the 7 sky gods, so his strength was unfathomable. Right back then, He Wuxian had recognized Mr. Mu, and undying god Wuxing also seemed to have recognized him. Could it be that only ancestor realm powerhouses could recognize Mr. Mu? He wondered if the blood ancestor knew him. Third uncle, I'm going into seclusion to cultivate the 9-yang cauldron transformation, Lu Yin said. Lu Bujing replied, cultivate well. I'll keep an eye on the above the sky sect. When you come out, I'll give you a list of names based on the above the sky sect. Thank you, Lu Yin replied. Suddenly, the two turned around at the same time. Kuei Luo, Lu Yefei, the Sea King, Lu Qinjue, and the rest all looked in the same direction. Star Source. Lu Yin's eyes twinkled. Was that the sapling? He immediately rushed over. Lu Bujing was even faster than him, as he was still a half-ancestor. No matter how much Lu Yin had improved, he would not be able to fight against a half-ancestor without borrowing progenitor Chen's strength. What the hell? Lu Bujing looked at the dark green sapling in the Star Source universe with a blank expression. Kuei Luo had also arrived. Was this a drop of liquid trying to snatch a Star Source? And he had even won. What had attracted their attention was a strand of Star Source being pulled over. Ever since the Star Source universe had been devoured 20 years ago, no one had been able to replenish it. Even the use of star energy and astral battle techniques had been affected. Who would have thought that there would be a sapling snatching a Star Source at this moment? Lu Yin hurriedly arrived. Third uncle, old man, help me hide. As he spoke, figures appeared one after another. They were the emissaries from the solar system, and most of them were powerhouses who had once been emissaries of the Great Eastern Alliance. Of course, there were also people like Chu Yuan and He Luo Mavis. The Above the Sky sect was built in the solar system, and more than half of the human domain's experts were gathered here. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a Tao disciple cultivate before? Kuei Luo barked, and the might of a half-ancestor swept out, suppressing the crowd. The cultivators who had arrived were shocked as they watched Lu Yin walk out of the Star Source universe. Alliance leader, no, Tao disciple, were you cultivating just now? Ling Taizu asked. The Lingling clan had followed the Great Eastern Alliance and moved to the solar system 20 years ago. Lu Yin looked around. It's just cultivation. Don't make a fuss. Everyone was stunned. Cultivation. Just cultivation. But a Star Source had just appeared. Did you snatch a Star Source? Chu Yuan asked in astonishment. After he had been released by Jieyu, he had immediately noticed that his Star Source was gone. He had also noticed that the Innerverse Western Flow Zone was in a decisive battle, but he had not interfered. Instead, he had gone to the Tao Source sect's ruins to search for the progenitor's sword. He was very clear about this era's Star Source being devoured, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not replenish it. How had Lu Yin managed to do it? Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. How big of a deal is that? Let's all go back. Everyone had yet to recover from the shock of this matter. Lu Yin had lost 20 years, but they had not. They had indeed spent 20 years without being able to replenish their star source, so they were naturally shocked. Even Lu Bujing and Kuei Luo, who were both half-ancestors, were stunned, let alone the rest of them. Fortunately, Lu Yin had created too many miracles, and his status was special. No one could force him to say anything, so they could only disperse. However, this matter would not end here, and there would definitely be many people who wanted to know more about it. The sapling was able to snatch quite a few astral sources at the moment, mainly because it had absorbed the Leaf King's body. Its main body was already very large, but it still couldn't compare to the real mother tree. If it was as large as the mother tree, then the liquid it had devoured would only be small droplets. Even though Lu Yin had covered up the fact that the sapling could snatch astral sources, he had exposed himself. Everyone now knew that he could snatch astral sources from the liquid. Over the next few days, people kept asking about him, causing a huge commotion. For the sake of peace, Lu Yin chose to go into seclusion. This had been his plan all along, but the sapling had disrupted his plans. He had brought the sapling to the location of the 4 cauldrons. While he was in seclusion, the sapling was snatching astral sources. Even if someone discovered it, they would only think that he was cultivating and wouldn't think that it was the sapling. Before going into seclusion, Lu Bujing had given Lu Yin a simple explanation of the ancient sect system and status. Lu Yin had asked Wang Wen to cooperate with Lu Bujing and then deal with it after he exited seclusion. The 4 cauldrons floated quietly in the air, each one having been eroded by the passage of time. In the Dao Source sect's ruins, one wouldn't be able to see much, as there were traces of time everywhere. However, in this place, the 4 cauldrons were clearly showing signs of time. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 21:15. Lu Yin flashed into one of the cauldrons and began absorbing its aura. This was the 6th cauldron that he had absorbed. Unfortunately, this cauldron could not be stored in a cosmic ring, so he could not bring it into the time-stop space. Otherwise, he would have saved a lot of time. At the same time, rumors about Lu Yin's ability to replenish astral sources spread. Han Axian was stunned. He can replenish astral sources. In front of him, a member of Team E who had lost his right arm said, "It's true." He was Han 4. Han Axian looked to the north. Lu Yin had surprised him more and more. He had been unrivaled among his peers in the battle of the Tao disciple, and he had even used the power of a progenitor to dominate the 5th mainland. Now, even the Eternal's arrangements had been broken. He could replenish his astral sources now, but what about in the future? He might be able to get others to replenish his astral sources. Although he was angry that Lu Yin had ruined his plans and captured Ni Huang and the others, Han Axian had to admire this young man. He had done something that even a Tao disciple from the Above Sky sect could not do. If this person had been born in the Above Sky sect, he would have been a unique Tao disciple. Even if Chu Yuan had the ability to manipulate time, he would not have been able to compare to Lu Yin. At that moment, the wireless goo moved from Lu Bujing. Han Axian looked at the message and narrowed his eyes. He had known that this day would come, but he had not expected it to be so soon. The Above Sky sect had been set up according to their era. In reality, the 12 heavenly gates had been high in status, but they had no authority. The Heavenly Gates sect master represented the peak of the progenitor realm and was almost guaranteed to break through to the progenitor realm. However, his role in the Above Sky sect was not to take up authority, but rather to guard the gates. Every continent had its own Above Sky sect, and they were spread out in all directions. The 12 heavenly gates represented the 12 gates of humanity, and their responsibility was to guard the gates. They had no authority in the sect. In this era, the 12 heavenly gates were the strongest, and he naturally wanted to control the Above Sky sect. However, with Lu Yin's appearance and the power of a progenitor, the 12 heavenly gates had to return to their original role. Lu Bujing's message was for the three ultimates to hand over all of their resources to the above sky sect, such as the Aurora Company and the Pyrolite mining teams. Sect Master, are we giving up just like that? Hen Axian asked. Hen Axian looked up. We were the ones who proposed to rebuild the sect in the first place. If we win, we'll control the sect, and if we lose, we'll lose the right to speak. It's very fair. Lu Yin's appearance means that he's capable of reaching this point. People need to learn to admit defeat. Scar 4 lowered his head. He wasn't willing to give up. The members of Team E didn't have families, and they were all ordinary people. They were addicted to power after trying it once, and they were no exception. However, their loyalty to Scar 4 overshadowed their desire for power. I understand. I will pass down the order. Hen Axian looked towards the north. It would be easy for him to let go, as he was willing to accept his loss. This had always been a gamble, but Lu Yin knew that this was only the beginning and not the end. Once he broke through to the progenitor realm, it would be hard to say who would inherit the celestial sect. There was no stellar source in this era, and he was one of the few experts who could break through to the ancestor realm. Let these people take care of the above heaven sect. Once he broke through to ancestor realm, he would naturally be able to take over. Once he broke through to ancestral break, he would no longer be the house lord of one of the 12 heavenly gates. He was confident that he could accept the legacy and become one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas. Only then would he have the right to speak in the above heaven sect. Compared to now, it was just a matter of time. These people's actions would benefit him in the end. On the other side, Zhu Yi had also learned that Lu Yin could replenish his stellar source, and he was just as shocked as Hen Axian. He can replenish his stellar source. Zhu Yi rarely lost his composure, as those who cultivated death energy were usually expressionless. However, Zhu Yi had lost his composure far too many times in front of Lu Yin. The Undying Heavens Gate was currently located in Earth's swamp, and this was the only place in the 5th mainland that was known to be filled with death energy. Standing in front of Zhu Yi was Tiando, the current leader of the Spectre clan. Yes, the news has already spread. He used some unknown method to replenish his stellar source, and he's now the only cultivator in this era who can use it normally. Zhu Yi's face sank. Astral sources were all too common in this era, and all cultivators used astral sources as a standard for their cultivation. Of course, this was also the case in the above heaven sect. Others might have been shocked by this matter, but they were shocked that Lu Yin had actually been able to snatch the astral source from that liquid. Everyone felt that stellar sources were very ordinary, but were they really that ordinary? It was a power created by the progenitor, and it was meant to benefit all of humanity. If no one else could cultivate stellar sources, then did that mean that Lu Yin was the only inheritor of this power? As time passed, the cultivators of this era would use up all of their star energy and stellar sources. At that time, Lu Yin would truly be the only inheritor. Lu Yin could create death energy, and he was the death god's successor. He was also the only cultivator of stellar sources, so he could be considered the progenitor's successor. He also possessed a progenitor's power, and even Zhu Yi had to admit that he was the child of destiny. Tiando calmly looked at the ground. Lu Yin, he really missed that name. Over the past 40 years, whenever something major happened on the 5th mainland, Lu Yin's name would appear. Regardless of his cultivation level, Lu Yin had always been able to participate in battles at all levels. The Spectre clan had even entrusted their future to him, and Tiando had also expressed his loyalty to Lu Yin. Unfortunately, Tiando had disappeared for 20 years, and this self-proclaimed disciple of the death god had appeared right in front of him. The Spectre clan had now become this person's vassal. How much do you know about this Lu Yin? Zhu Yi suddenly asked. Tiando replied, quite a bit. Ever since he became famous during the astral combat tournament, we've been paying attention to him. Society Master should know a lot about him as well. Zhu Yi looked at Tiando. He used the death god's power. Have you ever interacted with him? Tiando calmly replied, we have, but he doesn't trust us. Zhu Yi was not surprised. Think of a way to find silver. Tiando answered, yes. Zhu Yi's expression turned ugly. Silver was someone he had carefully nurtured, but he had openly betrayed him during the battle for the Tao disciple position. Even now, he was still hiding in the solar system. This person had to be eliminated. As for Lu Yin, once he became a progenitor and obtained the death god's power, he would be the death god's only successor. In the astral beast domain, when the human domain's astral sources had been devoured, the astral beast domain had not been affected. However, not long after Lu Yin's disappearance 20 years ago, the liquid had spread to the entire fifth mainland and was no longer limited to the human domain or the technocracy. The astral beast domain was in for a bad time. Astral beasts mostly grew on their own and did not necessarily need to cultivate. However, over the years, many astral beasts had grown accustomed to cultivating their astral sources. As their astral sources were devoured, they were also affected, though not as much as the human domain. In the celestial beast empire, the Yao Emperor and Skymender sat across from each other. In front of them was a game of chess, but it was not a game played by humans. Instead, it was a game created by the astral beast domain, and it was filled with a savage and murderous aura. It was as if many astral beasts were fighting each other. Not far from them stood Su Qing, who had a respectful expression. Su Qing was the leader of the Void Thunder Beasts and the commander of the Celestial Beast Empire. However, in front of the Yao Emperor and Skymender, he was just a junior. With a boom, the chessboard cracked open. The Yao Emperor grinned. We lost again. We've already lost 9 games in a row. The Imperial Tutor is really strict. He's not giving an inch. Skymender Imperial Tutor was shrouded in a dark shadow, and his appearance could not be seen. His Majesty is too impatient. The Yao Emperor sighed. If he's too slow, someone who shouldn't be here will appear. If he's too impatient, he'll lose again. What do you think we should do, Imperial Tutor? Is His Majesty blaming me? The Imperial Tutor asked. The Yao Emperor fell silent. If we had followed His Majesty's plan a few years ago, then the situation would have been different. The human race might have been wiped out a long time ago, but if that was the case, then why didn't we do it 20 years ago? Once we lose the humans, the Eternals will turn their attention to us. His Majesty is very clear about this. Besides, the person who should appear will definitely appear. Regardless of whether he's impatient or not, he will appear, the Imperial Tutor said. The Yao Emperor stood up. Lu Yin became a Tao disciple the moment he appeared. He even destroyed the Eternals and took control of the human domain. He can even borrow the power of a progenitor. This is something that no one could have imagined. What do you plan to do about him, Imperial Tutor? If he attacks the astral beast domain, then our fate won't be much better than the Eternals. The human race's weakness is infighting. Losing the Eternals will only make their infighting even worse. Lu Yin took control of the above heaven sect and captured 5 half-progenitors. His Majesty is anxious, but the Eternals are even more anxious. Don't forget that the most mysterious member of the Eternals, the 7 Sky Gods, has yet to make a move. By Wushan. The Yao Emperor was astonished. Imperial Tutor Skymender quietly watched the game without speaking. The Yao Emperor then looked at Su Qing and asked, if you face Lu Yin again, are you confident that you can win? Su Qing's gaze was resolute. Yes, I will wash away my past humiliation. 2 months later, in the Neoverse, outside of progenitor Chen's tomb, in the ruins of the Seven Courts, the giant Aurora stronghold headed north. Within the stronghold, Zhidong looked at the sky with a complicated expression, not knowing whether to be happy or sad. They had just left the Three Ultimates' heavenly gate and had fallen into Lu Yin's hands. The Aurora spacecraft company that people once looked up to was now just a piece of delicious cake. "Father, can we ask for Elder Gong's help?" 20 years had passed, and the young man who had loved racing had matured a lot. Zhidong had given him time to play, and he had played enough. Now, he had gradually taken over the Aurora stronghold's authority. However, he was destined for tragedy. 20 years ago, Lu Yin had already suppressed the Aurora Corporation, and within 20 years, it had been the Three Ultimate Sky Gate. Now, it was Lu Yin's turn again. Zhidong looked at Zhidong apologetically. "I'm sorry that I couldn't hand over the Aurora stronghold to you. It's not your fault, Father. It's just that times have changed. Can Elder Gong help us?" Zhidong shook his head. "If I could, we wouldn't have been in the Three Ultimate Sky Gate's hands for so long." He paused for a moment before continuing, "Don't worry, we all understand Lu Yin. As long as we follow his lead, we'll be fine. Although he has a lot of power, he has a good reputation. Otherwise, Elder Chan and the others wouldn't have sided with him. It's just that it's been hard on you." Zhidong was helpless. What could he do? He had encountered such a monster in this era. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 21:16. 20 years was enough time to forget many things, but no one could forget Lu Yin, especially those who had experienced Lu Yin's glory days. When he had heard that Lu Yin had died, he had heaved a sigh of relief. No one would feel comfortable being suppressed by someone of the same age. He had never expected that Lu Yin would appear again and take control of the entire human domain. Against such a person, there was no point in resisting, so they could only submit. Fortunately, he was not Lu Yin's enemy. Even Ni Huang, Xia Ji, and the other half-ancestors had been captured, and no one dared to make a sound. The Three Ultimates' Heaven's Gate did not refuse to hand them over to Lu Yin, and everyone was suppressed by Lu Yin. Another month later, the human domain's resources were gathered in the Outerverse solar system. In name, it was to rebuild the sect above the heavens and consolidate the resources, but in reality, everyone knew that everything was being handed over to Lu Yin. Many things about Lu Yin's past were spread once again, such as his greed for money. Countless people prepared various congratulatory gifts to congratulate Lu Yin for becoming a Tao disciple and walking on behalf of the heavens. The sect above the heavens was in full swing, and it gathered the Fifth Mainland's human domain's resources. The moment the sect above the heavens was completed, it would become the Fifth Mainland's greatest power in recent times. The torrent of history converged in one place, and a new sect above the heavens was about to appear. At this juncture, Chu Yuan suddenly mentioned visualizing the ancient golden characters, and it was like a sudden clap of thunder in the human domain. In the solar system, within the sect above the heavens that was under construction, ancient golden characters spiraled and illuminated a region. Lu Bujing stood nearby, and beside him were Lu Huang, Lu Yefei, and the other envoys. There were many cultivators further away, and they all stared at the man at the center of the ancient golden characters. That person was Weiyan, a genius from the sect above the heavens. He claimed to be Ling Qing's disciple, and he had defeated Lu Tianmu and Lu Shaoqiu in the battle for Tao disciple status with a single blade. Unfortunately, this person was a wandering cultivator and did not have many resources. Otherwise, he would be even stronger. When Chu Yuan mentioned visualizing the ancient golden characters, he was the first person to try it. Visualization was not unique to the Lu family. During the sect above the heavens, all the families that controlled the continent had the power to visualize. Chu Yuan had not done so in the beginning, and his visualization had come after he had been received by the progenitor. During the sect above the heavens, many people knew that visualization could increase one's power, but very few people who could do so. Even though Wayan was a prodigy, he too did not know how to visualize. He had yearned for this power for a very long time. Looking at the entrenched golden ancient characters, Wayan found a character and began to visualize it. The power obtained after visualization has nothing to do with the words. Every word here comes from the primogenitor. Visualization is the will created by the primogenitor, Chu Yuan said slowly. 3 days had passed, and Wayan was still visualizing. 10 days passed, and a faint golden light appeared behind Wayan. It was very blurry, but if one looked closely, they would discover that it was the ancient golden text that he had visualized. At the same time, Taishan was excited. His rune lines have increased. A month later, ancient golden characters appeared behind Wayan. After fighting with Lu Lai, her strength was indeed much stronger than before. Lu Bujing looked at Chu Yuan in amazement. Chu Yuan had made a great contribution to humanity. As the news of the golden ancient characters being able to be visualized spread, the above heaven sect began to collect all the golden ancient characters. When the ruins of the fifth mainland's Daosor sect had collapsed, the ancient golden characters, the 4 cauldrons, and the mountain and sea inheritance had all been scattered. The 4 cauldrons had been found, and the mountain and sea inheritance had been confirmed. Only the ancient golden characters had not attracted much attention, as there was only one character. Home is searching. Now, the entire human domain was searching for the ancient golden characters. In the Neo-verse, Han Xian's expression turned ugly. Chu Yuan had not told him about this. If he had, Han Xian could have used this matter to force Team E to teach others battle force. There would not have been a 10-person bet, and Han Xian's name would have been recorded in human history. These youths were all hiding deeper than the last. 2 months later, the above heaven sect was still being established, and the entire human domain was still searching for the ancient golden characters. There was nothing else to do, and with Lu Yin's progenitor strength, no one dared to try anything funny. On this day, an ancient, cryptic aura spread out and instantly disappeared. Although it had only lasted for an instant, Lu Bujing and Kuei Luo were horrified when they sensed it. They both appeared in Lu Yin's seclusion area and looked at each other, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. "What kind of aura is that?" Kuei Luo asked. Lu Bujing's eyelids twitched. "I don't know. It's very ancient, very ancient." "Is it as ancient as you?" Kuei Luo did not understand. Lu Bujing retracted his gaze. He did not know why that aura had frightened him. It was like a normal person facing the collapse of the universe, but it was also like seeing a giant. It was hard to describe, but there was one thing that he was certain of: that aura had given him even more pressure than a progenitor's. It had nothing to do with power, only the aura. Within his seclusion area, Lu Yin looked at the cauldron fragments not too far away. He had finally mastered the 9-yang cauldron transformation. He looked outside and saw Lu Bujing and Kuei Luo. Was it because of the 9-yang cauldron transformation? He had not expected the 9-yang cauldron transformation to undergo such a transformation, but the name made sense. Lu Yin himself was shocked, as this battle technique did not seem to be as simple as it seemed. He did not know who would be able to use it on him, as no one in the same generation could do it. In half a year, he had absorbed cauldron qi and mastered the 9-yang cauldron transformation. On the other side, the sapling seemed to have absorbed quite a few astral sources as well. When it saw Lu Yin, the sapling skipped out of the astral source universe. Lu Yin touched the tree branch, wondering where the astral source that this fellow had stolen had gone. They should be in the trunk, as the mother tree was like that. The 4-way scales had also obtained the astral source liquid from the trunk. Just as he was thinking about this, the sapling shook its branches and leaves, and a drop of liquid slowly appeared on the leaf. Lu Yin's expression changed, and he became ecstatic. Was this astral source liquid? You condensed astral source liquid. Lu Yin was delighted. The sapling was pleased with itself and raised its branches, almost dropping the drop of astral source liquid from the leaf. Lu Yin hurriedly put it away and looked at the sapling expectantly. The sapling condensed another drop, and Lu Yin put it away again. In this manner, the sapling continued to condense astral source liquid, and Lu Yin kept putting it away. After a while, he actually obtained a bottle of astral source liquid. Given the sapling's ability to absorb the mother tree's matter from the leaf king's body, the amount of astral source it had absorbed in half a year should be about the same as the amount of astral source in the second night king's body. This bottle of astral source liquid was close to the peak of the emissary realm. That's it? Lu Yin asked. The sapling's leaves shook, and it jumped into the astral source universe to snatch more astral source. Lu Yin was speechless, and he pulled it out. If it's gone, it's gone. It's enough. The sapling was delighted. He looked at the astral source liquid in his hand. This bottle had been obtained from the frigid immortal sect's ruins. The 3 bottles contained about the same amount of astral source. He had never used astral source liquid before, so he did not know how much astral source this bottle contained. He had guessed a lot back then because senior brother Qing Ping had asked for 2 bottles. If the amount was too little, senior brother Qing Ping would not have asked for it. Now, he knew that a bottle of astral source liquid was close to the total amount of astral source a peak emissary had. It was no wonder why senior brother Qing Ping had only asked for 2 bottles. He already had 1 bottle of astral source liquid, and with this one, he now had 2 bottles. It was definitely enough for others, even elementary nascent soul, to break through a few times. However, it was still not enough for him. Lu Yin brought the sapling out of seclusion. The sapling had made a contribution, and Lu Yin wanted to bring it out to play. Outside, Lu Bujing and Kuei Luo were both present. They had come because of that aura. Kid, you finally went into normal seclusion, even if it was only for a short time. This was the first thing Kuei Luo said when he saw Lu Yin. Lu Yin pursed his lips. Are you going to keep an eye on me? Of course not, I'm not that free. Kuei Luo rolled his eyes. Lu Bujing anxiously asked, Little Seven, what was that aura? The sapling hid behind Lu Yin, its leaves blinking like eyes. It was very cute. Lu Yin thought for a moment. A battle technique. 9 Suns Cauldron Transformation. Lu Bujing blurted out. Lu Yin grinned and nodded. Lu Bujing was shocked. Before Lu Yin had gone into seclusion, he had mentioned that they were all curious about the 9 Suns Cauldron transformation and wanted Lu Yin to show it to him after he had mastered it. Although he had not seen it yet, the aura was enough to shock him. 9 cauldrons combined can make one invincible. It seems like it's true. This aura alone is enough to shock anyone, Lu Bujing muttered to himself, looking at Lu Yin as if he was a monster. There should not be any geniuses in this era who could surpass their generation, but Lu Yin had done it. He had only thought that Lu Yin was a talent from the Lu family, but after Lu Yin had revealed his progenitor's strength, used the sapling to steal astral sources, and now cultivated the 9 Suns Cauldron transformation, he could no longer be described as a talent. He was simply a monster. Even someone like him, who had come from the Lu family and had become the leader of one of the 12 Elysium gates, felt that Lu Yin was too abnormal. Kuei Luo bared his teeth. Kid, tell me the truth. How powerful are you now? Lu Yin blinked. Senior, don't you already know? The 2 looked at him. Lu Yin smiled. Progenitor. The 2 were speechless. Borrowing the power of a progenitor isn't the same as being a progenitor. Kuei Luo rolled his eyes. Luin shrugged and did not say anything. How's the above heaven sect? Although half a year was a short time, with a cultivator's ability, it was still very easy for them to accomplish some things. Kue Luo lost interest at the mention of this, and he glanced at the sapling again to maintain his curiosity before leaving. Lu Bujing raised a hand, revealing a gadget on his wrist. He activated it, and a projection of the above heaven sect appeared in the void. In our era, the continent was ruled by the above heaven sect. All powerhouses who reached the progenitor realm had to join the above heaven sect. Even half-ancestors could join, and even those who did not join had to be part of the above heaven sect in name. The half-ancestors who joined the above heaven sect received the Tao Master's decree to pass down their cultivation and enlighten the masses. The half-ancestors who did not join the above heaven sect received the decree to patrol the continent and protect the people. Thank you for your support, brothers. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 21:17. Luin listened quietly. He wasn't surprised to hear about this. In that era, there had been a Tao Lord suppressing everything. Regardless of whether one was a progenitor or a half-ancestor, they all had to accept this rule. Perhaps this was one of the reasons why the humans were so prosperous during that era. Only when the absolute powerhouses united the humans could they unleash their true power. That was what Luin wanted to do now. How could the scattered human powers compare to a unified heavenly sect? The responsibility of the 12 gates is to protect the mainland, and they don't participate in the management of the heavenly sect. The ones who can truly manage the heavenly sect are the Tao Lord and the elders. If the Tao Lord goes into seclusion, the Tao Lord will naturally act on his behalf. Apart from that, there's also a clan meeting. Those who participate come from all regions and cultivation levels, and they can raise their demands in the clan meeting. The clan meeting was similar to the Hall of Honor's board of directors. The heavenly sect was high up like a tree crown, but it couldn't lack soil. This clan meeting was the soil of the heavenly sect. Right now, our heavenly sect has an elder, who is the blood ancestor. We have the sage heavenly master, Elder Gong, Law Patrol, Kue Luo, Elder Chan, and the medicine immortal. Within the sect, we have the Aurora Corporation, Shamrock Enterprises, and various other organizations that serve the sect. There's also the heavenly prison, and Luin listened for almost an hour. Lu Bujing had basically used the methods of the heavenly sect from their era. Although it was different from this era, it could be slowly improved in the future. They couldn't immediately bring the newly established heavenly sect to its peak, and the 12 gates wouldn't be united for the time being. Right, Ling Qing has already been reinstated as the Sky Blade sect's leader, and Kai has also been reinstated as the Jade Kettle sect's leader. Luin asked, why is Elder Chan a law patrol? Then who's the Glory sect's leader? Qing Ping, Lu Bujing answered. Luin was surprised. Senior brother judge. This time, it was Lu Bujing's turn to be surprised. Qing Ping is your senior brother. Who's your master? Luin shook his head. Third uncle doesn't know him, but why isn't Elder Chan the leader? With Elder Chan's strength, he was definitely qualified to become the heavenly sect's leader. Lu Bujing replied, he said that he had put down some things and that he would no longer care about worldly matters. He would focus on breaking through and traveling the universe. Ever since the decisive battle between the 5th and 6th mainlands, the 5th mainland had been led by Elder Chan, who had established the Hall of Honor to protect the human domain. Over the years, Elder Chan had been too tired. Although he had made mistakes during this period, it was also because the burden of protecting the human race was too heavy. It was so heavy that he had never considered breaking through to the progenitor realm. But now, he had let it go. In the future, the human race might have another progenitor. Of course, giving up didn't mean that one would definitely succeed. Since the era of the celestial sect until now, many talents had been born, but those who could successfully break into the ancestor realm were few and far between. Breaking through to ancestor realm did not necessarily mean that one was an outstanding individual. There were also many people who had accumulated a great deal of strength and experience, or who had been lucky enough to break through to ancestor realm. Lu Yin did not know about this for now. Patrolling is indeed suitable for Elder Chan. Third uncle, how many half-martial ancestors do we have? How many half-martial ancestors have escaped the control of the Heavenly Tao sect? Lu Yin asked. Lu Bujing replied, we currently have 18 half-martial ancestors. If we include Qing Ping, who can rival a half-martial ancestor, then we have 19. 5 half-martial ancestors, including Nai Huang, are imprisoned in the imperial prison. Lan Xian is currently out of the Heavenly Tao sect's control. I've already given her a choice. She can either become a law imparter or a law patroller, but she hasn't responded. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. I missed out on one person. Who? Lu Bujing was curious, as he had not missed out on anything. Lu Yin looked in Kun Zai's direction. The leader of the Spectre clan, Tiando. Lu Bujing was confused. Who's that? Contact Zhu Yi and have Tiando find me, Lu Yin said coldly. The Spectre clan had once sided with the everlasting race, and there were some things that could not be brushed aside. Back then, anyone who had been involved with the Neo-Human Alliance had met with misfortune. Shenwu continent had almost been destroyed, and the Yu family had been investigated. Even if the Spectre clan had contributed to the resistance against the everlasting race over the past 20 years, their contributions could not completely offset their mistakes. Otherwise, it would be too unfair to others. Lu Bujing nodded. Also, the Aurora Corporation, Shamrock Enterprises, and the Pyrolite Mining, Research, and Development, as well as the Lockbreaker Society will all join the backyard. Backyard? Lu Yin smiled. A technological research and development department. I named it the backyard. Lu Bujing did not know why Lu Yin had named it, but he still did as he was told. Third uncle, you shouldn't be the one doing this. You're the leader of the Lu Tianmen sect, Lu Yin said. Lu Bujing laughed heartily. I wouldn't be at ease with anyone else doing it. No matter what, you're the only direct descendant of the Lu family, and I have to watch over you unless you can nurture another direct descendant for me. Lu Yin was at a loss, but after a while, he realized that Ming Yan was still asleep. Lu Bujing did not notice Lu Yin's abnormality. There's something I forgot to tell you. Chu Yuan made a contribution. Lu Yin did not understand. Chu Yuan made a contribution. Lu Bujing nodded and sighed. As expected of the only Daozi that the progenitor has ever met. I don't know how much information that Brad obtained from the progenitor, but after you went into seclusion for a few months, he suggested that the ancient golden characters could be visualized, which increased the power levels of many cultivators and won him quite a bit of fame. Once the congregation starts, he'll definitely be one of the participants. That's his request. Lu Yin did not mind. Chu Yuan's intentions were too obvious, and he was too anxious. If Lu Yin was Chu Yuan, he would not have joined the congregation at all. Visualizing the ancient golden characters could indeed increase a cultivator's power, which was a good thing. Third uncle, don't the people from the frigid immortal sect know how to visualize? Lu Yin suddenly asked. Lu Bujing was disdainful. Only the families that control the mainlands are taught by the progenitor. Our Lu family, the 6th mainland's Zhelan family, and the 2nd mainland's Mavis family can all do it. Even the 6th mainland's Zhelan family can do it. Lu Yin was puzzled. If that was the case, why had the 6th mainland gone astray? Had they been tricked by the Eternals into imprinting? What had left the deepest impression on Lu Yin was what he'd heard at the rune technology ruins. The sixth mainland had been tricked. Imprinting was indeed not an orthodox power. After the progenitor's death, the cultivators who had imprinted on them had all weakened greatly. Imprinting could temporarily increase one's power, but it relied too much on the person being imprinted. Lu Bujing asked, "You're thinking about the sixth mainland's imprint, right?" Lu Yin nodded. Lu Bujing and the others had been in this era for 20 years, while Lu Yin had only been in the fifth mainland for a little over 20 years. Their knowledge of each other was about the same. "I've asked about this before. Not just me, but Henshin as well." Apparently, the Jialan family suddenly disappeared, and the sixth mainland wants to obtain the power of visualization. They think that imprinting is just visualization, but they've actually gone astray. They've already given up on imprinting and have started visualizing the ancient golden characters. "Right, Qin Ping has been looking for you a few times." Lu Yin was curious, as he didn't know why his senior brother was looking for him. "Got it, I'll contact you." Lu Bujing went to contact Ju Yi while Lu Yin contacted senior brother Qin Ping. He used a wireless GU. Although the interplanetary network had started to rearrange the universe's network, it still needed time. "I heard that you can snatch astral sources from liquids?" Senior brother Qin Ping asked. Lu Yin replied, "Yes." Qin Ping immediately replied, "I need astral sources." Lu Yin wanted to reply with nonsense, as who didn't need astral sources these days. However, he suddenly thought of something and became excited. "Senior brother, are you about to break through?" "Yes." "When?" "Anytime." Lu Yin's breathing quickened. Senior brother Qin Ping was a peak emissary who could rival a half-ancestor. Once he broke through, he would definitely be able to fight against a sect master like Henshin. "How many astral sources do you need?" "The more, the better." Lu Yin frowned, as he wasn't sure how many astral sources senior brother Qin Ping had. He only had 2 bottles of astral source liquid, and even if Qin Ping had some, it probably wouldn't be much. "I have 2 bottles." Qin Ping was silent for a moment. "Not enough." "How much do you need?" Lu Yin asked. Suddenly, he thought of something. "Senior brother, the astral sources in the universe are all gone. Where's your tribulation when you break through?" It wasn't a good thing to not have an origin tribulation. Although each tribulation was difficult, one's entire body would improve once they passed it. Without an origin tribulation, would a half-ancestor still be a half-ancestor? What difference would it make if he had another inner world? "I'm going to the astral tree domain for my tribulation," Qin Ping replied. Lu Yin was stunned. "You can go to the astral tree domain?" "I can. How else would I get into the top 10 of the sovereign tournament?" Lu Yin suddenly remembered. Right, he had forgotten that the Neoverse had always had a way to reach the astral tree domain through the planet he had returned from. It's easy to be exposed if you break through there. Once you're exposed, it'll be very dangerous if you don't have any astral sources, Qin Ping replied. Lu Yin understood that Qin Ping had prepared astral sources to escape. "So you want to fill up your astral sources here and then go to the astral tree domain for your tribulation, but I don't have that many astral sources. By the way, how much astral sources do you have?" Qin Ping replied, "Not too much less than yours." Lu Yin raised a brow. "Not too much less than mine." "Senior brother, do you know how much astral sources I have?" Lu Yin asked. Qin Ping replied, "I don't know." He paused for a moment before continuing, "I've seen 5 times the number of cultivators from the Lu family who have undergone one tribulation." "What cultivators from the Lu family who have undergone one tribulation?" "Back when you went to the astral tree domain to steal the origin item, you fought with a cultivator who had undergone one tribulation. I thought that your astral sources were 5 times his." Senior brother, you were able to fight with the Lu family's emissaries then? Lu Yin was shocked. He knew that senior brother Qin Ping had gone to the cosmic tree realm and had defeated all of his peers from that generation, including the Lu family's direct descendant. It had happened after the origin will sacrifice, and the Lu family's direct descendant should have been an enlighter. In that case, the Lu family's first tribulation cultivator who had fought with Qin Ping should have been an elder, and he definitely wasn't a direct descendant. Even if he wasn't a direct descendant, the amount of astral sources in the Lu family's disciples was still incomparable. No matter what realm they were in, the Lu family's disciples could challenge those of a higher realm, and very few people could do so. Lu Yin had been able to fight against a cultivator who had undergone one tribulation in the astral tree domain because he had the Reaper transformation, which allowed him to obtain the true power of the Grim Reaper. He had even defeated Stoneheart, who was nearly invincible at one tribulation. Could senior brother do the same? Suddenly, the Grim Reaper looked up, and the originally unfocused gaze became deep, dark, and unfathomable. It instantly swept Lu Yin into a boundless sea of death energy. Lu Yin's entire body turned cold, and he subconsciously channeled the power in his heart. The sea of death energy disappeared. It suddenly disappeared, and the Grim Reaper and Lu Yin faced each other. They were clearly separated by an era, but Lu Yin felt as if the Grim Reaper was staring at him. The Grim Reaper could see himself and see through time. While Lu Yin was still in shock, the Grim Reaper slowly raised his hand and gathered death energy at his fingertips. A strange fluctuation formed a seal and pressed it into Lu Yin's forehead. Lu Yin's head felt as if it had exploded, and he suddenly woke up. He opened his eyes and saw that he was still in midair, absorbing the death energy. In the distance, the black sun had shrunk a little. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, and his eyes flickered as he panted heavily. Was what he had just seen real or fake? He had seen the Grim Reaper, and when their gazes met, the Grim Reaper had also pointed at him. No, it had not been a finger, but a seal. Lu Yin closed his eyes and carefully recalled what had happened. The death energy flowed along his arm and coiled around his fingers. Lu Yin recalled the fluctuations that the Grim Reaper had used, and he continuously imitated and tested them. A few days later, the river of death energy disappeared, and the sun was much smaller than before. The two black and white commas on Lu Yin's heart had grown much larger and more solid, and they carried a deeper meaning. Lu Yin landed on the ground and looked at his fingertips. Over the past 2 days, aside from absorbing death energy, he had also been imitating the finger imprint that the Grim Reaper had given him. He didn't know what the finger imprint was used for, but after his experience with Death Face, he couldn't ignore it. He had seen Death Face by accident, but this seal had been personally imparted by the Grim Reaper. If the Grim Reaper had truly seen him through time, then this was equivalent to imparting a technique to him through time. Lu Yin was not in a hurry to leave. He stayed in the mystery sect and continuously tried to imitate the seal. Finally, after a few days, he succeeded. He looked at the seal on his fingertips, and the moment he succeeded, he understood the use of this seal. It had to be said that this seal was very useful to him, to the point that he wanted to laugh maniacally. This seal had the ability to pierce through space and ignore the power of space, but that was not the most important thing. What Lu Yin truly cared about was that this seal could exist for a long time. In other words, he could imprint this seal into a person's body and do whatever he wanted. This was standard control. He had always wanted to find a way to control his enemies, and he had not expected the Grim Reaper to impart it to him. Lu Yin looked up at the black sun and bowed respectfully. This junior thanks Senior Grim Reaper for imparting this technique to me. If not for Mr. Mu, Lu Yin would have accepted the Grim Reaper as his master. It did not matter if the Grim Reaper acknowledged him or not, even if he was just an in-name disciple. After replenishing his death energy, it was time to leave. Luin walked out of the mystery sect and appeared on Aegis. Just as he was about to leave, he turned to the west and saw a giant spacecraft. Was that the Nalan family spacecraft? As his status had increased, Luin had not interacted with the Nalan family for a long time. They had once been one of the Outerverse's 4 great clans, and they had been of great help to the Great Eastern Alliance during its early days. Luin had also instructed them to treat the Nalan family well. When he had unified the Innerverse, he had learned that the Nalan family was doing well and had basically monopolized a portion of the Outerverse commerce. They were even larger than before, and their support for the Great Eastern Alliance had increased as well. When he saw the Nalan family, Luin was reminded of Madame Nalan. That woman had given him a huge shock, as she was the most flirtatious woman he had ever met. Her appearance was clearly fresh, but she was naturally charming, and her every move was filled with temptation. More than 20 years had passed, and this old friend of his, he wondered how his friend was doing. As he thought about this, Luin extended his domain and swept past the Nalan family spacecraft. His expression suddenly changed, and killing intent burst forth. In outer space, a giant spacecraft slowly traveled through space. From the outside, everything seemed normal, but the interior was filled with the stench of blood. Dozens of corpses were strewn all over the ground, and the corridor stretched all the way to a luxurious room. There were 2 women lying on a large bed in the room, and a man standing beside the bed sneered. I wanted to wait a little longer, but I decided against it. That person will easily discover me when he returns, and once he does, I'll be dead for sure. My apologies, Madam and Miss Luotian. One of the 2 women lying on the bed was Madame Nalan, and the other was Luotian. At this moment, the 2 women were glaring at the man. Mo Fong, my Nalan family has treated you well, but you actually attacked us. The man named Mo Fong took off his outer clothes one by one and looked at Madame Nalan and Luotian greedily. Treated us well. It's just an employment relationship. If it weren't for the fact that I'm a hunter, why would your Nalan family care about me? Madam, you've been in the business world for so many years, so you can't be so naive. Madame Nalan's gaze was icy as she stared at Mo Fong. You can take whatever you want. If it's not enough, I can give you resources. As long as the Nalan family has it, you can take it, but don't hurt us. What a joke. Ever since I came to the Nalan family, I've been thinking about you day and night. How many people in the Innerverse and Outerverse want you? Do you know why I chose the Nalan family? It's because of you that I've finally gotten what I wanted. He then leaned closer to Madame Nalan and took a deep breath. His face was intoxicated. How fragrant. As expected of Madame, your body's fragrance is so alluring. Madame Nalan's face went pale, as she had been too careless. Normal cultivators, even enlighters, would not be able to get close to her. She had all sorts of weapons from the Great Eastern Alliance, which were more than enough to deal with most threats. However, this Mo Fong had been with the Nalan family for more than 20 years, and he had always been loyal. Madame Nalan had never thought of being on guard against him, but she had never expected him to attack her. To the side, Luotian's face was ashen. Mo Fong looked at Luotian and smiled. I heard that you like Luin. Luotian's eyes widened, and she glared at Mo Fong. Madame Nalan hurriedly said, let her go. You should know what kind of person Luin is. He's currently in charge of the Above Heaven sect, and he has the highest status in the entire human domain. A single word from him can make a half-step ancestor do whatever he wants. If you dare to touch her, then don't even think about living in peace for the rest of your life. Madame Nalan's words made Mo Fong hesitate, but his eyes soon turned sinister. So what if he's Luin? Let me tell you a secret. My name is not Mo Fong. Do you know what my real name is? Madame Nalan and Luotian stared at him. Mo Feng's hair was loose, and his clothes were half undone. His snow-white skin caused his mouth to go dry, and there was a unique blush on his cheeks that was extremely alluring. Mo Fang's lips curled up. "My name is..." "Feng Mo," a faint voice came from behind him. Mo Fang's expression froze, and he suddenly turned around. He saw a face that caused him to lose sleep and eat. His entire body went cold, and his legs went weak. He could not believe it. Luyin. Madame Nalan and Luotian looked at the person who had suddenly appeared with pleasant surprise. Alliance leader Lu. Brother Lu. Luyin clasped his hands behind his back and quietly looked at the man in front of him. Feng Mo, long time no see. The person who had attacked Madame Nalan and Luotian was an assassin from the Relentless Slayers, Feng Mo, someone who had escaped from Lu Yin's clutches. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 21:19. Back then, in order to save Big Pao and Little Pao, Lu Yin and the others had engaged in a battle with Feng Mo. It was also because of Feng Mo that they had gone to the Starfall Sea and that Lu Yin had participated in the Sea King's son-in-law selection. Feng Mo had disappeared after learning that Lu Yin had become the Sea King's son-in-law, and the next time Lu Yin had seen him was in Ling Kei's spacecraft. At that time, Feng Mo had disguised himself as Ling Kei's servant, and Lu Yin had coincidentally bumped into him. Lu Yin had crippled all of Feng Mo's meridians, and Lu Yin had wanted to kill Feng Mo. However, Ling Kei had wanted to hand Lu Yin over to the Lingling clan, so Lu Yin had not acted. Unexpectedly, Feng Mo managed to escape. More than 20 years had passed, and this was Lu Yin's third time seeing Feng Mo. He hadn't expected that Feng Mo would make a move against Madame Nalan and Luotian here. Feng Mo trembled as he looked at Lu Yin. How could this be? To think that he would run into him. What terrible luck. Lu Yin looked at Feng Mo. Actually, I was very surprised that you were able to escape from the Lingling clan spacecraft after your meridians were crippled. And before that, you were also able to escape from the Spectre clan. That's not simple at all. Let me see how you escaped. Try to escape from me once. Feng Mo's eyelids twitched and his muscles tightened. Escape? Yes, he had to escape. He had to escape. If he didn't escape, he would die. But could he escape? The person in front of him was Lu Yin. The first time they had met, Lu Yin had been nothing more than a stray dog that had been hunted down. The second time they had met, Lu Yin had been crippled without even being able to fight back. This time, Lu Yin could not imagine how powerful Lu Yin was. He had concealed his identity in the Nalan family for more than 20 years, and during that time, he had witnessed Lu Yin's deeds too many times. This person was a living legend. Forget about him, who else in the entire universe would have the confidence to escape from this person? Only a half-ancestor would be able to do so. Thinking of this, Feng Mo became even more terrified. He didn't want to die. The fear in his heart was like an evil spirit devouring him, causing him to kneel down, trembling as he begged for mercy. Alliance. Alliance Master Lu, I beg of you, please don't kill me, please spare my life, I will do anything you want me to do. Alliance Master Lu, I beg of you, I beg of you, I beg of you. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. I'll let you try to escape once. Feng Mo's meridians had been crippled back then, but he had still been able to escape right under the nose of the Lingling clan. This was quite a feat. Even if Lu Yin had been crippled back then, he might not have been able to escape. This person had some capabilities. Feng Mo was still begging for mercy. He couldn't see any hope of escaping. He couldn't even see any hope of survival. Lu Yin's gaze swept over Madame Nalan and Lady Luotian. Lady Luotian was still wearing normal clothes, but Madame Nalan was wearing a black silk nightgown with white laces. Her snow-white skin dazzled his eyes, causing his heart to skip a beat. He couldn't help but lick his lips. Time had not left a trace on this woman's body. Luin casually waved his hand, using the true scripture of Ian evolution to erase the effects of the medicine in their bodies. The two women hurriedly got up, tidied up their clothes, and glared hatefully at Feng Imo. Alliance Master Lu, do you know this person? Madame Nayland asked. She had experienced a lot and recovered quickly. Luin answered in a low voice, an enemy. Feng Imo kept kneeling and begging for mercy. Alliance Master Lu, I beg you to spare me. I'm not even your enemy. 20 years have passed, and I, Feng Imo, have never had any thoughts of dealing with you. I've always been hiding in the Nayland clan, and I've never killed anyone. Please spare me. Madame Nayland angrily rebuked, so many people outside have died at your hands, yet you still have the gall to say that you didn't kill anyone. Feng Mo's face went pale. Luin slowly raised a hand. I've allowed you to live for so many more years. Today, you can rest in peace. He then slammed down with a very slow palm. Feng Imo stared at the ground with a sinister expression. However, when Lu Yin's palm landed, Feng Imo suddenly took out a mirror and slammed it towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin's palm collided with the mirror, and a strange scene occurred. An identical palm appeared in the mirror and slammed back at Lu Yin. Lu Yin was flabbergasted, and he took a step to the side. Feng Imo leapt out of the window and into outer space in an attempt to escape. Lu Yin casually activated his domain, and Feng Mo's body flew back at an even faster speed. He crashed heavily onto the ground, and his meridians were shattered once again. Feng Imo screamed and spat out blood. Lu Yin had deliberately slowed down his attack, as he wanted to see what tricks Feng Imo had up his sleeves. Feng Imo was an assassin from the Relentless Slayers, and he had many life-saving techniques. The technique that he had used in the moment of his death would definitely be the one that he was most confident in. The mirror soared into the sky, and Lu Yin grabbed it. His pupils transformed into runes as he looked at it, but there were no rune lines. Where did you get this mirror? What's its use? Lu Yin asked. Feng Imo lay on the ground in a state worse than death. He opened his eyes, looked at Lu Yin, and hoarsely said, "If I tell you, will you let me live?" Lu Yin laughed. "That depends on whether or not this mirror is worth your life." Feng Mo's eyes went wide. "This is the reward that Bo Bro and Bo Bro gave me for hunting you down." Lu Yin was shocked. Bo Bro and Bo Bro from Deep Crimson Hole. That's right. When they hired me to hunt you down, the reward was this mirror. They didn't know how precious this mirror was, but I know that it came from a hidden void that was definitely left behind by a powerhouse from ancient times. I happened to read about it in an ancient text, and I know about its existence. What kind of hidden void is it? Lu Yin was curious. There were many hidden voids in this universe, and there might even be a greater world. Feng Imo replied, "A space with mountains and seas." Lu Yin's pupils shrank, and he stared at Feng Imo, mountains and seas. Feng Imo panted heavily. "That's right, mountains and seas. I don't know where that place is, and I only learned about the origins of this mirror from someone else. By the time I wanted to look for it, the mirror had already been obtained by Deep Crimson Hall, and I've been trying to find a way to obtain it ever since. Fortunately, your two classmates went to Deep Crimson Hall for revenge, and you guys went as well, causing Deep Crimson Hall to suffer heavy losses. They couldn't hunt you down, so they could only hire me. So I went with the flow and asked for this mirror as my reward. Although I don't know where the mountains and seas are, it definitely isn't simple. I've specifically checked the Relentless Slayers' records several times, and there are indeed records of that void. However, later generations can't find it." Lu Yin was curious. "How can you be so sure that the void in the mirror is the one recorded in your Relentless Slayers' records?" What if it isn't? And even if it is, will the items inside really be valuable? Feng bitterly replied, Alliance Master Lu, you're too high up, and you don't understand how difficult it is for people like us to cultivate. To us, even if there's a small chance, we won't let it go. I'm guessing that this mirror isn't simple, and I'm willing to risk my life to obtain it. Lu Yin stared at Feng Imo. Where is the mountains and seas? Feng Imo shook his head. I can't find it, or else it wouldn't have been recorded in the records. It would have been monopolized by someone else long ago. The person who told me about the origins of the mirror can't find it either. He said that it disappeared, and even if you go back to its original location, you can't enter it. What did that person experience inside? He said that it was all an illusion, and that there were all sorts of illusory attacks. Right, all I saw was fog. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Fog. The mountains and seas. Could it be the 9 mountains and 8 seas? One of the seas. After thinking about it, Lu Yin laughed. The possibility wasn't high, as it wasn't that easy to encounter the 9 mountains and 8 seas. If that was the case, how could these people have obtained a power vessel? Fog, the mountains and seas, and this mirror. Lu Yin looked at the mirror in his hand and fell into deep thought. Feng Imo endured the pain and begged for mercy. Alliance Master Lu, I've said everything that needs to be said. Can I leave now? Lu Yin's gaze fell, and he raised a hand and tapped out with a finger. Death Chi spiraled out of his fingertip and transformed into a seal that entered Feng Mo's body under his horrified gaze. Feng Mo trembled, not understanding what Lu Yin was doing to him. You can leave now, Lu Yin said indifferently. Feng Mo was apprehensive. Really? I can leave now. Do you still want me to treat you to tea? Lu Yin asked. Feng Mo hurriedly crawled to the window and jumped out. His meridians had been destroyed, and he was now a cripple. It would be difficult for him to survive in outer space, but it was still better than waiting on the spacecraft for Lu Yin to deal with. From start to finish, Madame Nalan and Luoshin had remained silent. Lu Yin looked outside and saw Feng Mo floating off into the distance. His gaze trembled. Feng Mo's body was suddenly engulfed by death chi, and with a boom, not even his bones remained. I didn't say that this information was worth a life, Lu Yin muttered to himself. How could he let Feng Mo go? He wanted to test out the death god seal, but he couldn't get anything out of Feng Mo. He could only test its effects. If he wanted to test its power, he would need to find an expert. Neither Madame Nalan nor Luoshin were surprised by Feng Mo's fate. How could they let such a person go? Are you two all right? Lu Yin asked as he looked at the two girls. Madame Nalan ran her fingers through her hair. I'm fine, but Sister Luoshin might have been frightened. Alliance Master Lu, I'll leave this place to you. I'll go prepare some food for you. She then smiled and left. Luoshin hugged her knees with her arms, her face slightly pale and red. Lu Yin felt awkward. Everyone knew that Luoshin liked him, but he couldn't bring himself to have such thoughts when it came to her. Are you all right? Luoshin grunted. I'm not as weak as Sister Nalan makes me out to be. After so many years, I've experienced many things. Lu Yin nodded. You're very brave. Luoshin raised her head and looked at Lu Yin in confusion. Lu Yin didn't say anything else. Let's rest on the planet first. I'll study this mirror. Luoshin nodded. Thank you, Brother Lu. You don't have to thank me. Lu Yin left the room. Not long after, a spacecraft landed on Aegis planet. It was filled with corpses, so it wasn't a suitable place to rest. Madame Nalan and Luoshin walked on the planet and looked at the vast expanse of whiteness. He's finally back. You were right, he won't die so easily. Luotian stared blankly at the vast expanse of whiteness. Madame Nayland looked over as well. Sometimes, you have to fight for what you like. Luotian's gaze dimmed. Brother Lu won't like me. How will you know if you don't fight for it? You're so pretty. Madame Nayland smiled. Luotian smiled bitterly. It's just a feeling. Madame Nayland sighed. Fortunately, he appeared. Otherwise, we would have ended up in a miserable state. Luotian was resolute. I won't live. Madame Nayland was stunned. If Luotian couldn't live, then what about her? The bottom line that she had held onto for so many years had been broken. Would she be able to live? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2120. Madame Nayland rejoiced over the fact that she had saved Luoyin back then. Back then, Luoyin had only been a student, but now, he had become the person with the highest status in this universe. This was a true investment. However, it was a pity. If she had seduced him back then, perhaps now, Madame Nayland would have been able to do so. She couldn't help but laugh when she recalled the way Luoyin had looked at her back then. Elsewhere, Luoyin was studying the mirror. It was really strange that this thing could actually reflect the exact same attack. He attacked the mirror from time to time, and sure enough, the mirror reflected the exact same attacks. After trying a few times, he discovered that the attacks were all made of fog. This confirmed his guess that the mountain sea might be related to the fog ancestor. The mist ancestor, also known as the smoke ancestor, was a very peculiar ancestor realm expert. He didn't leave his name behind in history, but he was still one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas. Even though she didn't leave her name in history, she had left behind many good things, such as the smoke in the Smoke Mountain Range, the bridge on Long Sky Island, the smoke cloud sect and the starry sky tree, and the smoke cloud sect's battle technique, smoke cloud incarnation, were all from the fog ancestor. Luoyin was very curious about this person. If the withered ancestor was low-key, then the mist ancestor might not even have a sense of existence. In any case, Luoyin had never heard anyone mention her. During the Daosaur sect's era, the 9 mountains and 8 seas had been truly peculiar. There had been progenitor Qin, who had been like a blazing sun that illuminated the universe, and there had also been an extremely low-key powerhouse like Elder Ku. Who said that one had to be invincible in order to become a progenitor? Luoyin held the mirror and touched its surface. Suddenly, his body leaned forward and his footsteps paused. He had arrived at a strange place with fog all around him. Beside him, there was a mirror made of fog that looked exactly the same as the one he had seen before. Luoyin looked around. Where was he? He looked down at the mirror and realized that the surface of the mirror was actually Aegis. He raised his hand to hold the mirror and moved it slightly. In the outside world, the mirror actually moved and shuttled back and forth at an extremely fast speed. On the planet, Madame Nayland and Goddess Luotian were talking about something when the mirror passed through them, giving them a fright. Luoyin was speechless. This was the space within the mirror, and it should be similar to the outside world. It was no wonder that Feng Mo had been able to escape. Perhaps he hadn't even managed to escape and had simply been hiding in the mirror. Who would care about a mirror? Luoyin loosened his grip, as he could now control the mirror from the inside. He looked around him, but he couldn't tell how big this place was due to the fog. He walked towards the fog, and beside him, the mirror formed from the fog was also moving, following him. Step by step, Luoyin walked out of the mist, raised a hand, and touched it. It was soft to the touch, just like touching cotton. This was the first time Luoyin had come into contact with this kind of fog. Regardless of whether it was the Smokescreen Mountain Range or the bridge on Everlasting Island, the fog did not have any texture. Even when he touched it, it only felt slightly cool, unlike the fog before him. Lu Yin exerted a bit of force, intending to part the fog and see what was in the depths of this space. However, he couldn't do so, and even when he tried again, he still couldn't do so. This was strange. Lu Yin looked around and walked to the other side. He tried to move, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move. The tenacity of the mist was unexpectedly strong. Lu Yin raised his hand and struck out with an empty palm. The palm struck the fog, and a palm print appeared. It was only about 1 centimeter deep into the fog. Lu Yin's expression turned serious. Although it was just an empty palm strike and he hadn't used much strength, it was still enough to kill an astral powerhouse. Lu Yin's palm strike was enough to kill an enlighter with a power level of over 300,000, but it had only left such a thin mark on the fog. Interesting. He thought about it and decided to strike again. At that moment, a stone shot out from the fog and landed on the ground with a heavy thud. Lu Yin was astonished. Who is it? There was no movement. Lu Yin stared at the fog, and his pupils transformed into runes as he scanned his surroundings. There were no rune lines in the mirror, so he couldn't see anything. Who is it? What a bunch of tricks. Lu Yin barked as he struck out with a clear void palm. He had used quite a bit of strength in this attack, and it was enough to kill a third tribulation cultivator in the same realm. However, it only left a palm print that was a few centimeters deep within the fog. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. He had thought that he would be able to leave a print that was a meter deep, but it was only a few centimeters deep. It seemed that the further he went, the more solid it would become. He had never heard of such a dense fog before. Another object shot out, carrying a sharp aura that flickered with a white light. Lu Yin raised his hand and grabbed it. It was a sword that was incomparably sharp, but also somewhat soft. There were strange patterns carved into the sword's edge that gave off a hazy white halo. It was obvious that this was no ordinary sword, and the patterns and halo seemed to contain some sort of power. Lu Yin waved his hand, and the stone that had dropped earlier flew over. Was this an ore? He used a bit of strength, and the ore cracked open. This ore had the defensive strength of an enlighter. An ore dropped from the emptiness palm, and a sword dropped from the emptiness palm. Lu Yin's eyes flickered as he looked at the mist once more. This time, he used even more strength than before to launch another palm strike. This strike was enough to overwhelm a fourth tribulation cultivator. Soon after, another object shot out from the fog. It was a transparent bead with a sword-shaped object that slowly rotated within it. Lu Yin placed a hand on the mirror that had been formed from the fog and moved away from the mirror to look at the bead. The bead had rune lines of a fourth tribulation cultivator. Lu Yin thought to himself that this was indeed the case. Whatever strength he used against the fog would return to him the corresponding level of external objects, such as ores, swords, and beads. This was interesting. Was someone in the fog doing this, or was the mirror itself a power vessel that had been preset? Lu Yin placed a hand on the mirror and entered it again. He took a deep breath and then struck out with his palm. This strike was very weak, even weaker than the first empty palm. He waited for a long time, but there was no movement from the fog. It seemed that he would have to use an even stronger attack to get something to drop out. Only then did he realize that there were some marks beside his empty palm, but they were so thin that they were almost invisible. He stared at them, wondering if they had been left behind by Feng Imo. Of course, there was also the possibility that Feng Imo wasn't the only one who had done this, but it definitely had nothing to do with the Bo brothers. If the Bo brothers knew about this, then why would they have given the mirror to Feng Imo as a reward? Lu Yin stared at the fog for a long time before finally attacking. Since he could obtain external objects by increasing his strength, he would not hold back. In the outside world, on planet Aegis, Luo Shen looked around from time to time and was somewhat disappointed that Brother Lu had not come. Madame Nayland put down her hand. The spacecraft is almost here. Luotian snorted. Madame Nayland was helpless. As his cultivation increases, the time he spends in seclusion will definitely increase, but... She did not know what to say. He had gone into seclusion right after saving them without even chatting with them. A day later, the Nayland family spacecraft landed on planet Aegis. Madame Nayland brought Luotian onto the spacecraft. I left a message, so he'll know that we left once he comes out. Will Brother Lu be alright? Luotian was worried. Madame Nayland laughed. Who in the universe can harm him? Don't worry. She then turned to the old woman behind her. Capture all of Wind Void's people and throw them out to do manual labor. The old woman softly replied, Yes, madam. I am responsible for this disaster. Madame Nayland replied, It has nothing to do with you. I was the one who didn't let you follow and gave Wind Void a chance. The old woman seriously replied, This kind of thing cannot happen again. From now on, no matter where Madame goes, I will follow. Madame Nayland smiled and looked back at planet Aegis before leaving on her spacecraft. Back on the planet, Luoyin had actually left half a day ago, but he did not want to face Luotian and had watched them leave. He had obtained more than 20 items from the mirror, of which there were 2 that were the most valuable. One was the root of wisdom that he had obtained when his destructive power had increased to a power level of 1,000,000. That's right, he had obtained the root of wisdom in the fog. This was something that he had not expected, and it was a pleasant surprise. The root of wisdom had already given him a great surprise. When he had visualized the immovable heavenly king elephant and unleashed a full-strength palm strike that was enough to cause a powerhouse with a power level of 1,000,000 to raise their eyebrows, he had obtained a technique called the micro-induction technique. The name did not reveal much, but when Luoyin looked at it, he realized that this was a technique that the fog ancestor had created himself. The fog that they had seen and the smoke that had filled the smokescreen mountain range were not real fog or smoke, but rather a power called micro. Its form was similar to fog and smoke, but it was similar to the rune lines created by the symbol ancestor. It was a power created by the fog ancestor. It was a cultivation power that was different from astral sources. The micro-induction technique was the starting point for cultivating this power. Luoyin was not surprised when he learned of this fact, as a progenitor could change the world. He did not know why the 6th mainland's 3 progenitors had not created their own powers, but he guessed that not all progenitors could do it. Progenitor Qin had left behind the Sirius stars, the symbol ancestor had left behind rune lines, the even more ancient death god had left behind death energy, destiny had left behind divination, and the fog ancestor had left behind micro. Luoyin learned micro, but he was not very interested in it. He had learned too many powers, and even though Mr. Mu had told him to cultivate every power to the peak, he could not learn so many. Just the 3 realms and 6 Daos were already in his grasp, the death god's death energy, destiny's fate Zan, Wu Tian's weapon mastery, the 3rd mainland's ancient Dao master's 3 absolutes, the 5th mainland's innate gift and visualization, progenitor Chen's power, the symbol ancestor's power, and the progenitor's astral source cultivation and lockbreaking. Even with the addition of the fog ancestor's power, it would not be of much help to him. Luoyin thought about it and used a wireless GU to contact the smokescreen mountain range. Is this Alliance Master Lu? Old Ghost GU asked. Luoyin smiled. That's me. How have you been, Senior? Old Ghost GU smiled. Congratulations on becoming a Dao disciple, Alliance Master Lu. You're now in charge of the above heavens sect and walking on behalf of the heavens. You're too polite, Senior. I'm not being polite at all. Alliance Master Lu, you don't understand, but in the 20 years that you disappeared, us old folks did not have a good life. It's not that the Heavenly Gate did not treat us well, but rather that we had to obey the above heaven sect's cultivators wherever we went. The 3 absolutes Heavenly Gate, in particular, did not give us any face at all. Now that Alliance Master Lu has returned, we can heave a sigh of relief. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 21-21. Internally, Lu Yin was in charge, which was a good thing for the mountain range. 20 years ago, Old Man Gu had been unhappy that Lu Yin had used his weakness against him, but after the Cosmic Sea incident, Lu Yin had saved the mountain range. Old Man Gu remembered this favor, and his attitude towards Lu Yin had completely changed. Lu Yin had saved their lives, and Old Man Gu would never forget this favor. Outside, the threat of the Eternals had been removed, and peace had returned to the universe. Although there was now the above heaven sect above them, Old Man Gu did not care since Lu Yin was in charge. Also, Alliance leader Lu saved our lives back in the Cosmic Sea. Our mountain range will definitely repay this favor, Old Man Gu said. Lu Yin smiled. Then Senior will have to repay more than just that. Old Man Gu was confused. What does Alliance leader Lu mean? Senior, are you familiar with the power that you cultivate? Lu Yin asked. Old Man Gu was even more confused. The power that you cultivate. Alliance leader Lu, are you talking about Star Source? Of course not, it's the smoke from your mountain range, Lu Yin said. Old Man Gu did not understand. What does Alliance leader Lu mean? I don't understand. Lu Yin said, micro-induction. Old Man Gu was shocked. How does Alliance leader Lu know the technique that my mountain range cultivates? Senior knows about micro-induction. Then why is micro called smoke? Lu Yin was puzzled. Old Man Gu still did not understand. What micro? I really don't understand what Alliance leader Lu is talking about. Don't you know that the smoke that you cultivate is not smoke? It's a power called micro that comes from the fog ancestor, Lu Yin said. Old Man Gu was shocked. Micro? We really didn't know. No wonder it's called micro-induction. So that's what it means. Lu Yin was not sure if Old Man Gu really did not know or if he was just playing dumb, but there was no need to play dumb. The power that the mountain range controlled was not very strong, and at most, it could be used to equip an army. It was not very useful to true powerhouses. Alliance leader Lu, how do you know about micro-induction? Could it be Yuntingting? Old Man Gu asked. Lu Yin said, I'll tell you when I get back. For now, I only know micro-induction, and it might be similar to what you know. I can't help you. If I have a follow-up technique, I will give it to you. Old Man Gu was confused by Lu Yin's words and couldn't get any more information. Looking at the wireless Gu, he only knew one thing. Lu Yin seemed to be able to obtain the follow-up to the minute lead method. But was there a follow-up to the minute lead method? Yuntingting's sect had a better grasp of this power than Lu Yin's, but there was a limit to it. If she had a follow-up technique, Lu Yin would not have told her about it now, which was strange. Lu Yin also entered Mount Supreme, and in front of him was Yuntingting. Yuntingting looked at Lu Yin calmly. She had changed a lot from when she had first been locked up. From Lu Yin's point of view, she had become numb from being locked up. You said you would let me go, Yuntingting said indifferently. Lu Yin replied, I'll take you to the astral tree. Yuntingting sneered. She did not believe him at all. You should be aware of what happened during this time. The Astral Tree Expedition's army has arrived at the Fifth Mainland, and the Everlasting Tribe has also made their move. However, I've already dealt with all of that. My next step is to go to the Astral Tree Realm, and I'll let you go, Lu Yin said. Yuntingting calmly replied, I don't have what you want here. Lu Yin asked, You're cultivating the minute induction technique, right? Yuntingting asked. She did not answer, as this was not strange at all. The people of the Smoke Gulp mountain range also cultivated this technique. Then, do you know about this power called minute? Lu Yin asked. Yun Tingting's eyes went wide, and she stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. Lu Yin knew the answer from her gaze. The Smoke Gulp mountain range still does not know that they cultivate minute, not smoke. You didn't tell them either, and now you're telling me that you don't have anything I want to know. Yun Tingting was puzzled. How do you know? Lu Yin's lips curled up, because I also know the minute induction technique. I also know that this power comes from the mist ancestor, and it's different from astral sources. However, you descendants treat it as an external attack method, which is completely different from the mist ancestors. Yun Tingting frowned. The minute induction technique is the power of minute, and minute is essentially an external object created by the mist ancestor. That's all we can control. Lu Yin understood. Just like the Spectre clan, they could cultivate and control death energy, but they could not create it. They could only be considered users, not cultivators. Just like the Gulp Mountain Range, your Smoke Cloud sect only learned the minute induction technique? Lu Yin asked. Yun Tingting replied, we learned much more than the Smoke Gulp Mountain Range, but we still have the minute induction technique, and it can be considered complete. However, we don't know the rest. Rumor has it that the mist ancestor can use minute's power to change the world, but we don't even know a millionth of it. How did you guys learn the minute induction technique? Lu Yin was curious. Yun Tingting looked at Lu Yin. Will you really let me go? There's no point in keeping you alive, Lu Yin said. Although his words were harsh, Yun Tingting believed him. She truly had no value to Lu Yin. They had been trapped at Mount Supreme because Lu Yin did not want to expose the existence of the cosmic tree realm. He did not want any variables to appear. Now, even people from the above heavens era had appeared, let alone the cosmic tree realm. Even if they were released in the cosmic tree realm, they wouldn't be able to cause any harm to Lu Yin, let alone the fifth mainland. Yun Tingting recalled, I once heard my father mention that our Misty Cloud sect's ancestor once served the Misty Ancestor, and he was considered an outer sect disciple that the Misty Ancestor did not acknowledge. At that time, the fifth and sixth mainlands were in a decisive battle, and the Misty Ancestor's 9 mountains and 8 seas met with an unforeseen event. Everything happened too quickly, and my ancestor managed to survive. He followed the Misty Ancestor to the 9 mountains and 8 seas. The Mist Ancestor didn't go to the cosmic tree realm. Lu Yin asked, thinking back to what Feng Imo had said. The mountain sea should have been left behind on the fifth mainland. Yun Tingting shook her head. I'm sure that father said that the Mist Ancestor did not go to the cosmic tree realm with the 4 cardinal scales, and no one knows where she went. Our ancestor did visit the 4 cardinal scales when he was alive, but because he was only a half-step ancestor, he did not have the qualifications to meet the 4 cardinal scales ancestor. Thus, he did not know where the Mist Ancestor went, and he only passed down the minute induction technique that the Mist Ancestor taught him. He obtained the minute induction technique so that he could control the Mist Ancestor's minute induction techniques and better serve the Mist Ancestor. Lu Yin nodded. The Mist Ancestor didn't have a successor. Yun Tingting shook her head. No. According to our ancestors' ancient records, the Mist Ancestor was an infatuated person. What do you mean? Lu Yin did not understand. Yun Tingting replied, I don't know. That's what the ancient records say. They were written by our ancestor, but I don't know the specifics. Our ancestor also recorded some of the Mist Ancestor's deeds, but they were all trivial matters. The Mist Ancestor rarely left the 9 mountains and 8 seas that she inherited. Lu Yin left. Yun Tingting knew about this. Her knowledge was limited, or rather, the Misty Cloud sect's knowledge was limited as well. Infatuated. Or something else. The 9 mountains and 8 seas was a type of inheritance, and any progenitor who managed to reach the 9 mountains and 8 seas was no ordinary progenitor. They all had the power to change the heavens and the earth. Progenitor Chen, the symbol ancestor, and the mist ancestor were all like this, so the four cardinal scales ancestor would definitely not be any weaker. When Lu Yin thought about how he would definitely have to face off against the four cardinal scales ancestor in the future, Lu Yin felt a little uncertain. Even if he gathered all of the fifth mainland strength, he still would not be a match for any of the four cardinal scales families. As long as the other side sent out a progenitor, they would be finished in the astral tree realm. Unless he lured them to the fifth mainland, then with progenitor Chen's strength, Lu Yin was confident that he could even put up a fight against existences like Wang Fan and Bai Wang Yuan. Lu Yin took out the mirror and entered. He looked at the fog around him and said, "Every time you attack, you throw something out as soon as the power increases. I know your goal, you're baiting me with these external objects and even techniques. You want to use external forces to destroy the fog so that someone inside can come out. Of course, it's also possible that this place is set up like this, but I'm more willing to believe that there's someone inside. I don't know if you can hear me, but you'd better give me a response. Otherwise, I'll seal this mirror. With my current cultivation, as long as I'm willing, even a half-ancestor will not be able to find you. You'll never be able to come out." Lu Yin paused and then raised his head. "Give me a response, or you'll never be able to make a name for yourself." There was no response. Lu Yin placed a hand on the mirror formed from the fog. "I, Lu Yin, have cultivated for 40 years, and I'm only at the third tribulation stage. However, I can fight against powerhouses at the sixth tribulation stage or even the seventh tribulation stage. Give me a few more decades, and I'll be able to become a half-ancestor. I've broken through 3 stages, and I have the origin item, so I'll definitely be able to reach the progenitor realm. Since you're not willing to respond, then I'll have to wait until I break through to the progenitor realm." Once he touched the mirror, he would leave, and everything he had said here would become reality. Of course, this was just a bluff. Since this place was related to the fog ancestor, how could Lu Yin be willing to give it up? With his current strength, he could not break through the fog around him, so there was no danger. He just wanted to use this method to test the waters. Just as his palm was about to touch the surface of the mirror, a piece of rock flew out and headed straight for him. Lu Yin reached out and grabbed it. It really was just a stone, but there was a line of words carved into it. It was an ancient language that he did not recognize. "Wait here," Lu Yin said before leaving the mirror and leaving Aegis to return to the solar system. After returning to the solar system, he summoned the ghost monkey. The monkey had been doing well in the Lu Tianmen Gate, and it had considered itself Lu Yin's servant for the past 20 years. Many people in the Great Eastern Alliance recognized it, especially since the monkey always claimed that it was Lu Yin who had used the Realm Mountain to block the entrance to the Starfall Sea. It had always claimed that it was the monkey who had taken the initiative to contact Lu Yin and that it was also the monkey who had thought of that method. No matter what the process had been, the monkey had indeed played a part in the outcome. It had relied on this contribution to lead a comfortable life in the Lu Tianmen Gate. That's the process. Back then, 7th Bro and I dominated the mountain and sea realm. If not for me, 7th Bro would not have been Burial Garden's opponent. It was me who risked my life to swallow the blood of a progenitor and use my innate gift of shadows to help 7th Bro defeat Quiet Weep. On a giant planet outside the solar system, 4 or 5 giants were gathered in a circle as they listened to the monkey's story. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 21-22. One of the giants raised his hand, and Ghost Monkey raised his head proudly. "Ask. If it weren't for you, then the Alliance Master wouldn't have been Hidden Cry's match." The giant asked. He looked like a giant, but he was actually just a child. However, his body was just as huge. Ghost Monkey was pleased. That's right. Without me, seventh bro definitely wouldn't have been his match. Seventh bro was still too weak back then. Of course, that was also because he was still young. The 10 arbiters, Chioshir, and Hidden Cry were all older than him. Does that count as cheating? One of the giants asked. Ghost Monkey waved his hand. Of course not. I coexist with seventh bro, so how can that count as cheating? If that's considered cheating, then Quiet Weep's horse is also considered cheating. Even your weapons are considered cheating. Are you seventh bro's weapon, Marquis? Of course not. I've gone through life and death with seventh bro. We're brothers. Marquis, you're amazing. Ghost Monkey grew even more pleased with himself as he looked around. The giant's praises gave him a sense of accomplishment. In the Eternal Kingdom, those monsters wouldn't be able to do anything with a single hit, and those fellows from Lu Tianmen were too smart. Children were the best, as they were naive and pure. Ghost Monkey decided that he would teach these children in the future, and when they grew up, they would only worship him even more. Suddenly, the giant children's eyes widened as they stared fervently in Ghost Monkey's direction. Ghost Monkey was flabbergasted. Aren't these children's gazes a little too fervent? No, I have to lower the temperature. Otherwise, if that bastard Ku Wei finds out, I'll be in trouble. That guy can't even beat a cheap fish. Long time no see, monkey. A faint voice sounded from behind him. Ghost Monkey subconsciously turned into a shadow and hid. Who had been so close to him without him noticing? If this was an enemy, then he was done for. Wait, why does this voice sound so familiar? Ghost Monkey peeked out from the shadow of one of the giant children and looked in the same direction. His eyes widened. Seventh bro. Alliance Master, the giant children shouted excitedly, their gazes filled with worship and fervor. Lu Yin smiled. Go play. I have something to talk to Ghost Monkey about. Yes, Alliance Master. The giant children reluctantly left, occasionally glancing at Lu Yin as if he was a hero. The monkey came out, and he had a smile that only appeared when he saw the celestial ice phoenixes. He pounced towards Lu Yin. Seventh bro, this monkey missed you so much. Lu Yin grabbed the monkey and entered the mirror. The monkey looked around blankly. Where was this place? Take a look and see what this means. Lu Yin tossed the stone to the monkey. Just as the monkey was about to flatter him, a stone was thrown at him. He subconsciously caught it and looked at it. Words from that era. Lu Yin looked at the monkey, as he knew that the monkey would recognize him. Aside from the monkey, he could also look for Elder Chan or the Second Night King. However, Elder Chan was wandering the universe, so it would be inconvenient to disturb him. The Second Night King was hiding in the Glory Realm, so there was no need to look for him for the time being. The monkey was the most convenient option. Seventh brother, are you saying that you're from the Lu clan? The monkey translated. That's right. I'm a direct descendant of the Lu family. Who are you? The people in the fog were frightened. With a bang, another rock fell out and hit the bottom of the monkey's feet. The monkey picked it up. I'm the mistress that you're all talking about. The monkey's eyes went wide, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. He confirmed it again and then stared at Lu Yin in a daze. She's the mistress. Lu Yin's face sank, and he looked at the fog. Are you messing with me? The monkey was furious. Mistress, you bastard. Although the mistress isn't famous, she's still one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas. How can you be the mistress? Why would she be trapped by her own fog? Who do you think I'm an idiot? After cursing, the monkey felt much better, and he turned to look at Lu Yin. He licked his lips and smiled. Seventh bro, this guy is definitely a liar. He actually said that he's the fog ancestor. But then, he felt that something was off with Lu Yin's gaze. Seventh bro. What's wrong? Lu Yin stared at the monkey. How do you know that the mistress is one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas? 20 years ago, even Lu Yin hadn't known who the 9 mountains and 8 seas were, and it had been Maiden who had told him. How did the monkey know? The monkey hurriedly replied, it's been spread around for a long time. Many people know about the 9 mountains and 8 seas, and even the 12 heavenly gates. Lu Yin's brows relaxed. That made sense. There were no secrets in this era, and the secrets from back then had already been spread around. After all, they hadn't even known about the 6th mainland back then. The monkey's explanation was quite reasonable. There was a thump as another stone fell to the ground. The monkey picked it up. It says that I'm the mistress. He then bared his teeth. 7th brother, this guy is obviously a liar, and he's up to no good. He actually pretended to be the mistress. Why didn't he pretend to be Ancestor Qin? Lu Yin stared at the fog. If you're the mistress, then why are you trapped in the fog? Why would the mistress be trapped by her own power? The stone flew out, and the monkey caught it. I messed up. Lu Yin blinked. Just those 3 words. The monkey nodded. Lu Yin looked at the fog. The mistress' tone was rather casual. How do you prove that you're the mistress? The stone flew out. How do you prove that you're Lu Yin? The monkey was enraged. 7th brother, this guy actually dares to provoke you. Lu Yin stared at the fog. If you can't prove that you're the mistress, then I'll seal this mirror forever. I won't open it until I become a progenitor, or I might never open it. Your choice. The stone flew out. I don't know how to prove it, unless there's someone I know. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat, and he took out Mount Supreme to release Yuntingting. Yuntingting was confused. She had been inside the mirror from Mount Supreme, but it didn't seem like she was outside. The guy inside calls himself the mistress. Prove it, Lu Yin said. Yuntingting was stunned. The mistress. Lu Yin nodded. Yuntingting immediately denied it. How is that possible? She looked into the distance and then around her. Impossible. How could the mistress be trapped by her own fog? That's impossible. She's a liar. The monkey hurriedly agreed. That's right, she's a liar. 7th brother, ignore her. She's a liar with bad intentions. The stone flew out, and this time it hit the monkey's head. The monkey hurriedly caught it and translated, you've already called her a liar 3 times. If you dare spout nonsense again, I'll skin you. The monkey was stunned, as this seemed to be directed at him. At that moment, another stone flew out, and the monkey subconsciously caught it. 7th brother, she says she doesn't know this girl. Lu Yin looked at Yuntingting. Find a way to prove that she's the mistress. Yuntingting immediately replied, definitely not. How could the mistress be trapped by her own power? I asked you to prove it, not to listen to your judgment. Lu Yin's face sank. Yuntingting was helpless, and she looked at the fog. Let me ask you, what's the mistress' greatest characteristic? A stone flew out. The monkey picked it up and stared at the words on the stone. 7th brother, she said that she's beautiful. Lu Yin was stunned. What? Yuntingting was stunned as well. Beautiful. The monkey was speechless. Was that something a progenitor would say? Lu Yin looked at the fog. Are you messing with me? Then I won't keep you company. Another stone flew out. You're from the Lu family. Find Lu Tianyi to prove my identity. Lu Yin replied, if I could find ancestor Lu Tianyi, why would I need to find someone else? Yuntingting asked, "Let me ask you, how many servants did you have back then?" The stone flew out. "None." Lu Yin's face sank. "None." He looked at Yuntingting. She frowned. "What about unacknowledged in-name disciples?" "None." Yuntingting looked at Lu Yin. "It definitely isn't the mistress. Otherwise, there's no way she wouldn't know about my Yun family's ancestor." A stone flew out. Yun family's ancestor. There was a shameless person called Yun San who stayed in the mountain and sea realm. Apparently, he was being hunted down by his enemies. I pitied him, so I temporarily took him in and taught him the minute attraction technique. Yuntingting's eyes widened. My ancestor's name was Yun San. Lu Yin raised a brow. Yun San. This name sounded like someone who had been hunted down. Aside from your ancestor's name, is there any other way to prove that she's the mistress? Yuntingting thought about it. According to the ancient records left behind by my ancestor, she suddenly stared at the fog. How did ancestor Yun San address the mistress when he first met her? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The first address was obviously different from the later ones. A stone flew out, and the monkey felt his teeth ache. It felt like it was gradually proving that the mistress was indeed the mistress. Although it was inconceivable, even someone from the above heavens era had appeared, so what was impossible? What if it really was the mistress? That was the mistress, one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas. Offending her would result in being skinned alive. The monkey gulped and looked at the stone. 7th bro, it says Big Sister Fairy. Yuntingting suddenly knelt down. Yun family's junior, Yuntingting, greets the mistress. Lu Yin was astonished. Are you sure? Yuntingting respectfully replied, only my Yun family's ancestor knows this name, and he's only said it once in the ancient records. Aside from my Yun family's ancestor and the mistress, no one else knows. Lu Yin looked into the fog and was shocked. It really was the mistress. This little monkey greets the mistress. May senior mistress live forever. This little monkey welcomes senior mistress's return. Welcome back. The monkey began to frantically flatter her. Lu Yin looked into the fog, not daring to believe that one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas was right in front of him. He had asked Yuntingting to verify that this person was a fake, but he had never expected that she would be the real deal. Senior, why are you trapped here? How can this junior get you out? The stone flew out, and this time, the monkey's attitude was much more sincere. It respectfully held the stone above its head and translated, your Lu family's progenitors can open a crack and allow me to reveal some of my abilities. However, if you want to release me, you'll need to be stronger than me. Lu Yin was helpless. The Lu family has been exiled, and there are no longer any progenitors in the universe. I'm sorry to disappoint you. The stone flew out. This is the 5th mainland. Yes, Lu Yin replied. The stone flew out. Why aren't there any progenitors? Are all 14 progenitors dead? Lu Yin was stunned. 14 progenitors? That many? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 21-23. When Senior was trapped, did the 5th mainland's Dao Source sect collapse? Lu Yin asked. The stone flew out. It didn't collapse. How could the Dao Source sect collapse? Find a half-ancestor, and you can try to talk to me directly, but it has to be a very powerful one. Also, there aren't many stones left. Lu Yin took a deep breath and walked out of the mirror. Not long after, he brought Kuei Luo and Lu Bujing over. The two looked around blankly. They saw Yuntingting kneeling respectfully on the ground and the monkey smiling at the fog. It was disgusting no matter how they looked at it. "Lu brat, what's the matter?" Kue Luo asked. Lu Yin pointed at the fog. "The person inside might be the mistress. Attack the fog and see if you can release her." "Mistress! Mistress!" The two cried out in surprise. After 20 years, they had gained some understanding of the fifth mainland. Although the mistress was not as famous as the withered ancestor, she was still one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas. "Lu brat, are you crazy? How could the mistress be trapped here?" Kue Luo looked at Lu Yin as if he was an idiot. Lu Bujing felt the same way. Lu Yin knew that no one would believe him if he told them the truth. In fact, he was also skeptical, even with Yun Tingting's confirmation. Fortunately, he could borrow progenitor Chen's strength, so he was not afraid of anything. Besides, it was possible that this person was the mistress. It doesn't matter if it's the mistress or not. Let her out and take a look. Don't worry, she won't be able to escape completely. If you can help her escape, then her strength is nothing to be afraid of. That was true, and the two looked into the fog and met each other's eyes. Lu Bujing said, "Let me try first." He then visualized the Akalanatha king's elephant and punched out. The fog caved in, but it was useless, as they still could not see the bottom. When he saw this, Lu Bujing grew serious, and 3 streams of energy appeared around his body. "Little 7, we can't break through this defense, and the one trapped here should be a progenitor. If this person isn't the mistress and has evil intentions, then we'll all be in trouble. Don't believe her words." Lu Yin frowned. "What do you mean, third uncle?" Lu Bujing said, "I'll try using destiny. The 3 suns ancestral chi, 1 stream of destiny." Lu Yin and the rest stared intently at fate. Were they about to see fate? That was one of the 3 realms, and it was as famous as the Grim Reaper. The airflow kept changing. Sometimes, it would take the shape of a human, and other times, it would return to normal. It kept changing back and forth, but it was unable to truly take the shape of a human. Everyone just watched and waited. At this moment, a stone flew out, and the monkey hurriedly translated, "He's acting." Lu Bujing glared viciously at Ghost Monkey. The monkey was shocked. "It wasn't me. It was the fog ancestor." Lu Yin pursed his lips. Back when he had faced the ancient god's attack, his third uncle had not been able to materialize fate. Even after so many years, it seemed like his third uncle had never succeeded. After a while, Lu Bujing sighed. "Forget it, I won't try anymore." Failed again. Kue Luo rolled his eyes. "More than 10 years ago, Destiny's daughter came knocking on our door because of your 3 young ancestral chi. Not only was she unable to use it, but she also offended the Destiny's disciple." Lu Bujing snorted. "Although I couldn't materialize it, fate gave me the feeling that it could be saved." Lu Yin raised his brows. "Third uncle, are you saying that we can break through the fog?" Lu Bujing nodded. "That seems to be the case, but we can't break through it on our own. At most, we can try." "Then let's try," Lu Yin said. Lu Bujing and Kue Luo separated the crowd and used their own strength. Together, they bombarded the fog. Lu Yin also took out a needle. This needle was the same one that had broken through Wang Xi's inner world and had been lent to Ling Qing to threaten the Forgotten Ruins deity. Lu Yin had lent this needle to Ling Qing in the main hall to deal with the Forgotten Ruins deity, and it had ended up in Ling Qing's hands. During the battle for the Dao disciple position, Lu Yin had borrowed progenitor Chen's strength to suppress all the other half-ancestors. Lu Yin used his strongest strength to shoot out the needle, and it followed the 2 half-ancestors' strength and pierced into the fog. This needle could break through a half-ancestor's inner world, and it was no small matter. Lu Bujing and Kue Luo's strength were not enough to cause much damage to the fog, but their combined strength allowed the needle to forcefully pierce into the fog for an unknown amount of time. A moment later, the needle flew back, almost piercing Lu Yin himself. Lu Bujing and Kue Luo retreated several steps, their faces pale. Lu Yin looked at the fog. Was it useful? Everyone looked at the fog. The fog gradually recovered. Lu Yin sighed. Was it still useless? At that moment, a figure walked out of the fog, attracting everyone's attention. This person's white clothes fluttered in the wind, and she was dressed like an ancient person. Fog surrounded her, making her look like an immortal. Her bare feet floated in the air as she walked through the void. Lu Yin looked up and saw a beautiful face that was comparable to Ming Yan's. Among all the women Lu Yin had ever seen, she could be ranked at the top. More importantly, she had a dignified aura that could not be approached. It was like a ravine in the Milky Way that could never be crossed. Her beautiful face made it impossible for anyone to have any thoughts about her, and they did not even dare to look at her. Even Lu Yin felt that way, let alone the others. Even Lu Bujing, the leader of the Elysium, subconsciously lowered his head after a single glance. The same went for Kue Luo. Lu Yin was the one who had looked at her the longest, and he had taken a few glances. The woman did not speak and simply floated in the air. Lu Yin looked at the ground and suddenly felt that something was wrong. Why did he not dare to look at her? Why did he feel a sense of inferiority from the bottom of his heart? This was not right. Ever since he had stepped onto the path of cultivation, he had never felt this way. The more he thought about it, the more unhappy he felt. Lu Yin looked up, and the woman continued to stare at him. The woman's gaze was filled with the profound dignity of the universe. Lu Yin's gaze was stubborn, but there was also a dignity that had been formed over many years. The two stared at each other, and neither of them looked away. My name is Shi Wei, the woman said, and the depth in her eyes gradually faded away, replaced by curiosity towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin's gaze shifted. Mistress. She smiled. I call myself Mistress Wei because the power I created is called Wei. However, others like to call me mistress or mistress. They've mistaken my power for mistress. Lu Yin bowed respectfully. Junior Lu Yin greets Mistress Wei. She smiled. I was right, wasn't I? Lu Yin did not understand. What? She tilted her head slightly. I'm very beautiful, aren't I? Lu Yin blinked, not knowing how to answer. No matter what he said, it would still be considered flirting. After all, who would dare flirt with a progenitor? Lu Bujing and Kue Luo raised their heads in shock and looked at the woman in confusion. She raised her head. That's my specialty, and I'll say that to anyone who asks. I'm beautiful, so there's nothing I can't say. Yes, you're beautiful. Mistress Wei is the best. Her biggest characteristic is that she's beautiful, the monkey said as he praised her wildly. The woman stared at him. At least you're tactful and didn't call me a liar. Otherwise, I would have skinned you. The monkey was startled, and he hurriedly lay down, not daring to say another word. Thank you, but I can only take a breath. The mistress patted her collar, revealing a large patch of her snow-white skin. Lu Yin and the others quickly averted their gazes, as this was too dazzling. This mistress was too casual. The mistress rolled her eyes. How pretentious. All right, hurry up and tell me what happened. What happened to the Daosaur sect? What happened? I know that Xia Shang burned down the southern progenitor, but what happened after that? What happened? Lu Tianyi, what did Ku Jia and the others do? Lu Yin turned around and organized his thoughts. He then recounted the events of the Daosaur sect's era and the current era. Half a day later, Luin saw that the mistress was deep in thought, and he asked, "You didn't participate in the final battle with the sixth mainland?" The mistress shook her head. "I fought with an Eternal's Corpse King, and I lost control of my power. Even I was trapped, and I only came out to take a breath now. I didn't participate in the battle at all." Luin understood. In that era, the sixth mainland's victory had been a fluke. Ku Jia had charged into the Eternals, and Lu Tianyi and the others had been busy dealing with the seven sky gods. Only progenitor Qin, the symbol ancestor, and a few others had truly fought with the sixth mainland. Otherwise, how could the sixth mainland have been a match for them? "You didn't fight against the seven sky gods?" Luin asked. With 9 mountains and 8 seas strength, how could they have resisted the 7 sky gods? The mistress replied, "No, I didn't want to fight against those 7 old freaks, but the one I fought wasn't simple either. I borrowed the power of that Eternal's true God, but I couldn't kill him. He even made me lose control of my power, and I still can't escape." "Then, did you kill him in the end?" "He was tortured to death." Everyone, the mistress ancestor looked around and saw the strange looks in everyone's eyes. She rolled her eyes. "What are you looking at?" "I couldn't do anything about it. That guy was so hard to kill, and I relied on time to wear away the true God's power before killing him. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to kill him. Besides, I'm not good at fighting." Lu Bujing respectfully asked, "You said that you only came out to take a breath. Could it be that you can't completely escape?" The mistress ancestor frowned, as she felt a little uncomfortable. "I can't leave unless I find someone to break through the fog. But there aren't even progenitors, so who can I find?" Kuei Luo subconsciously glanced at Luin. The mistress ancestor saw this and looked at Luin. "Do you have a way?" Luin replied, "If it's outside the mirror, then there is indeed a way. This junior can borrow progenitor Chen's power." The mistress ancestor's eyes widened. "You can borrow Xie Shang's power." "What power?" "That guy cultivates a lot." Luin replied, "The serious art." The mistress ancestor sized Luin up. "How old are you?" This question stumped Luin, as he did not know how old he was. "Based on your age, you've probably only cultivated the serious art for 100 years at most. Why would you borrow the power that Xie Shang left behind in the fifth mainland?" The mistress ancestor was curious, and she looked Luin up and down. Luin was astonished. "You know about the power that progenitor Chen left behind in the fifth mainland?" The mistress ancestor replied, "Nonsense. Who doesn't leave something behind? In our era, the 4 mainlands were destroyed, and not long after they became the 9 mountains and 8 seas, Huiwen came to us one by one and asked us to leave something behind. Old Fu left behind some rune lines, and I left behind some wei. As for Xia Shang, he was the most ruthless and left behind the Sirius stars." "Can you control the Sirius stars?" Luin nodded. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 21-24. The Mist Ancestor looked at Luin in amazement. "Not bad, how did you do it? That's not easy to control." He himself said that the art of Sirius needs to be cultivated to the 6th level. Normally speaking, only half progenitors can reach the 6th level. The Sirius technique might not be very powerful, but it's very difficult to cultivate and takes up a lot of time. Luin laughed dryly, as he was not afraid of wasting time. "Right, what did you say he left behind? Did my Lu family's ancestor leave anything behind?" "He did," the Mist Ancestor replied. "A general appointment platform." Luin was shocked. "A general appointment platform?" The Mist Ancestor nodded. He left behind a general appointment platform that can summon progenitors. I don't know how he did it, it's clearly an innate gift, but it actually took on a physical form. Lu Yin's eyes twinkled. A general appointment platform, a general appointment platform. Right, a general appointment platform. He had always had one. No, the Hall of Honor had always had one. When the Sixth Mainland had invaded, the Hall of Honor had used it to confer titles. Was that a hidden power that Lu Tianyi had left behind for the Fifth Mainland? Then why hadn't Elder Chan used it? No wonder that old brat kept asking about the general appointment platform. That thing is a treasure left behind by Lu Tianyi, Kuei Luo scolded. Lu Bujing looked at Lu Yin and solemnly said, "In the 20 years that you disappeared, Elder Chan looked for the general appointment platform. I didn't understand why the main family's innate gift had taken on a physical form, nor did I know how he planned to use it, but he really did care about it." Lu Yin fell into deep thought. Elder Chan had always recognized the general appointment platform. His 3 yang ancestral qi came from the Lu family, so how could he not recognize it? Then why had he used it to confer titles? At that time, the general appointment platform had almost been taken to the Sixth Mainland. The Hall of Honor had given it to Lu Yin without any hesitation. Strange, what was Elder Chan thinking? "Senior, do you know how to use the general appointment platform left behind by Lu Tianyi?" Lu Yin asked. The mist ancestor was calm. "If you don't know, how would I know?" Lu Yin was helpless. Forget it, he would put this matter aside for now. He would ask Elder Chan about it later. "If you can borrow Xia Shang's power, you might be able to save me. However, this is within the mirror, and this mirror was created by me, so it can't connect to the stars. If Xia Shang's power can't save me, it'll be troublesome," the fog ancestor muttered to herself. Lu Yin asked, "Senior, you mentioned that the Fifth Mainland has 14 progenitors. Are there really that many?" "Senior, how many progenitors were there in the Sixth Mainland back then?" "Senior, why did Ancestor Chen burn Ancestor Nan?" "Senior, it was not easy to encounter a living fossil, and it was even a progenitor, so Lu Yin had endless questions to ask." The mist ancestor was finally annoyed. "Go ask someone else. I don't have time to waste with you. It wasn't easy for me to come out, and I still want to take a breather." How annoying. After saying that, he disappeared. Lu Yin hurriedly led the others out, and they saw the mist ancestor stretching lazily in outer space. He had a look of enjoyment on his face. How comfortable. The group stood not too far away from the mist ancestor and watched her. Lu Yin glanced at the mirror. Could the mist ancestor leave the mirror now? At that moment, the mist ancestor's gaze swept over and landed on Lu Yin. "So young, yet so long-winded. You're like an old man." Lu Yin felt awkward. "Senior, the Dao Source sect collapsed, and the Lu family and the other primeval surnames all went to the cosmic tree realm. The Fifth Mainland lacks too much history. There are many things that we don't know about. It's not easy to meet Senior, so I don't have the patience to talk to you. History is history, and there's no point in knowing about it. What you need to do now is cultivate until you reach the progenitor realm. Then, release me. With your innate gift, you'll definitely be able to break into the progenitor realm, and you won't be weak after that." Lu Yin was modest. How can this junior compare to Senior? Senior is one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas. The mist ancestor's eyes lit up. "You're good with words, but you can't compare to me. Even if you're invincible among your peers, your strength after breaking into the progenitor realm will depend on your own comprehension. A progenitor who can't create his own cultivation system isn't worthy of being considered a progenitor and can only be considered a beginner. When you attacked the mist, I could sense that your strength is extraordinarily great." Lu Bujing and Kuei Luo had strange looks on their faces. Luin. Inferior. What extraordinarily great strength. That was just one of his strengths. Luin suddenly thought of something. Senior, how strong are you now? The mist ancestor glanced at Luin. At most, I can display the strength of a first tribulation origin cultivator. Luin understood. No wonder the mist ancestor couldn't see through him. If he could display the strength of a progenitor, then he wouldn't have said that. Luin had grasped so much strength that even he couldn't handle it. What's with that expression? Don't think that just because you can borrow Xiaoshang's strength that you're amazing. The serious technique is just a part of Xiaoshang's strength. We progenitors create our own cultivation systems, so we can't be too single-minded in our cultivation. We have to research other strengths, and only the ones we create are most suitable for us. For example, I can create emissaries with my own strength. Can those progenitors who can't create their own strength do the same? Impossible. The mist ancestor was pleased. Luin was stunned, as he thought that he had misheard. Senior, did you just say that you can create emissaries? What do you mean? Lu Bujing, Kue Luo, and the rest were stunned as well. Create emissaries. They were confused as well. The mist ancestor explained, literally speaking, I can use my own strength to replace the human body's meridians and astral origin cyclones. I can even replace the inner world one day and create a half-martial progenitor. What's wrong with that? If old Fu wanted to, he could also use his rune lines to create a group of experts out of nothing. Xiaoshang could use the Sirius technique to replace the various Sirius stars. This is normal. Lu Bujing said, that's right. That's an extreme powerhouse in the progenitor realm. He can change the world and create all things. In our era, the 3 realms, 6 Daos, and even the 9 mountains and 8 seas could do it. An extreme powerhouse. Luin suddenly thought of something and took out the frozen Ming Yen from his cosmic ring. He looked at the mist ancestor expectantly. Senior, can you save her? The mist ancestor looked at the frozen Ming Yen and was astonished. What a chilling power. He then looked at Ming Yen and shook his head. I can only use the power of a single origin tribulation, and I can't even tell how injured she is. I can't save her. Luin was disappointed, as only an extreme powerhouse could save Ming Yen. If Senior escapes, can you save her? Of course. I'm one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas. The mist ancestor was confident. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. It was impossible for him to break through the fog with his current cultivation. There were no progenitors, and even if there were, they might not be able to surpass the mist ancestor. The only thing he could think of was that needle. When Tiando had given it to him, he had said that the needle had killed a half-step progenitor. Luin had also used it to heavily injure Wang Xi and threaten the Forgotten Ruins god. This was also the reason why he had taken it back from Ling Qing. The needle's power had not reached its limit yet, but if it continued to increase, then it might be possible. Suddenly, Luin thought of something, and he slapped his head. How could he have forgotten about that? He pressed a hand against the mirror and entered it. He then took out a pair of slippers from his cosmic ring. That's right, these were the slippers. He had obtained this item by rolling his die. He had thought that it was trash, but not only had he not been able to destroy it, but he had also been able to whip the ancestral tortoise up and down. It was definitely not simple. Holding the slippers, Luin approached the fog step by step. At this moment, the mist ancestor entered as well. When he saw Luin approaching the fog with the slippers, he was stunned. What are you doing? Luin replied, whipping it. The mist ancestor's expression changed, and he angrily rebuked, rude junior, who are you trying to whip with the slippers? Luin replied, these aren't just any slippers. They're very powerful. You're not allowed to whip them. The mist ancestor grew anxious and blocked the fog while glaring hatefully at Luin. Luin was speechless and smiled bitterly. Senior, this is an external item, but it looks like a slipper. The mist ancestor gritted his teeth and stared at Luin. It's a slipper. There are footprints on it. It's disgusting. You're not allowed to touch my way with it. Senior, this really is an external item, and it's from outside the progenitor realm. This junior once used it to whip a progenitor, Luin vowed. The mist ancestor was shocked. Whip a progenitor? Who? Secret progenitor, Luin replied. The mist ancestor was confused. What secret progenitor? A mutant. Right, he might not be a progenitor from that era, but he definitely survived from that era. Senior, you don't know him, but he definitely knows you. He's one of the 6th mainland's only surviving progenitor, but he betrayed humanity. This junior whipped his head. Luin clenched his fists and spoke with confidence. The mist ancestor blinked. Being able to whip a progenitor meant that it was a power vessel that possessed the power of a progenitor. However, she could not help but look at the 5 black toe prints on the slippers, which were extremely glaring. It's fine to use it, but just wash it clean. Luin pursed his lips and the star chessboard appeared beneath his feet. He walked past the mist ancestor and arrived in front of the fog. The mist ancestor could only display the strength of a first tribulation cultivator, so how could he block Luin? The mist ancestor watched as Luin raised his hand, tightened his grip on the slippers, and whipped them down. The mist ancestor's face paled, not because he was afraid of the slippers, but because they were too disgusting. The slippers viciously slammed into the fog, tearing a huge hole in it like a sharp sword. Although it still could not break through the fog, it had forcefully raised the mist ancestor's cultivation from a first tribulation cultivator to a half-step progenitor. The fog represented the mist ancestor's strength, and the strength that the mist ancestor had displayed represented the extent to which the fog had been broken through. Lu Bujing, Kue Luo, and that needle had only been able to force the mist ancestor to reveal the strength of a first tribulation cultivator. This did not mean that the mist ancestor could defeat them at a first tribulation cultivator, as it would consume some of his strength. However, the slippers had forced the mist ancestor to reveal the strength of a half-step progenitor. The difference between the two was huge. Luin raised the slippers again, but it was useless. The fog could no longer be torn apart, and the slippers' power had already reached its peak. Luin put the slippers away and turned back to look at the mist ancestor. The mist ancestor glared at him as if he wanted to eat him alive. It was filled with dignity and disdain. You dare to touch my way with such a dirty thing. You're too rude, Junior. The mist ancestor was so angry that he almost attacked. Luin hurriedly apologized. Senior, this junior had no choice. This really isn't a slipper, but a progenitor's power vessel. Why don't you take a closer look? No need. The mist ancestor's expression grew even more disdainful. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 21-25. Luin relaxed. Although he hadn't been able to free the mist ancestor, these slippers were much more useful than needles. If he really couldn't do anything, he could try to find more resources to upgrade them. But then again, which idiot had created these slippers? In particular, those 5 black footprints made him feel disgusted. He felt like he was picking his feet. As a half-ancestor, as long as he didn't mention the slippers, the mist ancestor was much more relaxed. Junior, take me on a tour of the universe. It's been so long, and I don't even know what the universe has become. We can also look for the mountain and sea realm. Are you looking for your own inheritance? Luin asked. The mist ancestor nodded and seemed a little melancholy. That's my home. Lu Yin replied, all right, but can you give me some time to deal with some miscellaneous matters? The mist ancestor replied, as you wish. I'm very curious about the outside world. You can deal with your matters, and I'll take a look. You said that you're a newly established Tao disciple of the Heavens sect and that you can command the fifth mainland. From you, I can understand the fifth mainland. Over the next few days, Lu Yin brought the mist ancestor to wander between the Heavens sect and Earth. Although they hadn't spent much time together, Lu Yin understood the mist ancestor better. She didn't hide anything, and her personality was completely exposed. It was only then that Lu Yin understood what Yuntingting had meant. The Misty Cloud sect's ancestor had recorded that the mist ancestor's greatest trait was her infatuation. At the time, Lu Yin had wondered what kind of infatuation it was, but now he knew. It was her infatuation with the power that she had created. No matter what she saw in the outside world, she would associate it with micro. She had once said that she could use micro to replace a person's meridians and astral vortices to create emissaries. Lu Yin hadn't believed her at the time, but now he did. This woman had used micro to raise an ordinary person to the level of an enlighter. She had used micro to replace that person's meridians and circulate star energy, causing that person to transform overnight. Although the meridians that micro had replaced would gradually disappear, it would still last for a few days. According to the mist ancestor, when she was at her peak, she could create emissaries. Her mountain and sea realm had no servants, and she didn't need any since all of them were puppets at the level of emissaries. Regardless of whether they were humans, beasts, or anything else, micro could form an astral vortex within their bodies. This was a very terrifying use of micro. In Lu Bujing's words, the fog ancestor was a giant even in the above heaven era. Aside from her infatuation, there was something else about this woman that Lu Yin could not stand, which was that she especially liked to be praised. In other words, she liked to be flattered. Lu Yin was currently speaking to her, and his words were subconsciously filled with praise. The more he praised her, the happier she was, and the happier she was, the more likely she would tell Lu Yin about the Daosaur sect's era. For example, old ancestor Lu Tianyi had beaten up by Wang Yuan of the Cold Immortal sect several times. The symbol ancestor was a late bloomer cultivator. When Ancestor Qin, Ancestor Hui, and the others became famous in the fifth mainland, the symbol ancestor was still diligently copying books in a sect. Ancestor Ku also had a woman he liked, but he never expressed it. Ancestor Qin, Xia Shang, and Wang Xiaoyu also had feelings for each other. That idiot Xia Shang is too infatuated. He even has the sentiments of a poet. Looking at the falling rain and red flowers all day long, he's sick, the mist ancestor said in disdain, his tone full of resentment. This woman couldn't possibly like progenitor Qin, could she? What's with that look? Let me tell you, the fact that you're cultivating Xia Shang's power makes me very unhappy. Watch your words when you speak to me, the mist ancestor said as she glared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin hurriedly flattered her, this junior understands. Actually, with senior's unrivaled strength, you should have been an all-powerful figure in that era, and you should have been a goddess in the hearts of countless people. Right, Ancestor Ku might have liked senior, but he didn't dare to say it out loud because of his inferiority complex. The mist ancestor's eyes lit up, and she slapped her head. That's right, why didn't I think of that? No wonder Ku Xia always had such a serious expression whenever I saw him. I felt like he was hiding something back then. Lu Yin hurriedly took advantage of the situation. You're right, Ancestor Ku Xia did like you, but he felt inferior and didn't dare to say it out loud. But don't underestimate him. Ku Xia, Xia Shang, Bai Wang Yuan, and Wang Fan are all from the same generation, and their age gap shouldn't be too great. That era was filled with dazzling talents, and they all stood out after becoming progenitors. There were also many other geniuses, but from what I know, most of them were beaten up by Ku Xia, including your Lu family's direct descendant, especially that Sundara named Lu Jian. Something like that happened. Lu Yin was curious, as even the Ku family knew very little about Ancestor Ku's experiences. The mist ancestor nodded. Think about it. Everyone is a genius, and they're all outstanding talents of their generation in the Dao Source sect. They compete with each other and know each other's backgrounds. Xia Shang is like a bright moon in the sky, and no one can match him. Bai Wang Yuan, Wang Fan, Lu Jian, and a few others are right behind him, and they aren't that far behind. Old Fu is just a good-for-nothing, and he's still bitterly studying poetry. Only Ku Xia has been silently chasing after him. Who would dare to challenge him? Hui Wen is especially sinister, and she's always making sarcastic remarks. She said that there are only a few people whom she acknowledges, and Ku Xia is one of them. At that time, she angered a group of people, and they all challenged Ku Xia to a duel. In the end, no one said anything, and Ku Xia didn't say anything either. But from then on, everyone avoided Ku Xia whenever they saw him. If you ask me, if Ku Xia hadn't kept such a low profile, he would have stolen some of Xia Shang's limelight. Lu Yin hurriedly asked, did progenitor Chen fight with Ancestor Ku? The mist ancestor thought about it for a moment. I think so. Even if they did fight, it would be a secret. Xia Shang doesn't like to publicize his own trivial matters, and Ku Xia is someone who can't be beaten into a pulp. Even if the two of them fought, no one would know. At that time, Xia Shang's most eye-catching matter was that he was being hunted down by the Dao Source sect. He cultivated 9 clones, and one of them actually became a giant. The Lu family was furious, and Lu Tianyi gave the order to capture Xia Shang. However, the seniors were not allowed to interfere, as no one in the same generation could capture Xia Shang. Listening to the mist ancestor talk about the Dao Source sect's era was rather interesting, and it was like listening to a story. Gradually, Lu Yin wasn't the only one who was listening. Kuei Luo, Lu Bujing, Ku Wei, and the others also came over. Even Silver came over with a smile on his face. These days lasted for half a month, and Lu Yin and the others learned quite a bit about the Dao Source sect's era. It was only when Aurora Fort arrived that the peace was broken. Greetings, Alliance Leader. Ji Dong saw Lu Yin and hurriedly bowed. Beside him, Ji Dong bowed as well. Greetings, Alliance Leader. There were quite a few people who addressed Lu Yin as Alliance Leader now, and they were all veterans of the Great Eastern Alliance. As for the newcomers, they usually addressed Lu Yin as Daozi. Lu Yin still preferred it when others addressed him as Alliance Leader. Long time no see, Ji Dong. Ji Dong sighed. It's been 20 years, but Alliance Leader hasn't changed at all. You're still so young. Lu Yin smiled. I didn't just pass through 20 years. I traveled through time. Ji Dong and Ji Dong's eyes widened. They had never heard of such a thing, and not many people in the current universe knew about it. Alliance Leader, what do you mean by that? See? Lu Yin's lips curled up. I believe that your Aurora Corporation must have studied time and space. I traveled through time for 20 years, which means that from Ji Dong's perspective, it's been 20 years since we last met, but from my perspective, it's only been half a year. Ji Dong was shocked. Alliance Leader traveled through time for 20 years. How did you do it? I'll tell you as we walk. Lu Yin laughed. He wasn't showing off, but he had to announce to the world about the progenitor's sword. He was the true successor of the above heaven sect, and he was the primogenitor successor. Those half-ancestors all knew about the progenitor's sword, so there was no need to hide it. Furthermore, on the 5th mainland, unless the 7 sky gods descended, he wasn't afraid of anyone. Even if the 6th mainland's 3 ancestors were still around, he was confident that he could deal with them with Progenitor Chen's strength. Progenitor Chen's unparalleled strength had given him a lot of confidence. This was also the reason why Xia Ji had placed his hopes of reaching the progenitor realm on Progenitor Chen. He didn't believe that Progenitor Chen would lose, and he had always believed that he was Progenitor Chen's descendant. He had also cultivated the 9 clones, the serious technique, and Progenitor Chen's swordsmanship. How could he lose? However, Lu Yin had broken through to become an envoy and defeated Progenitor Chen at the same time, which was a huge blow to Xia Ji. This was the reason why he and Lu Yin were irreconcilable enemies. As they walked through Aurora Fort, Lu Yin commented, "This place hasn't changed much." Ji Dong replied, "The 3 ultimates aren't too harsh on Aurora Fort as long as we promise to hand over the microarray weapons on time." Lu Yin smiled. "Are you reminding me, Ji Dong?" Ji Dong hurriedly replied, "I wouldn't dare." Not long after, Lu Yin met the Aurora Company's chief consultant, Biao Zi. He was the one who had created the first combined microarray universal armor. Other than him, there were also Master Xian, Wan Gong, the Flame Engineer, and the others. It had been 20 years since they had last met, and some of them had aged while others remained the same. "You've worked hard, Master," Lu Yin said to Master Xian. It had only been 20 years, which wasn't too long for cultivators, but Master Xian had clearly aged a lot. Although his face had aged, his spirit was still quite good. Master Xian smiled. "It's not hard at all. I've had a very fulfilling time." Lu Yin was puzzled and looked at Ji Dong. Ji Dong gestured for Lu Yin to follow him to the deepest part of Aurora Fort. Alliance Master, aside from creating microarrays, Master Xian's most important task is to research and combine microarrays. This is also his interest. Otherwise, how would our Aurora Company be able to hire a Realmuon Formation Master? Lu Yin was astonished. Combine microarrays. Ji Dong solemnly replied, "This was suggested by Sect Master Hen Axayan." Do you know why Sect Master Hen Axayan insisted on bringing Aurora Company to the 3 Ultimate Sky Gate? It's because someone proposed the concept of microarrays during the above Heaven Sect's era and even combined microarrays. Lu Yin immediately thought of Bai Xiaohong's sky-splitting microarray. Wan Gong had been able to create microarrays because of that, and that was a true microarray. At the time, Lu Yin had wondered if the Frigid Immortals sect had already created microarrays. However, after the expeditionary army had been captured, Lu Yin had sent people to investigate. He had also asked Yu Qin, Lu Xiaoge, Elder Shizi, and the others, but none of them knew anything about microarrays. Although he wasn't sure if the Frigid Immortals sect had one, Lu Yin was certain that someone had created one before this era. You're saying that Hen Axayan understands microarrays? Lu Yin asked solemnly. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 21-26. Ji Dong nodded. Yes, and he proposed the concept of combining microarrays. He's also certain that it's a technology that can change an era. He's more confident than anyone else. Lu Yin understood. It seemed that the concept of microarrays had already appeared during the above Heaven Sect's era. Take me to see the research on combining microarrays. Tell me in detail what Henshin proposed, Lu Yin said. At that moment, the Mist Ancestor appeared beside him. Wherever Lu Yin went, he carried the mirror with him so that the Mist Ancestor could appear at any time. Although he no longer had any privacy, it wasn't a bad idea to have a half-ancestor by his side at all times. Even though she was a half-ancestor, Lu Bujing and the others were definitely not her match in a real fight. Ji Dong and the rest were stunned when they saw the Mist Ancestor appear. All around, the Aurora Fort's cultivators were on high alert, but when they saw the mist ancestor, they were intimidated by her might and subconsciously lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at her. Luyin waved a hand. "She's one of us." Ji Dong seemed to wake up from a dream and hurriedly ordered the cultivators around him to leave. He was also shocked, as he had subconsciously lowered his head. Who was this woman? Ji Dong also reacted and couldn't help but look at the mist ancestor again. He could only see her side profile, but he was mesmerized. She was too beautiful, too beautiful. Her temperament was something that no one dared to profane. The mist ancestor looked around and her eyes lit up. Is this the place that represents the fifth mainland's most advanced technology? Luyin nodded. That's right. Next, we'll be looking at a technology that transcends eras. Senior, are you interested? Of course, Huiwen loves to fiddle with these things. I've seen him do it before. Luyin had Ji Dong lead the way. Ji Dong was confused. Alliance Master, who is this senior? The greatest goddess under the heavens, Luyin replied. Ji Dong, Master Xian, and the rest were stunned. Even the mist ancestor was stunned. The greatest goddess under the heavens. The mist ancestor looked at Luyin in admiration. It was a very apt description. Luyin had thought about this for a long time, and his inspiration had come from Ku Wei. That guy had once flattered him and even said that he was the greatest god under the heavens, which made Luyin feel ashamed. However, it seemed to be very useful to the mist ancestor. The mist ancestor found Luyin more and more pleasing to the eye. How's your progress with the micro-attraction technique? Luyin smiled. I'm training right now. Work hard. If you want to become an ancestor, you need to gather the strengths of everyone, observe, and comprehend all kinds of powers. Only then will you be able to break through to the ancestor realm naturally. It's very difficult to break through to the ancestor realm by focusing on one power, unless you become numb to it, the mist ancestor reminded. Luyin hurriedly agreed. Chairman Ji gulped. Who was this woman? She talked about becoming an ancestor and breaking the ancestor. Was she an ancestor? How could that be? The blood ancestor was the only progenitor in this universe. This woman was too arrogant. However, when he looked at Luyin, he realized that he had never seen Luyin so obedient to anyone before. What Luyin had done just now could be considered as flattery. With Luyin's current status, there shouldn't be anyone who needed him to flatter other than a progenitor. Could he really be an ancestor realm expert? The more he thought about it, the more Dong Zhi felt that it was possible. If it really was an ancestor realm expert, he glanced at young Master Zhi. Wouldn't it be great if he could accept his son as a disciple? Only then did he realize that Ji Shao was staring at the mist ancestor's profile with infatuation. Chairman Ji panicked. He deliberately slowed down and stepped on young Master Ji's foot. Only then did young Master Ji come to his senses. He looked at Chairman Ji's back in confusion. Luyin was very clear about the father and son's actions, but he didn't pay much attention to them. For most people, seeing the mist ancestor would intimidate them and make them feel ashamed of their own inferiority. By the time they recovered, they would be infatuated. There was no helping it, as the mist ancestor was just too beautiful. Just as she had said, she was indeed beautiful, and she attracted countless gazes. Not long after, under Chairman Ji's lead, the group arrived at the deepest part of the Aurora stronghold. They saw a field of technology that was filled with fantasies. There, they saw people staring at screens and studying, constantly calculating and experimenting. As far as the eye could see, Luyin could only tell that the screens were microarrays. He couldn't understand anything else. This was especially true when one microarray was combined with another. All sorts of data were displayed on the screens, and it was enough to make anyone confused. The mist ancestor was similarly confused. She liked to study microarrays, as they were a power that she had created. As for other things, she didn't understand them. Microarrays could replace meridians and astral energy cyclones. In essence, microarrays belonged to the field of biotechnology. However, she couldn't understand what was happening in front of her at all. Alliance Leader, the most commonly used microarray weapon is a single microarray combined with the pyrolite. Even a normal person can use a microarray weapon to deal with an explorer, Chairman Xi explained. The mist ancestor was disdainful, as she could create envoys. However, if the amount of pyrolite is increased, then the power will be different. At most, it can reach the destructive power of an enlighter. Lu Yin frowned. Wasn't it able to reach the enlighter realm back then? Ji Dong replied, even enlighters have different levels of power, and the power of microarrays has doubled. Lu Yin replied, Chairman Ji, are you trying to trick me? 1 gram of pyrolite is equivalent to a destructive power level of 10,000. A microarray can already display the destructive power of an enlighter, and with the addition of pyrolite, is it difficult to double the power? What if the amount of pyrolite is only a few grams? Chairman Ji asked. Lu Yin raised his brows. Are you saying that just a few grams of pyrolite can double the destructive power of a microarray? Chairman Ji nodded. To create a complete microarray weapon, materials and sourcebox arrays are all indispensable. The materials here are not only the bark of the mother tree used to create the microarray, but also the materials used to carry the pyrolite. Chairman Xi explained a lot. If it had been anyone else, he would not have explained everything in detail, but he could only do so in front of Lu Yin. Back when he had faced Hen Xayan, he had explained everything slowly, but Hen Xayan had only brought up concepts that Ji Dong himself did not understand. However, after he had brought them up, Aurora Fort had been able to create a combination microarray based on these concepts. Times had changed, and some of the things that could be achieved by modern technology could also be achieved by the ancient people. A single microarray weapon is different from a combination microarray. The combination of microarrays depends on the compatibility of the sourcebox arrays. It's equivalent to combining 2 sourcebox arrays and combining them with technological means to release pyrolite. This is very precise, and we lost more than 100 people when we created the 3-array combination due to a mistake. Master Xian was also injured when we created the 5-array combination. What combination microarrays can you create at most? Lu Yin asked. Chairman Ji answered solemnly, the 5-array combination was proposed by Sect Master Hen Xayan. He used his memory to record the words of a microarray master from the era of the above sky sect, which allowed us to create the 5-array combination in a short 20 years. Its power. At this point, Chairman Ji's gaze turned cold. It's enough to threaten more than 500,000 emissaries. The mist ancestor was similarly disdainful. Emissaries. She could create her own when she was at her peak. The mist ancestor did not care, but Lu Yin was excited. It can threaten emissaries. Can the 5-array combination be mass-produced? Chairman Ji was put in a difficult position. There's too little production staff, and it's not easy to mass-produce it. We're thinking of ways to create an assembly line, but lock breakers are scarce, and it's difficult to replenish them. That's not all. Our most important task right now is to research the 28-array combination. Once it's completed, it will become an extremely powerful weapon. Lu Yin did not understand. You want to jump from a 5-array combination to a 28-array combination? Master Xian interjected, Alliance Leader, the difficulty of a combination is not dependent on quantity, but rather on compatibility. For example, we can already create a 5-array combination, but it's difficult for us to create a 2-array combination or a 4-array combination. As for a 28-array combination, it's theoretically the closest compatibility to a 5-array combination. Lu Yin nodded. If we can research it, how powerful will it be? Chairman G straightened his back. A destructive power level of over 1 million. Lu Yin was shocked. Are you sure? A power level of 500,000 was on a completely different level from a power level of over 1 million. The mist ancestor grew serious for the first time as she looked at Chairman G. These ordinary cultivators were actually able to research a weapon with a power level of over 1 million. A power level of over 1 million was equivalent to a 6th tribulation cultivator. Even during the Dao Source sect's era, there weren't many such experts. From his tone, it seemed like such a weapon could be mass-produced, which was quite terrifying. It was even more difficult than creating an emissary. Research and manufacturing depends on compatibility and power, but quantity is more important. Chairman G explained, 28 arrays are far more powerful than 5 arrays. Of course, the cost is also incomparable to 5 arrays. 1 million is just a conservative estimate. If the materials used are strengthened, the amount of pyrolite used will increase, and the destructive power will increase. Lu Yin was filled with anticipation. The fifth mainland's lack of mother tree barks made it difficult to create microarrays, and there weren't many lockbreakers involved. If they could establish a connection with the cosmic tree, then there would be an endless supply of mother tree barks. Hurry up and research the 28-array combination. Tell me what you lack, and I'll try my best to satisfy you. Master Xian immediately replied, lack of lockbreakers. Lack of technological talents. Lack of materials. The last two were provided by Chairman Ji and Wan Gong, and the three of them spoke of 3 problems. Lu Yin took out his wireless goo and contacted Heavenly Master Xiao and Scribe. Ever since he had become a Tao disciple, he had obtained the contact information of all the important figures in the fifth mainland, and Heavenly Master Xiao and Scribe was naturally the most important. Although lockbreakers had not been of much use in the fifth mainland's war, they had contributed to the construction of sourcebox arrays and lockbreaking. As for Heavenly Master Xiao and Scribe, Lu Yin had already asked Elder Chan about it. As a Heavenly Master Xiao and Scribe generally did not know how to fight. However, if he did, he would not be weak. Even if he could not reach the level of Senior Brother Qin Ping, who could challenge a half-step ancestor, he would still be able to put up a fight. In the current fifth mainland, Heavenly Master Xiao and Scribe was definitely the #1 expert in lockbreaking and sourcebox arrays, surpassing even the upper sage Heavenly Master. Lu Yin. Heavenly Master Xiao and Scribe's voice rang out. Lu Yin replied, Heavenly Master Xiao, long time no see. How have you been? Within the lockbreaker realm of the Neoverse Universe's glory realm, Xiao and Scribe replied, I've been doing well. You're looking for me because you want to merge the Lockbreaker Society with the Above Heaven sect, right? Sect Master Lu came looking for me and said that he wanted to merge it with the back garden. Lu Yin solemnly replied, the human race has been fragmented for too long. If not for the threat of the Eternals, the human race would not have been able to unite for the past 20 years. The scattered human domain would have long since been ruled by the Eternals. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 21-27. When he heard Lu Yin's words, Xiao Ming replied, I know, and I didn't refuse. The Lockbreaker Society was originally a subordinate organization of the Hall of Honor, and it was managed by the Hall of Honor. It's just that it's been replaced by the Celestial Sect. It's good that you understand, Lu Yin said. Xiao Ming asked, then, what do you have to say about the Lockbreaker Society? Lu Yin smiled. Of course it's going to be harder on you. Nominally, this place belongs to the Celestial Sect, but in reality, it's going to be run the same as before. However, there are still some things that require the Lockbreaker Society's assistance, such as the creation and research of microarray technology. Ah, I knew you were looking for me for something. Microarray technology. Back then, Sect Master Scarred Heart sought me out as well, but because of the threat of the Eternals, we needed lock breakers to maintain the sourcebox arrays everywhere, so I couldn't spare anyone. Now that the threat of the Eternals is gone, I could transfer some people over to study the sourcebox, Xiaoming said. Ji Dong, Master Xian, and the others all relaxed when they heard this. With the Lockbreaker Society sending someone over, their research progress would definitely be sped up. By the way, how far have you progressed in your research on the combined microarray? Xiaoming asked. Lu Yin replied, 28 array formation. Across from him, Xiaoming was shocked, 28 formations. So many. Director Ji and the others said that the compatibility is the highest, which is why I've jumped from 5 to 28 arrays. Xiaoming was silent for a moment before replying, interesting. Give me the information and I'll take a look. Master Xian was excited. President, do you want to take a look? Lu Yin nodded. Although he had contacted Xiaoming, he had only wanted to ask a few Dayuan Array Masters or Realmuan Array Masters to help him with his research. He had never thought that Celestial Master Xiaoming would be interested. After all, Celestial Master Xiaoming was a Celestial Master, and even if Lu Yin could borrow Progenitor Chen's power to suppress the Fifth Mainland, he still respected such a person. Regardless of whether it was a Celestial Inscriptionist or a half-martial ancestor, they could not use their strength to forcefully suppress Progenitor Chen. Otherwise, they would lose the hearts of the people. Lu Yin did not lose himself in Progenitor Chen's power. Of course, it would be best if Heavenly Master Xiao was willing to take the initiative to study the 28 formations. Alright, I'll get Director Ji and the rest to send the information to the Heavenly Master. On the other side, Master Xian was excited. With the addition of Heavenly Master Xiao, he didn't know how much faster the research on the 28 formations would be. The two of them weren't on the same level at all. After contacting Heavenly Master Xiao Tianshi, Lu Yin turned around and contacted the technocracy. In the past 20 years, the Sixth Mainland had tried to contact the technocracy, hoping that the two sides could work together to deal with the Eternals. However, the technocracy had not made a move. Lu Yin was contacting the wireless goo that the Sixth Mainland had sent to the technocracy. Soon, the wireless goo replied, "Who is it?" Lu Yin. The wireless goo did not move, but after a while, it moved. "I am Senior," Lu Yin was not surprised. "Long time no see, Academy Master Senior, Alliance Master Lu." "No, I should call you Dozi now." "Dozi of the Above Heaven Sect," Academy Master Sin replied. "Are you aware of what's happening in the human domain?" Academy Master Sin. "Of course," Dean Sin replied. "Since that's the case, I'll be frank. What exactly is the technocracy?" When he asked this question, he avoided Ji Dong and the others, leaving only the Mist Ancestor by his side. Wu Ancestor looked at Wireless Goo curiously. Alliance leader Lu should have guessed it already. "I can guess a little, but I want to hear it from Headmaster Senior Ancestor Hui left it behind to gather resources to deal with the Eternals," Dean Sin replied without hesitation. Lu Yin nodded. The endless mechanical ants had come from the Sixth Mainland and the Astral Tree domain. The technocracy had deliberately created a civil war between the Sixth Mainland and the Astral Tree domain to obtain materials to create mechanical ants. This was also Ancestor Hui's doing. The Sixth Mainland and the Astral Tree domain both disagreed with the idea of mass production of mechanical ants, and even the Hall of Honor was the first to disagree. After all, the technocracy was also at war with the human domain. Huiwen left it behind. The Mist Ancestor was surprised. Lu Yin explained, "Back then, the Sixth Mainland won the decisive battle against the Fifth Mainland and changed the Fifth Mainland's fate. Ancestor Hui schemed against the Sixth Mainland and caused the Sixth Mainland to suffer the consequences. The technocracy was also left behind by ancestor Hui, and it specialized in gathering materials to create mechanical ants to fight against the Eternals. Unfortunately, there weren't enough of them, and they couldn't win against the Eternals. The mist ancestor sneered. Huiwen wasn't good at cultivation, and she had a lot of weird ideas. She liked to fool people. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. Weird ideas. It was because of these weird ideas that the fifth mainland was in its current state. If not for Huiwen, the human domain would have been destroyed long ago. Of course, Lu Yin didn't say this. The mist ancestor and Huiwen were from the same generation, and they were both from the 9 mountains and 8 seas. Their statuses were similar, so it wasn't Lu Yin's place to interrupt. Lu Yin replied, Huiwen left the technocracy behind to deal with the Eternals. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough. We did our best, Academy Masterson replied. Lu Yin replied, I know. Now that the purpose of your existence has been exposed, what do you plan to do next? You won't be able to obtain materials from the 6th mainland, and you won't be able to obtain materials from the astral tree domain due to the destruction of the new void corridor. Academy Masterson didn't reply. After a while, Lu Yin replied, I need your support. If everything goes well, it will be a very good weapon against the Eternals in the future. What is it? Academy Masterson asked. Lu Yin replied, microarray weapons. I'm currently researching a 28-array combination. Once it's successful and mass-produced, it will be beneficial to the Eternals on the battlefield. I need your top technology and materials. No problem, Academy Masterson replied quickly. But it won't be for free. Lu Yin replied, I know. The materials that the human domain doesn't use will be shipped to the technocracy. I can also tell you that you can use the excuse of killing me to get materials from the astral tree. This is a much better excuse than your internal conflict. That's a good excuse. I'll definitely scold you when the time comes, Academy Masterson replied with a hint of humor. Lu Yin hadn't expected this side of Academy Master Senator, although he knew that the technocracy was left behind by Huiwen. How had he done it? How had he created Academy Master Sen and Half Moon City Lord? Lu Yin didn't know anything about Academy Master Sen either. What were Half Moon City Lords? Technological creatures? Or something else? You can scold me, but you'll have to give me some benefits, Lu Yin joked. Academy Masterson replied, I'll give you all of the star essence in the technocracy. Lu Yin had only been joking, but he hadn't expected such a response. He was shocked. All of it? Why? Academy Masterson replied, with the disappearance of the star source, you humans have lost the power that you rely on the most. Even if you have a new power to replace it, you'll still need to use it. These star essences are useless to us, so I'll give them to you. Lu Yin's breathing quickened. 20 years ago, when he had been dealing with the Eternals, the city had basically merged with the Genesis Court. Academy Masterson wasn't just talking about the Genesis Court star essence, but also the entire technocracy star essence. Lu Yin gulped. How much? We haven't calculated the exact amount, but I'll have someone ship it to you in batches. First, I'll give you the star essence from the Genesis Court. There should be around 200 billion of them. We'll also give you the star essence from the city and other places in the technocracy. Altogether, there should be around 1 trillion cubes. The technocracy doesn't actively collect star essence, and we don't have an economy that uses star essence to trade, so there isn't much. At that moment, Lu Yin's eyes turned green. The fog ancestor blinked and stared at Lu Yin in shock. This person's eyes had changed. Could Lu Yin not change? No, he couldn't. If he didn't change, then he would be letting down Academy Master Sen's number. Give him 200 billion first. This was something he had only heard in his dreams, but now he was hearing it in real life. 200 billion was close to a trillion cubes. What an exaggerated number. He had never received so much money in one go before. Hall Masterson was right, as the technocracy's possession of nearly a trillion star essence was not considered much, as that was an entire star domain. However, the technocracy did not need to use star essence, so Liu Yin was already satisfied with the amount that they had. Nearly a trillion cubes of star essence was his first thought, and he immediately thought of the slippers and needles. Then he thought of the sticks, the time wood, the myriad beast cage, and so on, especially the slippers and needles. If they could help the fog ancestor escape, then he would be the fog ancestor. At his peak, the fog ancestor had dominated the 9 mountains and 8 seas, and he would be able to help the human domain unify the entire 5th mainland. He could explore the astral beast domain and the astral wilderness, and he could even deal with the pressure from the astral tree domain and the hidden dangers of the Starfall Sea. This sum of money was too important to him. When will it be delivered? Liu Yin asked anxiously, as he rarely lost his composure. Academy Masterson replied, as soon as possible. Liu Yin replied, the research on the 28-array combination microarray is very important, so please send someone over as soon as possible. Our imprint master show is also participating in the research, and once it's mass-produced, it will be a huge blow to the Eternals. Academy Master Sen was shocked. Even the president of your Lockbreaker Society is participating. Alright, I'll send someone over as soon as possible. Liu Yin put away the wireless voodoo, his eyes filled with excitement. The money was coming, a huge amount of money was coming. What's wrong with you? You look very greedy. The fog ancestor was puzzled. Liu Yin looked at the fog ancestor. Senior, you're the greatest goddess in the universe. There's no other. He then happily turned around to look for Zhidong and the others. The fog ancestor was at a loss, as she had been inexplicably praised without any preamble. What did this mean? Not long after, Zhidong and the others grew excited, as Liu Yin had solved 3 of their most difficult problems. Zhidong could not help but guarantee that once these 3 problems were solved, they would definitely be able to create a powerful 28-array combination microarray weapon that would become a killing machine on the battlefield. Aside from looking at the manufacturing and research of the microarray weapon, Liu Yin also saw the Pyrolite ore reserves, Papercuts reserves, and Shamrock Enterprises medicine reserves. All of these resources have been merged into Heaven's Sex back garden, and they have become the Sex logistical support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 21-28. The current Heaven's sect was just a framework. The 8 Heaven's gates, the 7 half-step ancestors, and the blood ancestor, as well as the mist ancestor and Liu Yin, who could borrow progenitor Chen's power, had formed the current 5th mainland, the human domain. Although the human domain had rebuilt the Heaven's sect and seemed to be united, there were still many unstable elements within. Regardless of what Hen Xayan, Zhu Yi, and the others were planning, there were still many hidden troubles. Undying Yushan was one of them, and the fact that Big Sis was the Netherworld ancestor was another. Liu Yin did not know what Fate's daughter was thinking, but there was still an even greater threat, by Wuxian. Outside, the astral beast domain had yet to make a move, and this concerned Liu Yin. He had specifically asked the Mist Ancestor if she knew anything about humanoid sourceboxes, but her answer had been that she did not know the origins of humanoid sourceboxes. Liu Yin did not forget that the astral beast domain had always been collecting humanoid sourceboxes, and he had seen the most humanoid sourceboxes when the 4th mainland had collapsed. Did these humanoid sourceboxes have anything to do with the astral beast domain? Liu Yin had used progenitor Chen's power to suppress the entire 5th mainland and look down on everything. However, even he could not clearly see the undercurrents hidden within this continent. Since he could not see them clearly, then he would not bother. No matter what kind of undercurrents were hidden within, Luin was confident that he could control the fifth mainland unless someone surpassed progenitor Qin. Under the Mist Ancestor's strong request, Luin brought her to tour the human domain. Since the Dao Source Sect's era, the fifth mainland had changed greatly, especially in the past 20 years. There were many changes that even Luin was not clear about. The Mist Ancestor wanted to see where she had once been, but whether it was the name or the location, everything might have changed. They arrived at Bardweave, which was beside the astral river, and gazed at the astral river from the darkness of outer space. This is where I started my cultivation. At that time, I met my master, who was the Dao Source Sect's enforcer. From then on, my life changed. Now, everything has changed, and even my hometown no longer exists. They then arrived at the astral river, which was different from 20 years ago, let alone the Dao Source Sect's era. There are too many geniuses and elites in the Dao Source Sect. Every domain, every direction, and even every family competes with each other. I was brought into the Dao Source Sect by my master, and after I became an explorer, the first competition I participated in was astral river fishing, the Mist Ancestor muttered. Luin listened without interrupting. Fishing in the Milky Way doesn't just depend on one's strength, but also on one's technique and perception of danger. Some people will be dragged into the Milky Way and only be left with a pool of blood, while others will be able to catch the most powerful creatures. I still remember that old Fu stayed by the Milky Way back then and was in charge of handing out fishing rods to people. Who would have thought that he would become the symbol ancestor after so many years? The Mist Ancestor laughed. Luin asked, was the symbol ancestor very mediocre in his youth? The Mist Ancestor nodded. That's right. He's older than all of us, and he only became an explorer when he was 100 years old. However, as he progressed, his breakthroughs became even faster. There's a saying that he often says. She paused for a moment before continuing with a strange expression, read more books. Knowledge is power. Luin pursed his lips. Shouldn't that be Patriarch Hui's words? Huiwen likes to say that knowledge is not just power, the Fog Ancestor said. Luin was speechless, as that made a lot of sense. Geniuses after geniuses competed with each other for glory. Back then, everyone knew that our generation would usher in a grand event in the fifth mainland, but no one could have imagined that it would be so grand. More than half of the 9 mountains and 8 seas appeared in our generation, and there was even a trader named Xiaoshang who dominated 2 mountains and 1 sea. During that time, Xiaoshang was synonymous with rebellion. He cultivated the 9 clones and fused with the giant's bloodline. He snuck into the burial garden by himself and even seduced a girl from the Wang family. By the time this matter was exposed, he had already learned the Wang family's oblivion technique and other secret techniques. The Mist Ancestor sighed. Although everyone viewed him as a traitor, it has to be said that he was ruthless and extremely talented. Even Ancestor Lu Tianyi couldn't bear to touch him. A few days later, the two of them arrived at the day-night flow zone. During the era of the Dao Source Sect, this place had been the Frigid Immortal Sect, but many years later, it had become the Day-Night Clan. Now, even the Day-Night Clan no longer existed, and only the ruins of the Frigid Immortal Sect remained hidden. The Mist Ancestor looked at the shattered Night King planet. I've been to the Frigid Immortal Sect before and fought with Bai Wang Yuan's junior sister. Back then, the Frigid Immortal Sect was very low-key. I never expected that they would join forces to banish your Lu family. It's unbelievable that such a colossus like the Lu family could be overthrown. Luin was speechless. The White Dragon's reversal and the 4-way scales had overthrown the Lu family, but the Mist Ancestor did not believe it. Based on the Mist Ancestor's attitude, Luin became increasingly suspicious. If the Lu family could be banished so easily, would it still be the Lu family? How does Ancestor Lu Tianyi compare to Ancestor Qin? Luin asked. The Mist Ancestor shook his head. I don't know. Xiaoshang is practically invincible in the same realm, but Senior Lu Tianyi is unfathomable. It's said that he can even summon progenitors. It's hard to tell who's stronger and who's weaker. That's why I find it so strange. With Xiaoshang's strength, he would have no problem facing by Wang Yuan and Wang Fan at the same time, so Senior Lu Tianyi definitely wouldn't have any problems either. Besides, your Lu family has other progenitors, and with the Lu family's foundation, I can't figure out how the frigid immortal sect managed to banish you. Right, there's also a legend in your Lu family. Lu Yin could not figure it out either. Perhaps only progenitors like Bai Wang Yuan would be able to answer his questions. Let's go and find my mountains and seas. The mist ancestor sighed. Times had changed, and his old home had disappeared. There was no need to wander around anymore. Lu Yin was surprised. You can find them. Of course, they're my mountains and seas, the mist ancestor said matter-of-factly. After that, the mist ancestor continued to search for the mountains and seas. The two of them traveled throughout the innerverse and outerverse, even going to the cosmic sea. They even passed by Earth's swamp, where they exchanged glances with Jui. Jui was shocked by the mist ancestor's existence, but he could not see through the mist ancestor's cultivation. Lu Yin saw that Earth's swamp prison overseer had been locked outside the Death Chi swamp, and he was furious. He released the prison overseer, who expressed his gratitude and then headed towards the Neoverse. Jui calmly looked at Lu Yin from within the Death Chi. Lu Yin looked at the Death Chi swamp. The Spectre race and the Shi family are both here, right? The 7 courts had split, with the Xia family joining the 3 ultimates Heaven's Gate. After Jue appeared, the Shi family did not hesitate to join him, shocking the Hui family and the other 4 families. It was only then that they realized that the Shi family had been controlled by the Spectre race. If not for their fear of Jue's strength, they would have attacked the Spectre race. The Shi family being controlled by the Spectre race meant that the 7 courts had been infiltrated for many years. This also explained why progenitor Chen's tomb had been invaded by the Neo-Human Alliance time and time again. The Spectre race joining Jue meant that Jue had protected the Spectre race. Otherwise, the Spectre race would have been destroyed by the human domain long ago. This was a thorn in the side of Elder Chan and many others. Anyone who was in cahoots with the Neo-Human Alliance would be eradicated, but the Spectre race would not be touched. Not here, Jui replied. Lu Yin solemnly said, the sect of Heaven's Gate has returned. The 12 heavenly gates are only here to protect the human domain's entrance. Let the Spectre race and the Shi family report to the sect of Heaven's Gate. Jue frowned. I already said that they are no longer in Kuin's swamp. Lu Yin looked at Jue deeply. Beside him, the fog ancestor said, there are many people there. If they can remain in the Death Chi, then they must be from the Spectre race. Lu Yin glanced at Kuin's swamp. Sect Master Jue, I hope that you will remember the responsibilities of the 12 heavenly gates. He then turned and left. The fog ancestor was puzzled, but he did not say anything. Jue watched Lu Yin leave and frowned. He had refused to hand the Spectre race over to the sect of Heaven's Gate, which meant that he had offended this person. Although he had had some conflicts with this person in the past, the nature of the conflict was different. Still, it did not matter, as he was not far from breaking through to the progenitor realm. Once he did, this region would be under his control. After leaving Kuin's swamp, the fog ancestor was puzzled. The Spectre race is clearly inside. Why didn't you expose them? Lu Yin smiled. It's not the right time. The fog ancestor did not understand, but he did not ask any further. After interacting with you for a few days, I realized that you are just as sinister as Hui Wen. Lu Yin pursed his lips. That's called wisdom. That's called sinister. The fog ancestor was very insistent. Lu Yin was helpless. Another 10 days passed. On this day, the fog ancestor suddenly looked in a certain direction and became excited. Found it. She then pointed in a certain direction. Let's go there. Although she could display the strength of a half-progenitor, her main body was still trapped, and she still needed Lu Yin to carry her around. Lu Yin was also excited. Although he had learned many battle techniques from the Mountain Sea inheritance, he was not afraid of learning another one. This was a very ancient inheritance. 20 years ago, the Daosaur sect's ruins had collapsed, and the mountains and seas within the ruins had scattered. Although their locations had been determined, and some people had tried to enter and receive the inheritance, not a single one had succeeded. Lu Bujing had also tried, but he had failed. Lu Yin had no intention of trying, as he still did not understand the meaning of the flames or the water flow. Going there would be a waste of time. At this moment, they were east of Kuan's swamp, where the cosmic sea intersected with the universe. From a distance, they could see an endless stretch of seawater covering the entire sky. A strange phenomenon had descended, and it gave this region a sinister aura. Where is it? Lu Yin asked, as there was nothing around them besides the cosmic sea. The fog ancestor looked into the distance. It's almost here. Lu Yin followed the fog ancestor's gaze and saw a thick fog gradually covering the edge of the cosmic sea. A warship was rushing in their direction. Hey, let's go. That fog can eat people, someone shouted from the warship. Lu Yin was astonished. Senior, is that fog your mountain and sea realm? The fog ancestor sighed. That's right. Let's go in. Lu Yin nodded, grabbed the mirror, and stepped forward, disappearing into the fog. Within the warship, the cultivator who had warned them was vexed. 2 more had died, even though he had clearly warned them. Let's go. It's none of our business if they don't listen to us. Don't get eaten by the fog. The cultivator acknowledged the warning and hurriedly steered the warship towards the innerverse. Once they entered the fog, they entered the mountain and sea realm. By the time Lu Yin could clearly see his surroundings, they were no longer in the cosmic sea. Instead, they were on a surface of water that was filled with fog. In the distance, a tall mountain was faintly discernible. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 21-29. The Mist Ancestor looked around with a complicated expression. I've lived here for far too long, but I've finally returned. Lu Yin remembered that Feng Mo had mentioned that this place was filled with illusions and fog. Then, was this mountain sea's inheritance related to illusions? After the Mist Ancestor sighed, Lu Yin finally asked this question. The Mist Ancestor replied, illusions. That's the power of spiritual force, not spiritual force. Then what about this place? Lu Yin was curious. He had just seen an illusion, but it had not been spiritual force. It was more like a replay of a scene. The Mist Ancestor explained, every mountain sea has its own inherited battle technique. In my mountain sea, the inherited battle technique is think. Lu Yin was confused. Think. The Mist Ancestor nodded and looked at Lu Yin seriously. Everything in this world, regardless of whether it is right or wrong, regardless of the outcome, has an origin. Humans are great because of their wisdom, and this wisdom can be realized through thinking. The more you think, the more you can see through the essence of certain things. This inheritance of the mountains and seas is based on thinking. Lu Yin still did not understand. Why did it have to be inherited? He could just think about it on his own. The Mist Ancestor smiled. You weren't surprised when I mentioned the mountain sea's inherited battle technique. It seems like you know about it and have even experienced it before. Lu Yin nodded. There are mountains and seas in the Daosaur sect's ruins. This junior has experienced it before, but unfortunately, I failed. Then I'll teach you a shortcut. Perhaps you can inherit this mountain seas battle technique. Lu Yin looked forward to it. Please tell me. The mist ancestor's expression was solemn. Forget time. Lu Yin did not understand. The mist ancestor continued, if you want to inherit this mountain seas battle technique, then you have to think. The more you think, the better. When you think so much that you forget time in your own existence, then you might be able to inherit the battle technique. This is what I experienced back then. Lu Yin fell into deep thought. The mist ancestor looked at him. The original self is your own thoughts. When you completely empty yourself, forget your own existence, and forget time, then you will have succeeded. Of course, this process is very difficult. Lu Yin looked at the mist ancestor. If I can forget time, then does time exist or not? Do I exist or not? The mist ancestor was astonished. Not bad, congratulations. You can't inherit this battle technique because you're too smart. Lu Yin was stunned. The mist ancestor shrugged. You're too self-centered, and you simply can't forget your own existence. There are some things that the smarter a person is, the harder it is for them to accomplish. You're one of those people, so don't even think about fighting in the mountains and seas. Lu Yin was unwilling to give up. This junior wants to try. The mist ancestor did not care. Up to you. You can go by yourself as long as you're close to the mountain. Lu Yin nodded and put down the mirror. He then leaped up and headed towards the mountain, disappearing from sight. The mist ancestor shook his head. He stood alone on the surface of the sea, gazing into the distance as if he was recalling something. Lu Yin disappeared as he neared the mountain, and at the same time, a voice rang out, "Those who have broken through may enter." He had experienced this situation twice before. He calmly opened his eyes, and what entered his eyes was darkness. There was nothing around him, and he felt as if he was floating in the air. At this time, the area ahead distorted and the mist ancestor appeared. Forget time. Lu Yin was surprised. Senior, you can enter. The fog ancestor disappeared, and Lu Yin felt that something was strange. That person just now didn't seem like a real person. At this time, another ball of flame appeared, and then another. Lu Yin was shocked. Wasn't this the flame he'd seen the first time he'd broken through? He'd failed back then, so why was there another one here? No, this was fake. The flames disappeared, and a spring appeared that flowed endlessly. Lu Yin looked on. This was the scene he'd seen when he'd broken through the second time. He'd entered another mountain sea, and he'd seen Xing Kai and the others fighting. The scene in front of him disappeared, and then Xing Kai, Wan Sansi, and the others appeared. This was the scene Lu Yin had seen after he'd failed. Lu Yin suddenly recalled the mist ancestor's words. The battle technique of this mountain sea's inheritance was to think about how one could succeed by forgetting time. If anyone else had entered, they would have been at a loss as to what to do. Fortunately, Lu Yin had the back door that the mist ancestor had opened. These scenes were definitely what he'd been imagining. Lu Yin was a little shocked, as this mountain sea could actually see through his thoughts. This was a little terrifying. He took a deep breath. Think. What was he thinking? What could he think about that could make him forget time? Forget himself. Forget everything. Right, he should think about battle techniques. In the outside world, a month passed. The mist ancestor was bored to death, and he occasionally glanced at the mountain. He pursed his lips. It should be soon. He was about to fail. Another half a month passed, and the mist ancestor stood on the surface of the sea, watching the waves ripple as they flowed into the distance. Lu Yin emerged with a helpless expression, as he had failed. The mist ancestor looked over and was not surprised. I told you that you'd definitely fail. What a waste of time. Lu Yin sighed. Senior, how can I forget time? The more I think about it, the clearer my thoughts become, and the harder it is for me to forget time. I even remember every minute and second. The mist ancestor was speechless. It's my fault. I shouldn't have told you. If I did, you would think in that direction, and the more you think about it, the clearer it becomes. Lu Yin shook his head, but he did not blame the mist ancestor. If not for the mist ancestor, he wouldn't even know how he had failed. The longest time he had been in seclusion was before the Tao disciple battle. He had been cultivating the serious technique for a total of 5 years. Even then, he had not been able to forget time. This was not a matter of whether or not he could remember, but rather a cultivation mentality. Or rather, it was a matter of perception. Some people could forget themselves just by sitting alone in the depths of a mountain, but Lu Yin could forget about it. Senior, what realm did you succeed at? Lu Yin asked. The mist ancestor raised his head. Half progenitor. Lu Yin nodded. Fortunately, he was only at the third origin tribulation, which was still too far away from becoming a half progenitor. He still had a chance. Don't be discouraged. The inheritance of the mountain and sea battle techniques can be tried at any realm. Actually, most people try it at the progenitor realm, which is why there is such a thing as the progenitor realm in the 9 mountains and 8 seas. There are very few people below the progenitor realm who can receive the inheritance, and those people will definitely reach the progenitor realm. Lu Yin knew what the mist ancestor wanted, so he immediately flattered him. Senior, you're truly unprecedented. No matter how talented this junior is, I can't compare to you. The more the mist ancestor listened, the happier he became. Of course. Let me tell you, in my generation of the 9 mountains and 8 seas, I was the first to inherit the mountain and sea battle techniques. Is that so? Lu Yin remembered that when he had broken through to become an emissary, he had fought against progenitor Qin, who had been at the same realm. Progenitor Qin had used many techniques. Could one of them have been inherited from the mountain and sea battle techniques? Lu Yin suddenly recalled what the mist ancestor had said. The smarter one was, the harder it was for them to inherit this battle technique. When he thought of this, his expression turned strange. This battle technique isn't very useful in battle, but it can help you clarify some things, especially when creating your own strength. With my talent, I'll definitely reach the progenitor realm, but it'll be difficult. It might take a long time like old Fu since I'm not good at fighting. However, because I inherited this battle technique, I was able to think of subtle when I was still a half progenitor. Using subtle to break through to the progenitor realm. This battle technique's greatest use is one's comprehension, so whether or not it's useful depends on the person. It's useless for Xia Shang, as that guy fights all day and everything he learns comes from fighting. It's quite useful for old Fu, but unfortunately, he didn't inherit it. Lu Yin felt that it was a pity, as it was very useful to him as well. The strength in his heart had been comprehended by the wisdom root T, and he always felt that something was missing. If only he could inherit this battle technique. Forget it, he didn't want to think too much about it. Senior, let's go. The mist ancestor nodded. What about the mountain and sea? Lu Yin asked. The mist ancestor had a complicated expression. Just leave it here. The mountain and sea does not belong to anyone, and it has been passed down since ancient times. It would be good if someone could inherit this battle technique. Lu Yin wanted to take the mountain and sea with him, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. If he took it away, he wouldn't be able to inherit it for the time being. On the other hand, the half-progenitors could try it out. It would be fine if Kue Luo, third uncle, and the others could inherit it, but it would be troublesome if Jui, Henshin, and the others could inherit it. Lu Yin couldn't selflessly help these people increase their strength for the sake of humanity. He would go back and tell Kuei Luo and the others about this place so that they could try it out one by one. "Senior, how do we leave?" Lu Yin asked. The mist ancestor directly led Lu Yin out. "It's best if those below half-progenitor don't enter. Although the mountain and sea inheritance is also an inheritance, it is generally not open to those below half-progenitor because it's meaningless. Only those who cultivate to the half-progenitor realm can comprehend certain things." Lu Yin looked back at the mist. He would have to wait a long time before he could come again. 2 months had passed since Lu Yin had left the Above the Sky sect. During these 2 months, the human domain's focus was on the establishment of the Above the Sky sect. With the power of the entire human star field, it would be too easy to build an Above the Heavens sect. A few days before Lu Yin's group left the Mountain Sea realm, the Above the Sky sect was completed. It was located in the solar system, and it wasn't fixed in a fixed location. Instead, it could be moved around, and it was like a giant astral mountain gate. After Lu Yin and the Fog Ancestor left the Mountain and Sea realm, they learned that the Heavens Above Heaven sect had been established. They immediately notified the 8 Heavens Gates sect masters and the other half-ancestors that the Heavens Gates conference would be held in advance. Once the Above Heaven sect was established, there would definitely be an opening ceremony. At that time, all the upper echelons of the entire human domain would gather. It would be the best time to hold the Tianmen convention. Currently, the human domain had 1 blood ancestor, 13 half-martial ancestors, and Qingping and Tiando, who could rival half-martial ancestors. Below them were the hundreds of emissaries. If it weren't for the Above Heaven sect, these forces wouldn't have joined forces. But now, because of the invasion of the Eternals 20 years ago and the establishment of the Above Heaven sect, the alliance of the human domain was officially confirmed. The last time the entire human race had joined forces was during the era of the Daosaur sect. Looking at the Above the Heaven sect's majestic mountain gate, Lu Yin sighed in amazement. Although it had some grandeur, it was still lacking compared to the ancient Above the Heaven sect. It's much worse than the Daosaur sect's mountain gate. The main thing is that it's missing a pillar that supports the heavens, the Fog Ancestor said. Beside him, Lu Bujing chimed in, "It's already not bad, and it's even worse than the Above Heaven sect. However, it still has some grandeur to it. This is just the initial stages of the construction, and the mountain gate will become even grander in the future. When the day comes that the threat of the Eternals is no longer present, the pillar that supports the heavens will be retrieved. At that time, there will definitely be many progenitors in this region of space." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2130. Lu Bujing's words reminded Lu Yin of something. "Third uncle, who do you think has the highest chance of breaking through to the progenitor realm amongst the 13 half-ancestors?" Lu Bujing thought for a moment. "It's possible for them to break through to the progenitor realm." He suddenly paused and looked at the Fog Ancestor. "If we're talking about understanding the progenitor realm, Senior should have more authority." Although Lu Bujing came from the era of the Above Heaven sect and was much older than the Fog Ancestor, they had been sealed in ice for so many years that their true age was far from the Fog Ancestors. Moreover, those who were more accomplished in the world of cultivation came first. The Mist Ancestor was satisfied. She gave him a look that said, "At least you know what's good for you." She originally wanted to ridicule him. A half-ancestor talking about an ancestor? Who gave him the confidence to do so? Breaking through to the ancestor realm doesn't depend on one's cultivation time or battle prowess. It depends on one's control over one's own power and one's understanding of this starry sky. You should have heard that the ancestor realm can change the heavens and the earth. It refers to the inner world of a half-ancestor. Once one breaks through to the ancestor realm, they can replace this starry sky, said the mist ancestor. Some people are invincible among their peers, but they can't break through to the ancestor realm. Some people are mediocre, but they can break through to the ancestor realm. Nobody can absolutely break through to the ancestor realm. Lu Bujing's face twitched. Wasn't he talking about them? The 12 Heavenly Gates sect masters were said to be absolutely capable of breaking through to the ancestor realm. The mist ancestor had slapped their faces. The mist ancestor looked at Lu Yin. You said that there are 13 half-progenitors in this universe, right? Based on the odds, one of them should be able to break through to the progenitor realm. Hurry up and convene the Tianmen convention so that I can take a look at each of them. Although Lu Yin believed the Fog ancestor's words, he also believed the above heaven sect's evaluation of the 12 heavens gates leaders. At least half of them had the qualifications to break through to the progenitor realm. Now, it all depended on who broke through first. Third uncle, the Tianmen convention will be held in 10 days. Half-ancestors and envoys must attend. Lu Bujing immediately sent someone to pass on the message. This could be considered the true Tianmen convention after the establishment of the celestial sect. The previous few meetings could only be considered as discussions. The Tianmen convention was about to begin. Lu Yin thought about it and decided that it was time to meet Wang Xi and the others. Ever since he had locked them up, Lu Yin had not seen them. Even if they had been locked up, he had not been in a hurry to meet them. Now that half a year had passed, it was time to meet them. Imprisoning a half-martial ancestor was not a simple matter, and there was nothing that could really trap a half-martial ancestor. The only thing that could be done was for Lu Bujing to severely injure them every once in a while. The first person Lu Yin met was Xiaode. He didn't have much of a grudge against the man, and if it weren't for the fact that the Xia family was also one of the 4 cardinal scales and wanted to kill him, he might not have treated Xiaode this way. The sound of water dripping could be heard in the dark prison. One couldn't see the end of it. This was where the celestial sect imprisoned their prisoners. It was an imitation of the era of the celestial sect. Lu Yin did not let Lu Bujing accompany him. Instead, he led Ku Wei into the prison. Ku Wei was very excited. He had finally been remembered. It had been more than half a year since his master had returned. Now, he had finally taken the initiative to meet him. This was too difficult. Thinking of this, Ku Wei wanted to cry. In the 20 years that Lu Yin had been gone, his days had not been as good as they had been in the past. Although he was treated well because he was the leader of the giant bloodline, he no longer had the arrogance he had when Lu Yin was still around. His arrogance stemmed from Lu Yin's existence. In this region, Ku Wei was definitely at the top of the list of people who wished the best for Lu Yin. Master, be careful. There's water under your feet. Ku Wei hurriedly walked in front of Lu Yin and led the way. He opened every door he came across and stepped into the water. The mist ancestor had a strange expression on his face. Lu Yin was satisfied, as he still needed Ku Wei at a time like this. This was the kind of person he needed. Then again, there were quite a few people like this around him. The monkey was one, the elder from the Blaze realm was another, and Gu Shower was another. Soon, Lu Yin met Xiaode. Hey, old brat, my master is here to see you. Ku Wei shouted as he walked into the prison. The mist ancestor was displeased, and it gave Lu Yin a fright. Within the prison, Xiaoda's limbs were pierced and tied to the wall. When he heard Ku Wei's words, he slowly raised his head. His face was haggard, and he no longer had the dignity of a half-ancestor. Xiaoda sighed as he looked at Lu Yin. Winner takes all. You can do whatever you want with me. Lu Yin calmly looked at Xiaoda. Actually, the Xia family is the one I don't want to be enemies with the most. Progenitor Qin is the one who lent me his strength. After I entered the cultivation world, the first technique I came into contact with was Progenitor Chen's self-created serious technique. Xiao shook his head and smiled bitterly. Then you don't have to feel burdened. Although Progenitor Qin is a member of the Xia family, he has nothing to do with us. Lu Yin did not understand. The Mist Ancestor explained, when Xia Shang cultivated 9 clones, one of them became a giant, and the Daosaur sect issued an order to capture him. The Xia family did not help him, and the Xia family has never supported him on his path of cultivation. Why is that? Lu Yin was puzzled. Anyone could see Progenitor Chen's cultivation talent, and the Xia family should not have been so short-sighted. When the Daosaur sect had first pursued Progenitor Chen, they had only sent the younger generation to act. Even Lu Tianyi had treasured Progenitor Chen's talent. Xia De looked at the Mist Ancestor strangely. Who are you? The Mist Ancestor looked at Xia De. Xia Shang is from a side branch of your Xia family. If he hadn't suddenly learned the 9 clones technique, he wouldn't even have entered the Xia family's eyes. Not every family is like the Lu family, where the direct and side branches are harmonious. The Xia family oppresses the side branches too ruthlessly, and even Xia Shang's parents died while sparring with a direct descendant. Xia De was shocked, and his face went pale. You? How do you know? Even the direct descendants of my Xia family don't know about this. It's my family's greatest secret. The Mist Ancestor was disdainful. I've known Xia Shang for too long. What wouldn't I know? Who are you? Xia De was horrified. The Mist Ancestor had known Progenitor Qin for a very long time, and she even knew about Progenitor Chen's family matters. This was not as simple as just knowing each other. The Mist Ancestor coldly laughed. Your Xia clan declined because of Xia Shang. Back then, your Xia clan was ranked number 1 after the Lu clan. The 9 clones technique was extremely rare, and if it weren't for the fact that the Lu clan was so invincible, your Xia clan would have been the only clan in charge of the 5th mainland. However, Xia Shang appeared out of nowhere, and not only did he steal the mountains and seas that your Xia clan's direct descendants wanted to inherit, he also stole another mountain. Now, your Xia clan doesn't have a single 9 mountains and 8 seas. Xia Shang's existence should be your Xia family's greatest stain. Xia De's expression turned ugly, and he lowered his head. This woman was right. During the era of the Daosaur sect, the Wang family's Wang Fan and the Frozen Immortal sects by Wang Yuan had both had people from their families who had become 9 mountains and 8 seas. On the surface, Progenitor Qin, Xia Shang, had seized 2 mountains and 1 sea, which seemed to represent the Xia family, but in reality, it had nothing to do with the Xia family. Xia Shang had stolen the 2 mountains and 1 sea because he wanted to cut off the Xia family's path of retreat, so that no one in the Xia family could inherit the 9 mountains and 8 seas. The Xia family's disciples of that generation were all extraordinarily talented, and they were not inferior to the Wang family or the Bai family. However, because of Xia Shang, they had not been able to inherit the 9 mountains and 8 seas. They had even been unable to become progenitors due to a flaw in their mental state. This had led to the Xia family's downfall, and they were now on par with the White Dragon clan. The Xia family hated Xia Shang, but they also hated Lu Tianyi. If not for Lu Tianyi's protection, Xia Shang would have died long ago. They would rather have Xia Shang, who was invincible in the same realm, die than allow the Xia family to decline. This was also one of the reasons why the Xia family had participated in the overthrow of the Lu family. A family's greatest fear isn't that they don't have any geniuses, but that they have too many of them, especially if they come from a side branch, the Mist Ancestor side. He had seen Progenitor Chen's memories, and they were either filled with battles or a rain of flowers. There was no warmth or family. The impression that progenitor Qin had given him was always one of battle and slaughter. Now, Lu Yin understood. No wonder. Ku Wei was furious, as he understood progenitor Chen's feelings. He was from a side branch of the Ku family, and he had always been suppressed by Ku Lei. If not for Lu Yin's rescue, then everything that he had would have been Ku Lei's. No matter what he did, he would still be Ku Lei's. Why had Ku Wei come to the Outerverse from the Neoverse to search for the Yu family? It was because this was the only way for him to have a chance to climb up and obtain the Yu family's quota to enter progenitor Chen's tomb. He had to find a way to surpass Ku Lei, which was why he had risked his life. If not for the fact that he had been suppressed too much, how could he have ended up like this? Serves you right, Ku Wei cursed. Xia De looked up at the mist ancestor. I want to know who you are. Why do you know so much about progenitor Qin? Lu Yin replied, you don't need to know her identity. I'm just here to ask you about the truth behind the Lu family's banishment. Xia De did not understand. The truth? What truth? Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. The Lu family has ancestor Tianyi, more than one progenitor, vassal families, and even a legendary Dao Lord. What right does the four-way scales have to banish them? Xia De laughed. Lu Tianyi is powerful, but the Wang family has Wang Fan, and the frigid immortal sect has Bai Wang Yuan. They're both from the 9 mountains and 8 seas, so who's weaker than the other? As for the legend of your Lu family, you said it yourself. It's just a legend that has never appeared. Lu Yin stared at Xia De. You didn't answer me directly. Xia De shook his head. I'm just a half-ancestor. It's not up to me to know how to deal with the Lu family. Lu Yin frowned, as he had already expected this. Does your Xia family hate my Lu family that much? Even with the threat of the Eternals, you still want to banish my Lu family? Xia De did not speak, as he did not want to. Just as he had said, the winner was king, and the loser was vilified. Even a half-ancestor like him had been reduced to a prisoner, so there was nothing left to say. Lu Yin left, and not long after, he saw Old White Ghost. Compared to Xia De, Old White Host's gaze was filled with venomous hatred. Ku Wei immediately scolded, Old thing, what kind of gaze is that? Are you looking to die? Old White Ghost did not pay any attention to Ku Wei and only stared at Lu Yin. The four-way scales won't let you off. The ancestor won't let you off either. Lu Yin sneered. Old White Ghost was different from Xia De. Xia De's grudge against Lu Yin stemmed from his family's grievances, and Old White Host's gaze was filled with venom, second only to Wang Xi. In this region of space, so what if Bai Wang Yuan comes? Lu Yin was confident. Old White Ghost sneered, you're too arrogant. Even progenitor Qin wouldn't dare to be so arrogant in front of the ancestor, let alone you. What a joke. Bai Wang Yuan was beaten up by Xia Shang many times in the past. He's older than Xia Shang and can barely be considered a peer, but he can't beat Xia Shang. If they really meet, Bai Wang Yuan won't even dare to fart, the fog ancestor sneered. Old White Ghost finally noticed the fog ancestor, and his gaze turned cold. He angrily rebuked, you dare to insult the ancestor? Once the ancestor descends, he'll make you regret it for 10,000 years. The fog ancestor raised his head. Let Bai Wang Yuan try. Although I'm not good at fighting, he still won't be able to deal with me. Old White Host's expression changed. Who are you? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2131. Lu Yin had sought out Ku Wei so that this lackey could scold others on his behalf. Only the mist ancestor's existence could completely suppress the arrogance of these half-ancestors. Their arrogance came from their very bones, from the 4 cardinal scales, and from their ancestors, especially the 9 mountains and 8 seas. But what about the mist ancestor? He was of the same generation as their ancestor. If I tell you my identity, you'll have to kneel. The mist ancestor was indifferent. Old Ghostby was bewildered. Who are you? Acting all mysterious. Old White, do you want to die? Luine suddenly spoke and looked at Old White Ghost calmly. Old White Ghost stared at Luine, his eyes flickering. Are you threatening me? Luine smiled. I've already killed Marquis Green Bamboo and Marquis Wui, so I don't mind killing one more half-ancestor or even a few more. Old White Host's eyes narrowed, as he couldn't tell if Luine was telling the truth or not. A demi-ancestor had a noble status, and even in the cosmic tree realm, he would be considered a top figure. Old White Ghost had never thought that he would die at the hands of a human. Even after being imprisoned for half a year, he had never thought that Luine would dare to kill him. He was a half-martial ancestor of the frigid immortal sect, backed by the 9 mountains and 8 seas and the starry sky of trees. How dare this bastard from the Lu clan kill him? But when he saw Lu Yin's calm, devoid of killing intent, his heart sank. He had a feeling that this person would really kill him. If you kill me, the frigid immortal sect won't let you and everyone around you go. All Old White could do was threaten. Luine smiled and clasped his hands behind his back. If I don't kill you, will the frigid immortal sect let me off? Old White Ghost's expression changed. You guys purposely formed an expeditionary force to kill me. How interesting. Only you are allowed to kill me, but I am not allowed to kill you. Do you think your threats are effective? Luine remained calm with a faint smile on his face. And this smile made Old Ghostby's heart turn cold. For the first time, he felt a deep chill towards this young man in front of him. Previously, even when this young man could borrow Ancestor Chen's power to suppress them, he did not feel so cold. Actually, I don't have any questions for you. On the contrary, you should think of a way to survive, Luine said before turning to leave. What Xiada didn't know, Old White wouldn't know either. It was impossible for a half-martial ancestor to interfere in the affairs of the progenitor realm, unless they were at Baixianer's level. Although Old White Ghost was a half-martial ancestor, he was definitely not the most powerful person in the cold immortal sect. Otherwise, he would not have been sent to this starry sky to hunt him down. Xiada already had answers to many of his questions, and the only person he could look forward to was Enai Huang. As the White Dragon Race's Grand Elder, an existence second only to the progenitor realm, he might know something. The third person Luine met was Enai Huang. Facing this Grand Elder, Luine actually found it difficult to deal with. I didn't think that the Fog Ancestor would still be alive. I'm now imprisoned, so I'm unable to pay my respects to Senior, Great Elder Enai Huang said respectfully. She recognized the Fog Ancestor with a single glance. The Mist Ancestor was puzzled. You know me. Enai Huang's current appearance was not much better than Xiada's, and she looked rather miserable. However, this was only on the surface, as her injuries were even more severe than Xiada's, Old White Ghost's, and the others, because she was stronger, comparable to the sect masters of the 12 Elysium Gates. During the Daosaur sect's era, this junior accompanied the elders to greet Senior Fog Ancestor. At that time, Senior was focused on his research, and we only met briefly before leaving. This junior remembers that the one who led us to Senior's mountain sea was Senior's servant, Enai Huang replied respectfully. Fog the Fog Ancestor nodded and sized up Enai Huang. The White Dragon race was considered a relatively powerful race during our era, and it was related to the ancestral Mang. You people have lived for a long time, but unfortunately, it's very difficult for you to produce any powerhouses, even if you are the only race that can approach the ancestral Mang. Enai Huang replied, that's right. Actually, my white dragon race can now become one of the 4 scales in the starry sky of the trees, and we are on equal footing with the cold immortal sect, the Wang family, and the Xia family. We have to thank Senior. The fog ancestor's confusion. Lu Yin was curious as well. Senior, although we only met briefly, you gave the elders of my white dragon race some pointers. It was also because of that pointers that the elders comprehended themselves and broke through to the progenitor realm. The white dragon race will never forget Senior's kindness, Ni Huang said gratefully. His 4 limbs were nailed to the wall, and the chains shook as he grew more and more emotional. The fog ancestor waved a hand and reservedly replied, "It was just a few words of advice. There's no need to take it to heart." To Senior, it was just a few words of advice, but to my white dragon race, it was the grace of a new lease on life. Ni Huang was moved. Lu Yin gritted his teeth, as he was being treated as if he didn't exist. He glanced at the fog ancestor and saw that she was very pleased with herself. Speaking of which, if the fog ancestor had not broken through to the progenitor realm, the white dragon race would not have been qualified to join forces with the cold immortal sect and the others, and the Lu family might not have been exiled. Losing the white dragon race was not as simple as losing a progenitor. The biggest reason for the Lu family's exile was the ancestor Mang's revival, which was the white dragon race's doing. The more Lu Yin thought about it, the more depressed he felt. However, he did not dare to criticize the fog ancestor. Great Elder, Senior Fog Ancestor gave your white dragon race pointers, which allowed your white dragon race to have a progenitor. However, your progenitor turned against my Lu family and used the white dragon race's revival to banish the Lu family, allowing the Eternals to benefit. You really have repaid your senior well. Lu Yin did not dare to say anything to the fog ancestor, so he could only mock Ni Huang. Ni Huang looked at Lu Yin. This favor came from the fog ancestor, and it has nothing to do with the Lu family. Lu Yin lowered his voice. Since your white dragon race has received the fog ancestor's favor, then the fog ancestor would like to know something. How did you banish my Lu family back then? Ni Huang looked at the fog ancestor. I'm sorry, Senior. This junior is only a half-ancestor, and I really do not know how it was done. Even with our half-ancestor's abilities, we are not qualified to participate. However, this junior knows one thing: there is a traitor in the Lu family. Lu Yin's eyes trembled, as he knew that there was a traitor. Who is it? Ni Huang shook her head. Why don't you ask Lu Jing who it is? Oh, that's right, he should be called Bai Zheng now. Bai Zheng. Lu Yin suddenly recalled the person who had used the Xitigarbon needle when he had fused into White Sage's body to attack the Cosmic Tree Expedition army. Right, Yu Qin had also mentioned Bai Zheng's name, and that this person had asked her to be his maid. No matter how Yu Chen's status had changed, she was still Bai Xiaohong's maid. If this person could make her feel helpless and unable to refuse him, then his status in the frozen immortal sect must be extraordinary. Who is this Bai Zheng? Lu Yin asked. Ni Huang laughed. Just a traitor. One of the traitors of your Lu family. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he stared at Ni Huang. She looked up. If you want to know, ask him yourself. He should be scared to death right now. Traitors like him are the most afraid of death. Lu Yin's expression darkened as he turned to leave. He would not be able to obtain any more information from Ni Huang, but he still wanted to see Bai Zheng. Ni Huang watched Lu Yin's departing figure with a helpless expression. She had not expected the mist ancestor to actually come out and follow this person. With the mist ancestor's protection, how could the four-way scales deal with him? Here, this person had unified the ruined lands and controlled the entire human domain, including the remnants of the sixth mainland. He controlled more than 10 half-progenitors and countless human cultivators. Now, even the mist ancestor was helping him. Even if the four-way scales did not have any external threats from the Eternals, it would not be easy to deal with this person. How could he be so fast? This person was clearly just an emissary, so how could he be so powerful? Lu Yin could not help but recall Long Quan's dying words. If only the White Dragon tribe had not targeted him back then. Lu Yin left Enai Huang's prison and took out Mount Supreme to release Yu Qin. Yu Qin was at a loss when she was suddenly released, but before she could say anything, Lu Yin grabbed her and brought her to see Old White Ghost. Yu Qin was shocked. How could she not recognize Old White Ghost? He was a half-progenitor. How could a half-progenitor be in such a miserable state? Did you see what happened to him? Lu Yin casually tossed Yu Qin onto the ground, his expression cold. Ku Wei stepped forward and glared at her. Woman, answer my master's questions. Otherwise, your fate will be much worse than that old man's. The Mist Ancestor frowned. She did not like seeing a woman being bullied like this, but anyone who could cultivate to the progenitor realm was no saint. She simply returned to the mirror and did not look. Yu Qin took a deep breath, her face pale. She looked up at Lu Yin with fear in her eyes. What do you want to ask? I'll definitely tell you what I know. Ku Wei tactfully stood behind Lu Yin, as it was not his turn to speak. Lu Yin looked down at Yu Qin, who's Bai Zheng. Yu Qin was not surprised, but she was still a little surprised. You've even captured Old White Ghost, but you still don't know Bai Zheng's identity. I'll ask, and you'll answer. Lu Yin's tone was cold. This involved a traitor of the Lu family, and he was in a terrible mood. These half-progenitors had been captured, and he was getting closer to unraveling the truth behind the Lu family's banishment. However, he was not so close that he could find out the truth immediately. Yu Qin closed her eyes and calmed herself down. Bai Zheng's real name is Lu Zheng. He's Lu Xiaoshuan's attendant. Even though he had guessed this, Lu Yin was still shocked when he heard this answer. His own attendant. Yu Qin looked at Lu Yin. He's your attendant. He betrayed the Lu family and joined the Frigid Immortal sect. Although his position in the Lu family wasn't high, his position in the Frigid Immortal sect was very high after his betrayal. How did he betray you? Lu Yin asked. Yu Qin shook her head. I really don't know. Even the junior ancestor doesn't know anything about the Lu family, let alone me. It's still unknown whether Old White Ghost knows, but I'm guessing that it's unlikely. Tell me everything you know about Bai Zheng, Lu Yin said. Yu Qin was bitter. I've already told you everything I know, and I won't hide anything from you. Otherwise, you can just kill me. Lu Yin frowned and walked closer to Yu Qin. He bent down to face her, and they were less than half a meter apart. He stared into her eyes, causing her to shiver. Do you know what your greatest value to me is? Lu Yin slowly asked. Yu Qin's eyes flashed. You can contact Bai Zheng. Lu Yin nodded. Yes, but that's not right. I don't necessarily need to contact Bai Zheng. I won't get anything from her, and I might even expose my location. Yu Qin grew nervous and thought for a moment. If you want to know about the Lu family, I can help. Lu Yin straightened his back. How? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2132. Yu Qin seriously replied, there's a place in the Frigid Immortal sect that contains secrets. I'll think of a way to help you see what's inside. Lu Yin laughed. Since it's a secret, do you think you have the right to do so? Yu Qin was helpless. I definitely don't have the right, but since you want to know something, you definitely won't give up. You have your plans, and I can be your spy. Even if I die, you should let me play my part. Besides, I don't want to die. Why should I trust you? Lu Yin stared at her. Yuchen opened her mouth, but she didn't know what to say. That's right, why should Lu Yin trust her? I don't know why, but you must go to the astral trees. Aside from investigating the Lu family, there's also the Red Garden and the Star Alliance. These are all things that you need to do. Lu Yin's finger twitched. The Red Garden, the Red Garden. That's right, I'll definitely go there. I'll bring everyone out, as they're all from the Lu family. Lu Yin put Yuchen away and walked towards another prison, where the expeditionary force from the astral trees was imprisoned. Master, did you not see Xia Ji and the others? Ku Wei asked. Lu Yin did not answer, as his thoughts were complicated. Not long after, he saw a group of people being imprisoned. It was much easier to imprison them since they were not half-ancestors. Lu Yin saw them, and they saw him as well. Within the frigid immortal sect, Stoneheart looked at Lu Yin calmly. Elder Xing, Elder Green Apricot, and the others did not show much emotion either. Only one person was cowering in a corner, not daring to look outside. Lu Yin stared at him and barked, "Get over here." The person in the corner trembled and curled up even more. Elder Xing stood up with a cold expression. "What are you trying to do, Lu family's son?" Ku Wei stepped forward and glared at Elder Xing. "Old thing, what can you ask my master about?" Even old Whitehead knelt before him. "Who do you think you are?" Elder Xing was furious. "Impudent. How can a half-ancestor kneel?" "Nonsense." Ku Wei raised his head. "Who isn't afraid of death? My master controls the universe and rules over the entire human race. Even a progenitor is nothing, let alone a mere half-ancestor." Elder Xing was furious, and he pointed at Ku Wei but could not say anything. The other members of the cold immortal sect glared at Ku Wei, wishing they could eat him alive. Lu Yin stared at the person curled up in the corner. "I'll say it again. Get over here." In the corner, the person's body trembled, and he slowly raised his head to meet Lu Yin's gaze. In that instant, time seemed to flow, and he saw that high-spirited youth waving at him. "Come, young master has good food. Why are you so useless? Wasn't it just memorizing books? Young master, let me teach you." You were beaten up. Young master will avenge you." "Idiot, that's not how to use the Xidigarba needle." "I'll definitely teach you. That way, you won't be bullied again, and I'll have some face. You're my errand boy. In the future, I'll be invincible in the universe, and the 7 heroes will be peerless. You have to keep up with me, or at least become a patriarch." His words echoed in the young master's mind, causing the man in the corner to feel even more terrified. His eyes lost focus. "I won't go out, I won't go out, I can't go out, young master will kill me. I won't go out, I won't go out." Everyone stared at the man in the corner as if he had gone mad. Sure, Xan was disdainful. He had known Lu Jing for a long time. He had seen this errand boy when he had challenged Lu Shaoxian, one of the 7 heroes. He had seemed innocent and naive, but he was actually ambitious. Now, he had suffered the consequences of his own actions. Crack. The prison door opened with a click. Ku Wei was alarmed. "Master, be careful." He was afraid that the people inside would attack Lu Yin. But he was overthinking things. Even if Old White Ghost had been at his peak, he wouldn't have been able to pose any threat to Lu Yin. Lu Yin walked past the frigid immortal sect disciples, past Sher Xan, and past Elder Xing. Elder Xing clenched his fists even harder, but in the end, he loosened them. Lu Yin walked to the corner and looked down at the man. "Raise your head," he said in a low voice. The man in the corner trembled even more and lowered his head even more. No, I won't go out, young master will kill me. I've let him down, and I've let down the Liu family. I won't go out. Liu Yin's gaze turned cold, and he grabbed the man's hair and lifted him up. The man was terrified and instinctively attacked, but he was only at the first tribulation origin realm. He couldn't even fight back against Liu Yin, and Liu Yin pressed him against the wall. At that moment, Liu Yin saw the man's face clearly. It was indeed him, the same person who had used the Xidigarba needle when he had merged with Sage Whitehost's body and killed Wang Yun. Lu Zheng. Liu Yin gritted his teeth, his gaze icy. Lu Zheng stared at Liu Yin in fear, his pupils dilating as his face went pale. Young master, young master. Liu Yin flung him away and smashed him into a corner. Lu Zheng spat out a mouthful of blood, clutched his stomach, and curled up again. Elder Xing couldn't help but step forward to stop Liu Yin. Liu Yin turned around and stared coldly at Elder Xing. Elder Xing was a seventh tribulation origin expert, but he suddenly stopped and didn't step forward. Liu Yin's gaze made him shiver, and he had a feeling that he didn't dare to approach. If he did, he would die without a doubt. The rest of the frozen immortal sect cultivators kept quiet out of fear, not daring to make a sound. Liu Yin looked down at Lu Zheng. Do you still remember me? Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng spat out a mouthful of blood that splashed all over his face and blurred his vision. Everything he saw was red. Young master, young master. Liu Yin couldn't remember anything from the past, but when he looked at Lu Zheng's face, familiar voices echoed in his head. Young master, slow down, wait for me. Young master, third young master Nong is looking for you. Young master, that Tu Qiming is here again. He's shameless and wants to follow you. Young master, can I learn the Xidigarba needle? The family will kill me. Young master. The words, young master, echoed in his ears. Liu Yin looked at Lu Zheng's face and felt even more disgusted. You still remember me? Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng was terrified and trembled. Young master, don't kill me. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. It was him. He forced me to do this, young master. Liu Yin shouted, Who? Who forced you to do this? Lu Zheng coughed up blood. Madman. That madman. He forced me to do this. Liu Yin's eyes narrowed. Speak clearly. Suddenly, Lu Zheng's eyes widened. It's all your fault, Lu Shaoxian. It's all your fault. You didn't find me. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been captured by that madman and suffered so much. It's all your fault. You only had eyes for that woman and never thought of finding me. It's all your fault. Liu Yin looked at Lu Zheng's crazy curses and didn't stop him, allowing him to continue. It's all your fault. You didn't find me. I was tortured by that madman for so long, and you had to suffer the same pain as me. Madman, madman. Lu Zheng cursed, crying and laughing at the same time. The Liu family is gone. Ha ha ha. Liu Shaoxian, you're dead. That woman tricked you and everyone else. I'll join the Han Immortal sect. I want to take that madman as my master. He suddenly knelt down with a pious expression. Please accept me as your disciple. I beg you, I'm also a member of the Liu family. I want to learn the Liu family's visualization technique and everything about the Liu family. I want everything that Liu Shaoxian has. Please accept me. I want the Liu family to regain its glory. My Liu family. Isn't that what you want as well? The surrounding cultivators from the frigid immortal sect watched Lu Zheng's strange actions and felt a chill run down their spines. It was as if they had seen a ghost. Liu Yin had seen this scene before. In the Astral Combat Academy, he had touched the stargazing deck and triggered fate. Yes, that youth kneeling on the ground was Lu Jing, and he had seen this scene before. Lu Jing was taking someone as his master, and besides Lu Jing, there was also a broken cauldron. That person had to be a direct descendant of the Lu family. Madman. There was a madman in the Lu family. Suddenly, Lu Yin thought back to the person he had seen while traveling through spacetime. That person was the one who had met the ancient god and been seen by Elder Chan. Could that person be that madman? There's no one left in the Lu family. I, Lu Jing, am a member of the Lu family. I, Lu Jing, represent the Lu family, and I will definitely inherit the Lu family's glory in the future. I, Lu Jing, am the Lu family. Lu Jing kept muttering to himself, as if he had gone mad. No, he had indeed gone mad. Lu Yin looked at Lu Jing, whose eyes were filled with madness. The painful memories combined with his crazed desires had caused his thoughts to go crazy, and he had truly become a madman. Elder Xing shook his head helplessly. He had seen people like this before. Some people pursued things that they could never obtain, but still desired them immensely. Once they obtained something, they would go crazy, and after being frightened by Lu Shaoxian, they would go completely insane. He's really gone mad, the fog ancestor said as he appeared and looked at Lu Jing. Lu Yin quietly watched Lu Jing kneel on the ground, muttering to himself with a crazed look in his eyes. He sighed, raised his hand, and slapped down. Bang! A crisp sound rang out, and Lu Zheng's body fell to the ground. Even in death, the crazed look in his eyes didn't fade. His death wasn't painful, as he was still trying to take that madman as his master. He was trying to restore the Lu family's glory, his Lu family's glory. No one sympathized with Lu Zheng's death, even though he had betrayed the Lu family because of the frigid immortal sect. However, Lu Yin felt that it was a pity. He didn't know who the madman was. Lu Yin left the prison and ordered someone to take care of Lu Zheng's corpse. What are you going to do with us? Elder Xing asked, and all of the frigid immortal sect cultivators looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin didn't answer and simply left. Sure, Xian's gaze was complicated. This person was Lu Shaoxian, but also not Lu Shaoxian. Lu Yin had originally planned to meet Xia Ji and Wang Xi, but Lu Zheng's death had left him with a heavy heart. Master, why don't I bring those two old things to you? Ku Wei asked. Lu Yin waved his hand and stepped out of the above heaven sect. With another step, he arrived on earth. He appeared on the road to Jinling, where he had killed a few people. It was also where he had first met Zhou Shan. Now, the road had completely changed, and he couldn't recognize its original appearance. Many thanks to immemorial imperial teacher Zhang Daming, brother Moc Mi, for your reward. I've been preparing to take wedding photos, renovating my house, and going on business trips. I've been too busy recently, so I'll try my best to save as much as possible. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2133. Senior, what was the Lu family like back then? Lu Yin asked. The mist ancestor appeared behind him. What was so special about it? They were high and mighty and were worshipped by the Fifth Mainland. They also had the responsibility of protecting the Fifth Mainland. High and mighty. Lu Yin was puzzled. The mist ancestor smiled. To the average person, the Lu family is high and mighty. No matter what the Lu family does for the continent, the average person cannot understand it. They want to replace the Lu family. From the Lu family's point of view, everything they do is very normal. They accept the allegiance of others, are envied by others, and obtain the resources of the entire continent. All of this is very normal. Lu Yin asked, then, has the Lu family done anything that angers the heavens? I don't know. She looked at Lu Yin. You're overthinking things. Do you believe that ruling a continent is just and honorable? Lu Yin looked away. You've reached this point, and you dare say that you've killed innocent people. You dare say that you haven't done anything against your conscience. It depends on how you look at it. At least, the Lu family protected the fifth mainland, and that is an unchanging fact. The frigid immortal sect and the other families rebelled against the Lu family because they wanted to taste the feeling of reaching the top. Lu Yin smiled. Overthinking things. No, he just wanted to hear the mist ancestor's opinion. He did not care about what the Lu family had done or what they had taken responsibility for. No matter who ruled a continent, the Lu family had not done enough. In his opinion, the Lu family had not done enough. If it were him, he would not have allowed the four sides to take advantage of the situation. Lu Tianyi had been biased towards progenitor Qin and caused the Xia family to resent him, so why couldn't he be biased towards the Lu family? If the Lu family occupied more than one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas, who would dare to rebel? If it were him, the Wang family and the frigid immortal sect would not exist. He would not make the same mistakes that the Lu family had made. When he thought of this, Lu Yin looked at the above heaven sect. From the moment he had borrowed progenitor Chen's power to walk on behalf of the heavens, he had the final say in the fifth mainland, and only he had the final say. This was not enough. During the Tianmen convention, he needed to establish his might, and the best target for that was a half-ancestor. Lu Yin raised his foot again and appeared outside the above heaven sect's prison. This time, he was meeting Wang Xi. Compared to Xiada, Old White Ghost, and the others, Wang Xi was in a worse state. Her inner world had once been pierced by a needle and she was severely injured. After being imprisoned, she had insulted the Lu family many times and was taken special care of by Lu Bujing. Now, she was half dead. Even so, she was still cursing the Lu family. When Lu Yin appeared, Wang Xi's eyes were filled with undisguised hatred, making her look like a malevolent demon. You won't be proud for much longer, you bastard of the Lu family. You'll die, and you'll die a horrible death that's 1,000 times, no, 10,000 times worse than mine. The mist ancestor looked at Wang Xi and frowned. This person's hatred ran too deep, and if she were in Lu Yin's shoes, she would have immediately killed her. On her path of cultivation, she had killed many people, but there were very few people with eyes as venomous as Wang Xi's. Lu Yin looked at her calmly. Do you want to die? Wang Xi sneered, little bastard, you won't have it easy. You'll have to suffer even more in the future. Your family, friends, and everyone you know and care about will all die horrible deaths. Don't even think about escaping. Lu Yin nodded. You really do hate the Lu family. I'll give you a chance. Tell me the reason. Why do you hate the Lu family so much? I hate it. I hate your Lu family, and I can't wait to exterminate your entire family. Do you want to know why the Lu family was exiled in the first place? Let me tell you, I was the one who suggested it, and I was the first to do so. Ha 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 ha. Lu Yin's expression changed, and his gaze turned cold. What did you say? Wang Xi laughed maniacally, and her laughter was filled with vengeance. She knew that she wouldn't be able to survive. I was the one who found ancestor Wang Fan and was the one who suggested banishing the Lu family. I was the one who found the White Dragon clan after I found out that the White Dragon clan could make the White Dragon clan rise again. I was the one who found Bai Wang Yuan. Lu Yin grabbed Wang Xi's neck, and his expression was unprecedentedly gloomy. Because he had used too much force, even a half-ancestor like Wang Xi could not breathe. Cultivators had reached the half-ancestor level step by step and had experienced 9 origin tribulations. The half-ancestor origin tribulations were especially dangerous, but once they succeeded, their bodies would be reborn. Wang Xi had reached the half-ancestor level, and even if she had never actively cultivated her physical strength, she was still not someone a third tribulation origin emissary could shake. However, Lu Yin's strength was too great, and Wang Xi's provocation even caused the immovable heavenly king elephant to appear and let out a soundless roar. Wang Xi laughed maniacally, but with her neck grabbed, she could not cough even if she wanted to. Her face turned red, and coupled with her venomous gaze, it was a horrifying sight. Don't test my patience. If you want to die, I can fulfill your wish. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and glared at Wang Xi. Although Wang Xi could not breathe, she looked even more pleased with herself. Lu Yin released her. You want to anger me so that you can die a quick death. It won't be that easy. Do you think I'll believe you? How can a mere half-ancestor scheme against my Lu family? Wang Xi coughed twice, and a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. You were able to unify the outerverse as an explorer, so why can't I scheme against the Lu family? Some things are just scary. The Lu family is powerful, so who would dare to offend them? Even at the peak of the Four Directions Libra, they could only stay in the middle realm and did not dare to cross the line. Even the frozen immortal sect's most talented disciple, by Sienner, had to submit herself to you as a maid. What about the others? Do you think that no one has tried to overthrow the Lu family for so many years? They have, but they don't know what to do, and they don't dare to do it. I dare. I can meet Ancestor Wang Fan at any time, and I can contact the White Dragon tribe, the Xia family, and the Frozen Immortal sect. I can even contact the entire Four Directions Libra. The Lu family is high and mighty, and they look down on the cosmic tree realm. How could they possibly think that a mere half-ancestor like me would dare to act against them? But I still did it. I want the Lu family to die, and I want the entire Lu family to be annihilated. The Mist Ancestor suddenly slapped his head. I remember now. No wonder you looked familiar at first glance. What's your relationship with Wang Yi? Wang Xi's eyes went wide, and she looked at the Mist Ancestor in disbelief. You? Lu Yin looked at the Mist Ancestor. Wang Yi. She went against the Daosaur sect's will and acted against Xia Shang without permission. In the end, she was exposed and was killed by Senior Lu Tianyi. Wang Xi stared at the Mist Ancestor in disbelief. Who are you? How do you know about this? Lu Yin also asked, Senior, what's going on? He could faintly guess why Wang Xi hated the Lu family. The Mist Ancestor looked at Wang Xi. Based on your reaction, you are indeed related to Wang Yi. You are too similar to her. Who are you? How do you know about her? Wang Xi shrieked. The Mist Ancestor slowly explained, when Xia Shang cultivated 9 clones, one of them transformed into a giant and was hunted down by the Daosaur sect. However, Senior Lu Tianyi pitted Xia Shang's innate talent and ordered that only those of the same generation were allowed to act against him. Seniors whose realms were too high were not allowed to act against him. If Xia Shang could survive, then it would prove that he had chosen the right path, but if he couldn't, then he deserved to die. At that time, everyone from the same generation from the Fifth Mainland tried to cause trouble for Xia Shang, either openly or secretly acting against him. The Xia family was even more unscrupulous. Among them, Wang Yi was a half-ancestor, but she secretly acted against Xia Shang. If not for a coincidence, Xia Shang would have died. This matter was eventually exposed, and Ancestor Lu Tianyi was furious. He personally went to the Wang family to capture Wang Yi and killed her in front of the Daosaur sect's mountain gate. No one from the Wang family dared to plead for mercy, and from then on, the Xia family did not dare to go overboard when dealing with Xia Shang. Lu Yin looked at Wang Xi. You hate the Lu family because of this. Wang Xi was filled with resentment. Before my mother was taken away, she sealed me in ice and told me to always remember my hatred for the Lu family and Lu Tianyi. Wang Yi went against the Daosuo sect's will and acted against Xia Shang, so she deserved to die. She did that because of the Xia family, right? She had a marriage alliance with someone from the Xia family, and if I'm not wrong, you have half of the Xia family's bloodline. Your mother deserved to be executed, and no one from the Wang family pleaded for mercy. Wang Xi was furious. It's the Lu family's fault for being arrogant. My mother liked Lu Feng, and if he hadn't abandoned her, she wouldn't have married into the Xia family. It was Lu Tianyi who broke up Lu Feng and my mother. If the Lu family wanted to do something, then we wanted to stop them. If Lu Tianyi wanted to protect Xia Shang, then we wanted to kill him. Your mother, Wang Yi, had a vicious nature. How could Uncle Lu Feng have taken a liking to her? It had nothing to do with Senior Lu Tianyi, the mist ancestor retorted. Wang Xi roared, nonsense. It was Lu Tianyi who bewitched Lu Feng and broke them up. Lu Yin sneered. You couldn't get what you wanted, but the Xia family instigated you to act against progenitor Qin. In the end, you were killed in front of the Daosuo sect. Your mother was too stubborn from the start, but you were even more stubborn than her. The Lu family has never wronged you, but you secretly plotted against them. You're even more vicious than your mother. He finally understood why half-ancestor Clear Dust had said that Wang Xi was not simple and that few people dared to touch her. This woman was from both the Wang family and the Xia family, and she could even connect the White Dragon tribe and the Frozen Immortal sect. Her identity was too complicated, and because she had contributed greatly to the Lu family, no one dared to touch her. It was no wonder why this woman had hated the Lu family so much from the start. When she discovered that Lu Yin was Lu Shaoxian, she had been the one who had tried to kill him the most. When he had joked about Wang Xu's beauty, she had reacted so strongly. It must have been because of her mother's misfortune. She was the fuse that had led to the Lu family's banishment. Lu Yin could imagine how deep the hatred in Wang Xi's heart was. She was just a little girl who had been instilled with the idea of hating the Lu family since she was young. She had watched her mother be captured and killed, and her hatred had been buried too deeply. Once it erupted, it would be enough to bury countless people. If your mother had gotten together with Uncle Lu Feng, then you wouldn't be here. You should thank Senior Lu Tianyi, the fog ancestor suddenly said. Wang Xi did not listen to him at all, and she glared at Lu Yin as if she wanted to eat him alive. Lu Yin organized his thoughts and looked at Wang Xi. Then, how did the four-way scales banish the Lu family? Wang Xi sneered. I know, but I won't tell you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2134. Lu Yin's eyes flashed as he looked at Wang Xi. The four cardinal scales and the white dragon overturning itself. What else could there be? I'm just curious as to how you'll deal with Lu Tianyi and the other Lu family ancestor. The other ancestor is Uncle Lu Feng, right? The mist ancestor interrupted and asked. Wang Xi said coldly, it's not that simple. Lu Shaoxian, do you want to know? I won't tell you. If you have the ability, go and investigate it yourself. Other than me, no one else among the half-martial ancestors would know about it. Only the ancestor realm experts would know about it. If you have the ability, go and find old ancestor Wang Fan, by Wang Yuan, Xiaxinji, or ancestor Long ha 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 ha. If you're not afraid of death, then go ahead. Let me tell you, the Lu clan's exile isn't that simple. There's a traitor in the Lu family. Wang Xi sneered. A single traitor won't be able to change the Lu family's fate. The stronger the Lu family is, the harder it will be for you to think about this matter. Go and investigate it yourself. You'll definitely have to go to the starry sky of trees and the top realm to face the four-way balance's ancestor. You'll surely die. Lu Yin turned around and left. Wang Xi could not possibly tell him anything more. That old bitch was not afraid of death, and since that was the case, he would fulfill her wish. The fog ancestor followed beside Lu Yin and looked at him with a gloomy expression. You seem to know a lot of things. Lu Yin took a deep breath. That's right, there were many things that he hadn't known about. He hadn't known about Wang Xi's role in the Lu family's banishment, nor had he known about Wang Yi's entanglement with the Lu family. He gradually understood the grudges of that generation. The grudges of ordinary people would at most affect a few families, but the grudges of these cultivators could affect the entire human race. There was nothing more reassuring to humanity than unification. Lu Yin looked up, and it was as if he could see through the void. He saw the astral tree realm and the top realm. Just because of Ancestor Chen's enmity, there were so many bad consequences. He would not accept this lesson again. In the past, he only thought about revenge, but now, he thought about more. A grand bell rang throughout the outerverse. This was the first time since the era of the Daosaur sect that the humans had completely united as one, and the opening ceremony for the Above the Heavens sect had begun. Many people had waited for 20 years for this grand opening ceremony, and some people, such as Elder Chan, who had experienced the era of the Daosaur sect, had waited for countless years. Although the Hall of Honor suppressed the Fifth Mainland, they did not have the power to unify the Fifth Mainland. If it weren't for the threat of the Eternals and the wishes of the sect above heaven era's powerhouses, the sect above heaven still wouldn't exist. The establishment of the above heaven sect meant that humanity had entered a new era. This moment was not only a grand occasion for mankind, but also a grand occasion for history. When the above heaven sect was established, the only elder was the blood ancestor. There were 3 Dharma imparters under him, namely the Holy Heavenly Master, Elder Gong, and Lan Xian. There were also 3 Dharma inspectors, namely Kue Luo, Elder Chan, and the Medicine Immortal. There were also 8 Elysium sect masters. 14 half-martial ancestor-level experts had appeared. Everyone who saw this scene was excited. With so many experts, how could the human race not prosper? 20 years ago, there were only 7 demi-ancestors in the human domain. Following the death of Lingji Mavis and the disappearance of the Graveyard Guardians, there were only 5 demi-ancestors left. Even with Chief Inquisitor Qin Ping, there were only 6 demi-ancestors left. Now, there were 14 demi-ancestors. There was also Celestial Do, whose whereabouts were unknown. Not only that, outsiders did not know of the mist ancestors' existence. The heavenly sect extended a path from the mountain gate to the main hall, with the stars as its foundation. One demi-ancestor after another walked up, followed by the emissaries. Even if not all of the emissaries were present, more than half of them were present. Cloud Shadow Mavis, Heizage Wudi, Elder Joshin, the members of Team E, and the powerful emissaries from the Above Heaven sect, such as Ku Rong and Siyu, all ascended the stairway of the stars one by one. They were ranked after the demi-ancestors, representing the human race's prosperity. Prior to this, it was rare to see emissaries in the outside world, let alone so many of them gathered together. As Emperor Lu walked up the stairway of the stars, he looked up and saw the demi-ancestors looking down from above. He saw the majestic Above Heaven sect and the primogenitor statue. Even with his strength, he felt somewhat nervous at this moment. 20 years ago, before the great change had occurred, he could rank within the top 10 of the Fifth Mainland's human domain. Now, however, the Above Heaven sect not only included the Fifth Mainland, but also the Sixth Mainland. With the 2 mainlands united, the number of emissaries had multiplied. There were 14 demi-ancestors, and he might not even be able to rank within the top 20. As he looked up, he suddenly felt that following Lu Yin was a good choice. No matter how they fell, Lu Yin would always remain at the top. After Emperor Lu was Master Yuan, who was slightly weaker than Emperor Lu in terms of cultivation. In fact, Lu Yin had arranged for Master Yuan to ascend the stairway of the stars first, but Master Yuan had refused. Compared to Emperor Lu, Master Yuan did not think as much, and his face was filled with joy. Once the human race was united, they would be even stronger than before. This was what he truly cared about. Mr. Lu Yi led Sister Fei Hua up the stairway of the stars. He felt that the ruins had changed, and with the establishment of the Above Heaven sect, where was the true orthodoxy? There was the Above Heaven sect, the Lu family, the ancient era's sect masters, and even the Taoists. In comparison, the cosmic tree realm seemed more like an abandoned land. One emissary after another appeared. In the outside world, the opening ceremony could be broadcasted live. This was a project that Starlink Network had urgently repaired during this period of time. Although it could not be seen by the entire universe, many important places could watch it. Chu Yuan walked out and began to ascend the stairway of the stars. His expression was calm, neither sad nor happy. With his strength, he could be ranked below Cloud Shadow, Mavis, and the others, but he was ranked below all of the emissaries. This was not because he was targeting them, but because they were juniors and did not have any positions in the Above Heaven sect. If he was still a Taoist, his status would be different, and he could even stand above a half-ancestor. He Luo Mavis, Sky Calvary, Lu Lai, Lu Jiao, Weian, Hen Mo, and the current generations Wen Sansi, Ling Gong, Little Qing, and many other elite geniuses who had once been famous throughout the universe walked out. They represented the next era of the human race, an even more distant era. Only with legacies could they ensure prosperity, and their existences were more useful than the emissaries. Regardless of whether it was half-ancestors, emissaries, or these geniuses, there were many of them. Below them were armies that could fight for the Above Heaven sect, as well as epical weapons that the humans had invented. The opening ceremony was not only to open a new chapter for the human race, but it was also to show off their might and give them the greatest confidence. Atop the Above Heaven sect's mountain gate, Big Sis banged her hammer, and everyone looked outside. The most important person had appeared. Within the Above Heaven sect, everyone had complicated expressions. Some were filled with respect, some were indignant, some were envious, and some were filled with zeal as they watched the figure appear. The moment he walked out, he was at the very bottom, looking up at them. But soon, he would surpass them step by step until he stood above everyone and looked down on them. He was worthy of being called the fifth mainland's leader in a new chapter for the human race. On Earth, Zhou Shan's breathing quickened as he looked at the giant screen in front of him. He had never imagined that his former comrade would reach this step after 40 years. Even now, when he thought about it, he found it unbelievable. Sometimes, he even wondered if he had died long ago and if all of this was just a dream. Besides Zhou Shan, Zhou Sisi had long since shed her immaturity. During the war with the Eternals, she had also gone to the front lines and narrowly escaped death. Her entire temperament had changed, and she had become calm and collected. But the moment she saw Lu Yin appear, the nervousness and worship that she had once felt resurfaced. Who in the world could compare to him? This was Uncle Lu. In the distance, in Astral 10, many mentors looked at the screen. Who would have thought that the disciple from back then would now stand at such a height? It was rare for the crazy headmaster to not go crazy. He clasped his hands behind his back as he watched Lu Yin appear. You are now qualified to inherit human civilization. Even further away, in the astral beast domain, the Beast Emperor, Imperial Tutor Skymender, and the other higher-ups of the astral beast domain were also watching this scene. The astral beast domain had not been destroyed by the Eternals, so they still had a network that connected to the human domain. How could the astral beast domain not care about the great changes that had occurred in the human domain? With the Eternals withdrawing from the fifth mainland stage, the humans' next target would be them. It's too fast. The human domain is changing too quickly. We can't even react, Su Qing said with an ugly expression. All of the astral beasts looked at the figure that had appeared in front of the above heaven sect. This person's appearance had affected the human race for 40 years, and he would continue to affect the entire human civilization. If only we had killed him back then, one of the astral beasts said coldly, voicing the thoughts of many others. Even the Beast Emperor felt the same way. Unfortunately, it was too late. Since the humans have established the above heaven sect, we should send a congratulatory gift, Imperial Tutor Skymender said calmly. Luin walked out from the above heaven sect. At this moment, millions of rays of light illuminated the area. He had become the center of the universe, and his every move could affect the universe. Back when he had established the Great Eastern Alliance, he had unified the outerverse, and then the innerverse. He had set his sights on the neoverse, but he had been at a loss. He had not known how to unify the neoverse or how to face the Hall of Honor. Now, everything had come to fruition. Sometimes, no scheme could compare to the general trend, and he had taken advantage of it to rise up. There were many cultivators in the above heaven sect's plaza, and one of them was the giant legion that Luin had personally established. Ku Wei was currently in the giant legion, and he looked at Luin with a fervent gaze. Master, Master, go. This disciple has worshipped you for millions of years. Wendy Yushan was at the bottom of the astral staircase. She was one of the elite geniuses of the human race, and during the 20 years of war with the Eternals, her name had also spread throughout the universe. She had used her innate gift to save countless lives. Luin lifted his foot and walked over. This was what Lu Bujing had told him. A Tao disciple would walk out of the main hall under the witness of the Tao Master and the powerhouses of the entire continent. However, there was no Tao Master at this moment. There was only the primogenitor's statue and a sword. Luin placed the sword beside the primogenitor's statue without saying a word. It was very close to the heart of the scar, and he could almost touch it. However, did he dare to touch it? Even if he did not know about the disappearance of the Forgotten Ruins deity, would he dare to touch it? Could he touch it? This sword had intimidated everyone with ulterior motives. Luin simply placed the primogenitor's sword there. Throughout the current era, who would dare to touch it? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2135. Luin walked through the gate and climbed up the stairway of stars. He passed by Wendy Yushan, paused, looked at her, and smiled. He then continued walking up, passing by Lu Tianmu, Wen Sanxi, Xing Kai, Ling Gong, and the others. At that moment, their expressions were solemn. Regardless of whether they were convinced or not, none of them could take Lu Yin's place on that path. Luin walked past Starsabil and stopped again to look at her. Starsabil's eyes were smiling as she slowly bowed. Luin looked at her deeply and continued up until he reached Silver, Skyblue, He Luo Mavis, Chu Yuan, and the others. They stood on either side of the astral staircase and looked at Luin. Silver's smile was still as brilliant as ever. This was the first time Luin spoke, and he had a faint smile on his face. His tone was casual and even a little lazy. He turned around to face all the geniuses. Work hard to catch up. I hope that you can all see my back. Everyone's expressions changed when they heard this, especially Chu Yuan and the other two. Their gazes were filled with an indescribable displeasure. Silver's smile grew even more brilliant. These words were arrogant beyond belief, but Luin had said them to all the geniuses. He had suppressed an entire generation, and these people had all competed with him. He had also tried his best to catch up to them, and he had even surpassed them. Unfortunately, these people would never have the chance to surpass him. His former opponents and comrades, no matter who they were, would never be able to catch up to him. No one spoke, as any rebuttal would only result in humiliation. Even Sky Blue and Sky Blue were the same. They simply watched as Lu Yin turned around and continued up until his figure gradually disappeared. One emissary after another landed as Lu Yin walked up to the highest point of the above heaven sect. Gradually, he surpassed all the emissaries and reached the height of the half-ancestors. He saw them all staring at him, and at this moment, anyone would feel immense pressure. However, Lu Yin did not, as he could suppress these half-ancestors. When he reached this height, he slowed down and walked past each half-ancestor. Suddenly, the mist ancestor appeared. I can't take it anymore. How can I not appear at the above heaven sect's opening ceremony? Ling Qing's eyes went wide. How dare you? Who are you? The mist ancestor rolled his eyes. Lu Yin waved a hand. It's nothing. Ling Qing retreated. Ever since Lu Yin had killed Marquis Qing Zhu and Marquis Wui in front of him, he had become extremely respectful towards Lu Yin, even if Lu Yin was only at the third origin tribulation stage. He had not been willing to become Elysium's leader, but Lu Yin's words had made it so. Kai was the same. They were powerhouses that Lu Yin had subdued with his own strength. The fog ancestor looked down, then looked around and blinked. This era isn't too bad, though it's far from being comparable to our era. Lu Yin smiled. Over the past few days, he had conversed with the fog ancestor, and he had learned that the Daosaur sect's era did not have a Daozi. If the Daosaur sect's sect master did not appear, then how could there be a Daozi? But that's not bad. There are more than 10 half-martial ancestors, and 1 or 2 of them should be able to reach the progenitor realm. There's an progenitor realm expert, but unfortunately, he fell, the mist ancestor said to the blood ancestor, his eyes filled with curiosity. The blood ancestor looked at the mist ancestor in astonishment. Who are you? Lu Yin replied, Senior, I'll introduce you in the future. The blood ancestor nodded. He didn't speak, but he looked at the mist ancestor with a puzzled expression. This woman had never appeared before, and from her tone, she didn't seem to recognize him. Then, how was she able to see that he was at the ancestor realm and then fall to his current realm? Strength? If that was the case, then she was not ordinary. Even if his cultivation had fallen, a half-martial ancestor would not be able to see through him. Hen Axian and 9 luminaries looked at the mist ancestor curiously. The only ones present who knew of her identity were Kuei Luo and Lu Bujing. Unless the mist ancestor escaped, Lu Yin did not plan on revealing her identity. Lu Yin allowed the mist ancestor to follow him as he walked past Destiny's daughter, Hen Axian, Qing Ping, and all the other half-martial ancestors before finally arriving in front of the sword. Even further ahead was the progenitor's statue. During the era of the above heaven sect, the progenitor's statue had been something that anyone could worship. However, as the continents crumbled and the era of the Daosaur sect began, the progenitor's statue no longer appeared. This meant that the later generations did not even know of the progenitor's existence, and they had not even heard of the legends of the progenitor. Now, the progenitor's image had finally appeared before the world. Lu Yin faced the statue and bowed respectfully. The progenitor had created the astral source cultivation method, which was the beginning of all cultivation. He had established the above heaven sect and protected the human race. The progenitor's achievements had been irreplaceable by the later generations, and even the 3 realms and 6 Daos could not surpass the progenitor's achievements. In this universe, the progenitor was the common ancestor of the entire human race. After the ceremony, Lu Yin stood up and raised his hand. Under the gazes of Hen Xan and the others, he grabbed the sword's hilt, pulled it out, and raised it high. The next moment, countless people bowed respectfully. Greetings, Tao child, traveling on behalf of the heavens. Greetings, Tao child, traveling on behalf of the heavens. Greetings, Tao child, traveling on behalf of the heavens. All the emissaries bowed slowly. Greetings, Tao child, traveling on behalf of the heavens. Their voices traveled out of the above heaven sect, out of Frostwave Weave, and into the outerverse. Countless cultivators from the Great Eastern Alliance bowed enthusiastically. Greetings, Tao child, traveling on behalf of the heavens. Greetings, Tao child, traveling on behalf of the heavens. This was the only voice in the entire universe, and all other voices were drowned out. Lu Yin raised the progenitor's sword and looked down, sweeping his gaze across the half-martial ancestors. His lips curled up. Bring them out. Just as he spoke, the second Night King and brute force dragged someone out from outside the above heaven sex mountain. They tied the person up in chains, and the sound of metal striking metal rang out. Everyone looked over with shock. Was that Wang Xi? Half-martial ancestor Wang Xi. Hen Xian's eyes narrowed. Lu Yin wanted to make a move against a half-martial ancestor to establish his might. It wasn't just him, as everyone thought of the same thing. What could be more ruthless than using a half-martial ancestor to establish his might? A third tribulation origin emissary establishing her might as a half-martial ancestor was a new chapter in the history of the human race. No one would plead for mercy for Wang Xi, and no one dared to do so at this time. The second Night King dragged the chains along while brute force stood beside him. The giant's height gave off an oppressive pressure. Wang Xi was dragged to the above heaven sex mountain gate, and she glared at Lu Yin with hatred. She could not make a sound, as her inner world had been completely destroyed. At this moment, she could only display the strength of a peak emissary, or perhaps even less. Otherwise, the second Night King would not have been able to control her. Lu Yin held the progenitor's sword and looked down at her from above. Wang Xi, your mother made a mistake and was killed by my Lu family at the above heaven sex mountain gate. Now, I'm giving you a chance. I'm right here, and you can avenge your mother as long as you have the ability. He then waved a hand, gesturing for the second Night King to leave. The second Night King looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. 20 years ago, he had betrayed the frigid immortal sect. 20 years later, he had taken the initiative to seek out Lu Yin. Just a few days ago, even if he was controlled by the sealed cage technique, it was still better than dying a mysterious death. This universe, no, this era, was already Lu Yin's. Where could the second Night King escape to? When he saw Lu Yin wave his hand, the second Night King tore open the chains and retreated. Wang Xi broke free, and no one was controlling her. Aside from her inner world being destroyed and being unable to display the might of a half-martial ancestor, she was no different from how she had been 20 years ago. She stared blankly at the above heaven sex mountain gate. This was the place where her mother had been killed, and this staircase was exactly the same. She hated the Lu family and Lu Tianyi. Wang Xi suddenly looked up and glared at Lu Yin, her eyes filled with intense killing intent. Little bastard, what are you plotting this time? Lu Yin's lips curled up. I'll give you a chance. Kill me at the above heaven sex opening ceremony. Wang Xi's gaze trembled as she looked at the other half-martial ancestors. The group of half-martial ancestors was silent as they calmly watched everything unfold. Wang Xi's eyes narrowed, as she could not understand what Lu Yin was trying to do. What, are you afraid? Don't you want to avenge your mother? Lu Yin asked coldly. Wang Xi's eyes narrowed, and she laughed maniacally. I know what you're trying to do, little bastard. Even if I have to sacrifice this broken body of mine, I'll take you down with me. She then took a step forward. The destruction of her inner world had caused her to lose more than half of her astral source, but the remaining astral source was enough for her to unleash a single attack. She knew that Luin was very strong, and since he dared to face her directly, he definitely had a trump card. Even if he did not borrow progenitor Chen's strength, he could still fight against a peak emissary by relying on his external items. However, she had no other choice. For this attack, Wang Xi mobilized all the strength in her body and used a Taishang secret technique. She raised her hand and used the meditative forgetting technique to press down on Luin. The attack directly crossed the above Heaven Sex mountain gate and swept past the geniuses, emissaries, and half-martial ancestors. No one stopped her, and they allowed her to attack Luin. Han Axian frowned. In a battle between Dao disciples, the combined might of the initial Yuan sword technique was extremely strong, but it had still been neutralized by Luin. Wang Xi had not been able to see it, and this scene was destined to be a tragedy. Wang Xi took a step forward, and her expression was as malevolent as a demon's. She carried a berserk killing intent and a will to die as her palm descended. Luin looked up, and a power appeared in his heart. His body transformed into the universe. It was only a single step, but when Wang Xi entered this universe, she felt as if she was so close yet so far away. This single step was like the entire universe. It could be reached in an instant, but it could also never be reached. Her strength was being weakened layer by layer, just like when she had combined the initial Yuan sword technique. At that time, Wang Xi had been at the front lines and had not been able to see the battle between Dao disciples. This was her first time facing Lu Yin's strength, and she could not believe it. How was this possible? Even if she was heavily injured, she should still be able to display the strength of a peak emissary. Why was this happening? Her strength was constantly being weakened, and she could not control it as it was being stripped away and suppressed. What exactly was this? The half-martial ancestor was calm. At the foot of the mountain, Chu Yuan and the others looked up and watched as Wang Xi flew towards them like a moth drawn to a flame. This person would no longer exist. It was laughable that Wang Xi was still a half-martial ancestor, but she was like a moth drawn to a flame in front of Luin. Even Luin himself did not know how strong this power was. He only knew that it had suppressed Zhaolan's power and broken initial Yuan's time technique. This power was enough to allow him to reach the peak. Wang Xi had displayed the strength of a peak emissary, and she had combined it with the Wang family secret technique and the meditative forgetting technique. Even with this power, it would not be easy to defeat her in a direct confrontation. After all, she was still a half-martial ancestor. Everyone wanted to know the limits of Lu Yin's current strength. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2136. Luin watched as Wang Xi's palm continued to advance. Although it had been weakened and suppressed, it had not been completely defeated. He was getting closer and closer to Wang Xi, and he could clearly see the hatred and killing intent in her eyes. He could also feel her crazy aura. Thank you for giving me a perfect performance. Luin smiled and suddenly stabbed out with the progenitor's sword in his right hand, distorting spacetime as it pierced Wang Xi's heart. Everyone was shocked. The progenitor's sword was a symbol that even Lu Bujing and the other Elysium sect leaders had never seen before, let alone used as a weapon. Luin had once again created a precedent. He might be the first person to use this sword besides the progenitor's sword. Wang Xi's strength could not withstand a single blow, and she had no chance of resisting the progenitor's sword. Her supreme secret technique and the art of forgetfulness were useless against this sword. She lowered her head and looked at the sword that had pierced her heart. There was no pain, only disappearance. Starting from her heart, her body gradually disappeared from this world. Everyone stared blankly at this scene, their hands and feet turning cold. They could accept that Wang Xi had been killed and that her blood had dyed the stairway red, but they could not imagine that a person would mysteriously disappear. One sword could make a person disappear. What kind of power was this? Jiu Yao was very close, and when he saw this scene again, his face turned pale. Back then, the god of forgetfulness had only disappeared because he had grabbed the sword's hilt. The progenitor's sword could not be touched, and Lu Yin was the only one who could. The others felt their scalps go numb, especially Hen Axian. He stared at Lu Yin with unprecedented fear. No wonder he had stabbed the progenitor's sword here. This sword could actually make people disappear. Was it the power of the sword's edge or the entire sword? If it was the entire sword's power, then this person was too ruthless. Anyone who could not resist the temptation and tried to steal the sword would definitely die. For the first time, Hen Axian felt a chill from the bottom of his heart towards Lu Yin. Previously, Lu Yin had used progenitor Chen's power to suppress the fifth mainland. Although Hen Axian had lowered his head, he had not been convinced. He had thought that he could regain control after breaking through to the progenitor realm. But at this moment, he felt a chill run down his spine. How scheming was this youth? Would he let him break through to the progenitor realm so easily? Would he let him go? Hen Axian was not the only one. Zhu Yi also thought of this possibility. This person was indeed different from the Tao children of the above heaven sect. He was completely different. He was suited for this era. This era had created him. Even Hen Axian and Zhu Yi, who were half martial ancestors, were shocked, let alone others. Wang Xi's body completely vanished, but before she vanished, she continued to stare at Lu Yin with a venomous gaze. Lu Yin no longer cared about her. Her usefulness had come to an end, and some of the Lu family's vengeance had been avenged. The sword pointed to the sky, and a respectful voice rang out in his ears once more. Walk on behalf of the heavens. Walk on behalf of the heavens. Walk on behalf of the heavens. At this moment, even the half-martial ancestors were looking at him with much more respect. Walking on behalf of the heavens was no joke. Lu Yin put down the primogenitor's sword and looked down at everyone. The Lu family had seen this scene many times, but this was the first time for Lu Yin. He was now a half-ancestor, and in the future, he would make even progenitors look up to him. I declare that the above heaven sect is officially established, Lu Yin announced. The fifth continent was in an uproar. At this moment, human history had entered a new chapter. The above heaven sect was officially established, and the biggest beneficiary was naturally Lu Yin. He could officially walk on behalf of the heavens, and he could also command the other cultivators to a certain extent. This was not something that could only be achieved with the help of progenitor Chen's strength. When his sword had disappeared from Wang Xi's body, it had truly been as if the primogenitor had personally arrived. Half-ancestor was the highest level of cultivation in the current era. The progenitor realm was too far away, and even the sixth mainland did not know exactly how strong the three ancestors were. They only knew that they were half-ancestors. Lu Yin's execution of Wang Xi had caused his prestige to reach a new peak. The Tianmen convention that was held a few days later went smoothly. Hen Axian and Zhu Yi barely spoke, and all of the fifth mainland's affairs were decided by Lu Yin. This time, the Tianmen convention did not last long. Just as it was about to end, the second Night King reported, Dozi, the Astral Beast Domain's commander Su Qing has sent a congratulatory gift. Lu Yin was surprised. He was not surprised that the Astral Beast Domain had sent a congratulatory gift, but he was surprised that the person who had come was Su Qing. This was an old friend. Invite him in, Lu Yin said. They were currently in the above heaven sect's main hall, and he sat on a side seat. On either side of him were the above heaven sect's law enforcers, and the 8 sect masters. The blood ancestor had already returned, and the main seat had been left for the non-existent Daozi. Su Qing was quickly brought in, and his eyes were filled with shock. The human domain had truly changed. Ever since he had been born, he had spent most of his time on the battlefield. Even when he had inherited the position of Void Thunder Beast, he had also been on the battlefield. He had spent most of his life fighting humans, and he understood the human domain all too well. Even so, he had never imagined that the human domain would be united one day. This should have been impossible, but now, it had become reality. A united human domain was too terrifying, and it was not something that the current astral beast domain could contend against. He could not help but look at the item in his hand, hoping that the Imperial Tutor's congratulatory gift would be able to protect the astral beast domain as he had said. Su Qing was led by the second Night King over the star staircase and arrived outside the main hall. He retracted the shock in his eyes, regained his composure, and stepped inside. What greeted him were 14 half-progenitors. When the 14 half-progenitors looked over, Su Qing almost vomited blood. He had never dreamed that he would one day face 14 half-progenitors. These were half-progenitors, and 14 of them at that. How many half-progenitors had there been in the entire history of the astral beast domain? On the surface, the astral beast domain only had one half-progenitor, which was the Yao Emperor. He had thought that he would be able to remain calm in front of the above heaven sect, but at this moment, under the gazes of 14 half-progenitors, even if he was the commander of the celestial beast empire who had led countless lives and killed decisively, he could not erase the fear that came from his bones. This was not something that could be changed with status. A half-progenitor was the pinnacle of a living being's cultivation, and they looked at him like he was an ant. Fortunately, Su Qing often met the Yao Emperor, and he had to endure the Yao Emperor's pressure from time to time, which was why he did not embarrass himself. He walked step by step into the main hall, but his back was drenched in sweat. Lu Yin smiled as he watched Void Green approach him step by step. Every step seemed to be very difficult. The threat of the Eternals had been temporarily eliminated, and Lu Yin had been considering what to do next. Should the human domain develop internally and eliminate the hidden dangers, or should he shift the conflict? He had originally leaned toward the third option, which was to shift the conflict to the astral beast domain and initiate a war against them. The human domain could not remain passive forever, and he had said that he would one day lead Elder Lohar and the others into the astral beast domain. However, this decision had been disrupted by Wang Xi. Senior brother Qing Ping was about to go to the astral tree domain to undergo his tribulation, and Lu Yin was considering whether or not to follow him and think of a way to rescue the people in the Red Garden. He was somewhat conflicted. Su Qing was already 10 meters away from Lu Yin, and he slowly bowed. Commander Su Qing of the Celestial Beast Empire greets Daozi Lu of the Above Heaven sect. Congratulations, Daozi Lu. Hen Axayan and the other half-progenitors looked at Su Qing curiously. They had been facing the Eternals ever since they had arrived in this era. Although they knew that the astral beast domain was a great enemy of the human domain, they had not paid much attention to it. During the 20 years that Lu Yin had disappeared, the astral beast domain had been very quiet. They had never taken the initiative to stir up trouble, so they had not come into contact with the astral beast domain. Now, they had officially come into contact with them. The astral beast domain should be the remnants of the fourth mainland. Commander Su Qing, we meet again. Lu Yin smiled and acted like they were very close. Su Qing straightened up and looked at Lu Yin with admiration. Yes, we meet again. I thought that we would never see each other again. Lu Yin was surprised. Why do you say that? Su Qing replied, you disappeared for 20 years. If you hadn't died, then with your strength, you shouldn't have been like this. Lu Yin laughed. That was an accident. I'm sorry to have worried you. Worried? Su Qing sighed, as he was too disappointed. Without Lu Yin, how could the human domain be in such a state? Although they had not fought with the human domain in the past 20 years, they still understood the human domain very well. Countless years of infiltration were no joke. They knew about the conflict between the powerhouses of the above heavens era and the cultivators of this era. They also knew that the human domain's cultivation had gone downhill, and they also knew what Hen Xian had done. They understood the human domain very well, which was why they did not plan to do anything. They did not help the Eternals or the humans, as they were certain that the human domain's cultivation would not improve because of those ancient powerhouses. No matter how widespread the cultivation of battle force or domains became, or how much death chi or fate cultivation techniques appeared, it was impossible for the human domain to return to the astral source era. The human domain was going downhill. At this time, there was no need for them to take action. They could have just watched the human domain perish, or at a critical moment, they could have helped the human domain deal with the Eternals. However, Lu Yin had returned, and the human domain had changed once again. Although Lu Yin still could not change the fact that the human domain's cultivation had regressed, he had changed the way the human domain interacted with each other. He had unified the above heavens, which was something that they did not want to see happen. Furthermore, the threat of the Eternals had disappeared, which was the most troublesome thing. The human domain had risen from a weak position to become the fifth mainland's ruler, all because of Lu Yin. If possible, Su Qing was willing to exchange his life for Lu Yin's. I've come under the orders of the Imperial Tutor and the Yao Emperor to bring gifts to congratulate the above heavens on the establishment of the above heavens sect and to congratulate the Daoist on his behalf. Su Qing then raised his hands, revealing a piece of paper. Lu Yin waved his hand, and the paper floated over. He was very curious as to what the astral beast domain would bring. Su Qing's eyes flickered, as the Yao Emperor was worried that the above heavens sect would do something to the astral beast domain after the human domain was unified. After all, the human domain was now too powerful, and a dozen or so half-ancestors were enough to suppress the astral beast domain. The external threat of the Eternals had disappeared, and the technocracy was no longer a threat. The human domain's only opponent was the astral beast domain. The Yao Emperor was worried about this, but the Imperial Tutor had taken out this piece of paper to reassure him. Su Qing had wanted to open the paper countless times on his way here, but he had not dared to do so. He looked up at Lu Yin, and Su Qing stared at him. The other half-ancestors also looked at Lu Yin, as they had also guessed that once the above heavens sect unified, the human domain's only enemy would be the astral beast domain. The astral beast domain would not be able to stop the above heavens sect. Logically speaking, even if the above heavens sect had brought a congratulatory gift, it should have been something very precious to win the favor of the above heavens sect and Lu Yin. How could there only be a piece of paper? Could it be a battle technique? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2137. Lu Yin opened the paper and looked down. His expression changed, and he suddenly looked up at Su Qing. Su Qing's heart sank, as Lu Yin's attitude had suddenly changed. It was obvious that he was furious. Lu Yin folded the paper and looked at Su Qing. Commander, do you know what's recorded on this paper? Su Qing hurriedly replied, I don't know. The Imperial Tutor instructed me not to read it, so I won't. Lu Yin stored the paper in his cosmic ring. Did this come from the Imperial Tutor? Su Qing nodded. That's right. Lu Yin retracted his gaze and pondered for a moment before looking at Su Qing again. Tell the Imperial Tutor that I understand what it means, but... Lu Yin's expression fell. If this paper is burned, the person who wrote it will not have an easy time. See him out. The last sentence was clearly a threat, and Su Qing grew even more curious. Lu Yin's attitude was both angry and helpless. What had the imperial tutor done? Despite his curiosity, Su Qing was still escorted out by Second Knight King Wang Li. After Su Qing left, Kuei Luo could not help but ask, "Kid, what's going on? It seems like you're very unhappy." The other half-ancestors looked at him curiously as well. Lu Yin looked at Zhou Yao. Back when the 3 upper gates were broken and the 5th mainland changed skies, your 6th mainland invaded my 5th mainland. Does sect master Zhou Yao remember this? Zhou Yao's expression changed. What did he mean? Was he trying to settle scores? I remember, but that was a very long time ago. What are you trying to say by bringing this up? Zhou Yao asked, his expression ugly. The 6th mainland had been defeated during that invasion, and the martial ancestor had been severely injured. They had lost a lot of face. Lu Yin said, the 6th mainland invaded the 5th mainland. Aside from the human domain, they also invaded the astral beast domain. Zhou Yao nodded. That's right. The Black Blood Realm, Grand Martial Realm, and War Martial Realm attacked the human domain, while the Blood Homage Realm and Stone Realm attacked the astral beast domain. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and he tossed the paper to Zhou Yao. Zhou Yao looked over, and his expression turned ugly. Kuei Luo grew anxious and snatched the paper. What's going on? Lu Yin frowned. The Absolute Path was the route that the 6th mainland Stone Realm and Blood Homage Realm had used to attack the Astral Beast domain. After the 6th mainland had retreated, the Astral Beast domain had taken control of the Absolute Path and had been defending it until now. Now, Imperial Tutor Mending had told Lu Yin about the Absolute Path, which was tantamount to threatening him. If the Above Heavens sect tried anything against the Astral Beast domain, they would open up the Absolute Path. It should be known that the 6th mainland had long since been occupied by the Eternals. Perhaps the Eternals didn't know about the Absolute Path, but once the Astral Beast domain opened that path, the Eternals would know about it and be lured in. The threat was no less than the crack in the Starfall Sea. I can't believe I forgot such an important thing, Elder Chan said helplessly as he passed the paper to Qing Ping. Lu Bujing looked at 9 luminaries. This is the 6th mainland's business. Why didn't you tell us beforehand? The Medicine Immortal replied, the Absolute Path isn't an easy path to take, and we discovered it by accident. After we retreated to the 6th mainland, the Astral Beast domain had the ability to completely seal it off. Later, when the Eternals invaded, we tried to open it, but we failed. We thought that the path had disappeared forever, but the Astral Beast domain didn't completely seal it off. It's also possible that they couldn't completely seal it off, Zhou Yao said. Can you guys find that path? I'll go seal it off, Ling Qing said. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Sect Master Ling Qing, you cultivate an astral source, so you'll be at a disadvantage if you go to the Astral Beast domain. You won't be able to deal with the Eternals if they open the Absolute Path. Ling Qing wanted to say something, but Elder Chan interrupted her. That's right. The Astral Beast domain's Yao Emperor is about as strong as Elysium's Sect Master. After all, he's a celestial beast and is famous throughout history. Now that we lack astral sources, not many of us are confident in defeating him. Lu Yin looked at Hen Xian. Sect Master Hen Xian, you should go. Hen Xian's expression changed, as he had felt that Elder Chan's words weren't right. They lacked astral sources, so they had to find someone who didn't need astral sources. There were only a few people present, but Lu Yin had directly called him out. Before he could refuse, Lu Yin continued, Sect Master's 3 ultimates are enough to suppress the Yao Emperor, but there's also that mysterious Skymender Imperial Tutor. If I'm not wrong, he should be a half-progenitor. He then looked at Jue. His death energy should be enough to deal with him. Sect Master Jue, you should go as well. Jue was stunned as well. It's just a beast that was once enslaved. Do you need me and Hen Xan to go together? Destiny Girl spoke up. The Eternals were ants that we didn't care about in the past, but now they're riding on our heads. If that's the case, why don't you go? Jue stared at Destiny Girl. Lu Yin replied, because I'm inviting both of you. That's enough. Jue looked at Lu Yin with a stern gaze, and Lu Yin looked back at him. After looking at each other for a while, Hen Xan said, all right, we'll go take care of it. Qing Ping tossed the paper to Jiu Yao, who then marked the location. Sect Master Hen Xan, Sect Master Ju Yi, this is the first time that my Above the Heavens sect has taken action against an outsider. I hope that the two of you won't disappoint everyone, as this concerns your reputation. You're facing the beasts from the fourth mainland that were once enslaved, Kue Luo said sarcastically. Hen Xan frowned, but he wasn't stupid. The astral beast domain had taken the initiative to threaten Jue, which meant that they were confident that they could control them. They could suppress the entire astral beast domain, but when faced with unknown methods, strength might not be enough. This old man's words implied that he wanted to force them to deal with this matter properly. Old man, do I need you to tell me that? How can those enslaved beasts be a match for Sect Master Hen Xan and Sect Master Ju Yi? One of them is Ancient Path Master's proud successor, while the other is the Grim Reaper's disciple. They're much smarter and nobler than those beasts, Lu Bujing said. Kai smiled. Don't compare those beasts to the two sect masters. How can they be compared? You're right. My apologies, Lu Bujing said with a smile. The few of them echoed each other, forcefully pushing Hen Xan and Ju Yi into a fight. Otherwise, the symbol progenitor wouldn't have needed to carry the civilization to the sixth mainland. The blood is useless, Lu Yin said. He had already tried using his blood to water the general appointment platform after learning that it belonged to the Lu family, but there had been no reaction at all. That general appointment platform seems to have malfunctioned, and it hasn't been used for so many years. That's why we were willing to lend it to you. At that time, I guessed that you might be related to the Lu family, but I never expected you to be a direct descendant. Lu Yin asked, did Master Yuan know about it back then? Elder Chan replied, you borrowed it from Master Yuan, so how could he not know? Although he's only a cultivator with a power level of 1,000,000, his status in the Hall of Honor is no lower than Qing Ping's. He's someone worthy of respect, and he knows many things. Lu Yin understood. No wonder the Hall of Honor wanted us to get the general appointment platform back when it was stolen. What if we couldn't get it back? Elder Chan's gaze turned cold. Then I would have had to take action. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2138. Lu Yin nodded. He knew the origins of the platform, but he didn't know how to use it. What was even more confusing was that the platform was an innate gift, so how could it materialize? Was it possible to use it just by reaching the progenitor realm? Then who did this platform belong to? Lu Yin believed that once it was used, it would be able to summon an extremely strong powerhouse. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been worth forefather Tianyi leaving it behind. But why was it useless? Alright, don't think too much about the platform. If it can't be used, then it can't be used. It's probably broken, so let's just wait for news from the astral beast domain. There can't be any problems with the absolute path, or it'll be another entrance to the Starfall Sea. You can borrow progenitor Chen's power, but you can't affect the astral beast domain. Lu Yin felt helpless. Progenitor Chen's power only covered the human domain, so he couldn't do anything to the astral beast domain. He was almost invincible in the human domain, but once he left, he would be beaten back to his original state. "How's the star source?" Qing Ping asked. Lu Yin calculated. "There's not enough time, so I can't get much." Qing Ping looked outside. "I don't want to wait any longer. I have to go there as soon as possible. It's not a good thing to miss the best opportunity to break through." "Go if you want," Elder Chan said. "Just don't let anyone discover your identity." Lu Yin asked, "Through the place where I came from?" He hadn't cared much about this before, but now his thoughts had changed. He wanted to go with his seniors so that they could take care of each other and also find a way to bring Red Flower Garden and some people from the Alliance. The new sky corridor had been destroyed, and the four scales still didn't know what had happened. Once they found out, the remaining Lu family members would be the best way to threaten Lu Yin. Those from the above sky sect wouldn't do anything, but that didn't mean that the four scales wouldn't. Lu Yin had to ensure that he didn't have to worry about his own safety. When he thought about the crazy people in Red Flower Garden, Lu Yin panicked. There were also those from the Qiming family and the Alliance. When he had escaped, some of the remaining Lu family members had helped him. He didn't want to give up on these people. Elder Chan said, that sourcebox array was left behind by progenitor Hui. When the Lu family led some people to move the mother tree and leave the fifth mainland, progenitor Hui left us a way out. If the astral tree, we can return to the fifth mainland. If the fifth, some people can also go to the astral tree. Can a lot of people go? Lu Yin. Elder Chan glanced at Lu Yin's cosmic ring. Mount Supreme. Mount Supreme could ensure that the fifth mainland would be able to take away a portion of its people when they were in danger, but it had still been given to him. This meant that the Hall of Honor had valued him greatly at that time, or rather, Elder Chan had valued him greatly. This was not only because he was invincible among his peers in the Sovereign Tournament, but also because of Mr. Mu. "Senior brother, I'll go with you to the starry sky of trees." Both Elder Chan and Qing Ping were surprised. "You're going?" Lu Yin nodded. "Of course." "Very dangerous," Qing Ping said. Even Elder Chan hadn't expected Lu Yin to actually want to go. With progenitor Chen's power, Lu Yin could be considered invincible in the fifth mainland's human domain. Even if a progenitor from the four cardinal scales came, they might not be able to match progenitor Chen's power. Under such circumstances, Lu Yin still wanted to go to the astral tree domain. Once he was discovered, it wouldn't be as easy to escape as last time. Lu Yin felt helpless. "I know it's dangerous, but there are some things that must be done. Don't worry, I have a way to prevent a half-ancestor from seeing through my identity as long as I don't run into a progenitor." In the past, Death Mask had not been able to fool a half-ancestor, but now, with the new power in his heart, even half-ancestors couldn't see through him. This was something he had specially asked the Mist Ancestor to try. If even the Mist Ancestor couldn't see through him, Lu Yin didn't believe that a half-ancestor could be more powerful than her. Although the Mist Ancestor could only use the strength of a half-ancestor, she was still a progenitor who had been in the 9 mountains and 8 seas. Her eyesight and experience were not something an ordinary half-ancestor could compare to. When he thought of this, Lu Yin looked at Qing Ping. He was very curious about what Qing Ping had said before. Once he broke through to half-ancestor, he would be invincible. He was even more confident than Lu Yin himself. "You can go if you want, but I'll wait for you for a month at most." "We'll meet in the Neoverse in a month," Qing Ping said before leaving. Elder Chan fell into deep thought, wondering if he should go with them. There wasn't much to explore in the fifth mainland, but the astral tree domain was different. Perhaps they could go. Since they had decided to go, there were some things that needed to be prepared, such as interrogating the expeditionary army. Lu Yin hadn't paid much attention to them before and had only locked them up. Aside from half-ancestors and Lu Jing, he hadn't thought much about the others, but things were different now. The first person he thought of was Elder Green Apricot. After all, the Hidden Earth Society's influence in the astral tree domain wasn't low. There was also Wang Su, who hadn't participated in the competition for the position of Tao disciple. Wang Su was one of the 4 young ancestors of the astral tree domain and was much more powerful than Wang Yi. Even Wang Yi had participated in the competition for the position of Tao disciple, but she hadn't. Lu Yin was curious. There were also Xia Shenfei and Long Tian who hadn't come to the 5th mainland. Since he wanted to go to the astral tree domain, he needed a reasonable identity that couldn't attract the attention of the 4 cardinal scales, but also had to be qualified enough to attract their attention. Lu Yin couldn't think of a suitable identity, so he could only rely on these people. This was especially true for Elder Green Apricot. The Hidden Earth Society should be able to provide a candidate. But if he went to the astral tree domain, what would happen to Hen Xian and Jui? If those 2 stayed on the 5th mainland and no one restrained them, it would be troublesome if something happened. However, he couldn't act against them just because of his misgivings. After all, they were both Elysium sect masters, and the consequences of killing them would be unbearable. Lu Yin didn't think that he was a bloodthirsty person, so he couldn't act against some random people just because of a guess. Most importantly, the technocracy star essence hadn't arrived yet, so he had to hurry them up. There was no way he could miss out on that resource. Tao disciple, your subordinate requests an audience, the second Night King's voice rang out. Lu Yin looked over. Come in. The second Night King entered the main hall and respectfully raised his hand, revealing a wireless GU. Su Qing gave this to me before he requested an audience. He told me to give it to Tao disciple alone. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he accepted it. All right, you may leave. The second Night King hurriedly left, as his attitude towards Lu Yin was completely different from before. In the past, he had been forced to submit to Lu Yin because of the sealed cage technique. In reality, he would not hesitate to attack Lu Yin if he had the chance. For example, in Clover World, King Yi had revealed the second Night King's true intentions, telling Lu Yin that the second Night King had willingly allowed himself to be trapped for such a long time and allowed King Yi to attack him. After the expeditionary army had appeared in the astral tree domain, the second Night King had sought refuge with the Bai family of the Frozen Immortal sect. This was because the Bai family's control over the sealed cage technique was stronger, but also because the Bai family's strength far exceeded his own. Lu Yin didn't. Now, he had personally witnessed Lu Yin kill Wang Xi without the help of anyone else. Even if Wang Xi's inner world had been destroyed, she was still not someone that a cultivator with 3 origin tribulations could deal with. The second Night King's respect for Lu Yin was ingrained in his bones. The Day-Night clan had originally been slaves of the Frozen Immortal sect's Bai family. People like Zhuo Day-Night who had been born in an era before the Frozen Immortal sect were fundamentally different from people like the second Night King. The second Night King submitted easily because he had been a slave since he was young. He opened the wireless GU and quickly connected to the other side. Alliance Master Lu, long time no see. I'm Bu Tian. Lu Yin wasn't surprised. Long time no see, Imperial Tutor Bu Tian. I've heard of your great name many times. I've heard of Alliance Master Lu's great name many times as well, the Imperial Tutor said in a relaxed tone that carried a hint of a smile. Lu Yin's lips curled up. That's my honor. What's my ranking on the Celestial Vanquishers list? Ha ha ha, Alliance Master Lu must be joking. Your human domain also has a list of people that you must kill for the Astral Beast domain. Am I on it? Is there a Yao Emperor? The Imperial Tutor laughed. Lu Yin smiled as well. You think too highly of me, Imperial Tutor. You're actually comparing me to a senior like you. Alliance Master Lu, you're a smart person. You should have guessed why I contacted you. The Imperial Tutor changed the topic and didn't waste any more words. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. It's not that easy to guess. Please enlighten me. In the astral beast domain, Imperial Tutor Butian's gaze was calm. The human domain has rebuilt the heavenly sect, and the threat of the Eternals is no longer there. The technocracy's truth has been revealed as well. Our next target should be the East. The East naturally referred to the astral beast domain. That was indeed what Lu Yin had been thinking. That's right. Imperial Tutor Butian continued, Alliance Master Lu, did you see the congratulatory gift that my celestial beast empire gave you? Lu Yin replied, it's the absolute path, so it doesn't matter. If we can defeat the Eternals once, we can do it again. The threat of the Eternals and the threat of the Eternals are two different concepts. I know that Alliance Master Lu has grasped the power left behind by Progenitor Qin and is invincible in the human domain, but it's ineffective against the astral beast domain. Once the absolute path is opened, countless Eternals will enter the astral beast domain, and the threat to you will be different. Lu Yin asked, is the Imperial Tutor trying to explain the congratulatory gift to me because you don't think it's clear enough? Of course not. I'm old, and I want stability. The heavenly sect has more than 10 half-ancestors, and if they want to attack the astral beast domain, we won't be able to resist. That's why I'm asking for peace. Lu Yin was astonished, as he hadn't expected the Imperial Tutor to directly say that he was asking for peace. The moment he said that, the Imperial Tutor's position in the negotiation changed. With the threat of the absolute path, why is the Imperial Tutor asking for peace? Lu Yin was puzzled. Imperial Tutor Butian sighed. Actually, we don't want to deal with the Eternals either. Otherwise, how could the human domain withstand the combined attacks of the Eternals and the astral beast domain in the 20 years that Alliance Master Lu disappeared? This was the case in the past, and it will be the same in the future. Unless absolutely necessary, we don't want to open the absolute path and lead the Eternals into the fifth mainland, unless someone forces us to. Of course, under this premise, Alliance Master Lu can raise any requests you have. I believe that several half-ancestors have already entered the astral beast domain and are approaching the absolute path. Alliance Master Lu, I don't mind telling you that the absolute path is very fragile, but it's also very well hidden. The sixth mainland can't find the entrance, but once we destroy it, the entrance to the sixth mainland will immediately appear. Our astral beast domain can't deal with multiple half-ancestors, but destroying the absolute path is not a problem. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2139. Lu Yin frowned. If you're confident in controlling the extremity, then why are you negotiating with me? This was a contradiction, as if he was purposely putting himself at a disadvantage. Skymender Imperial Tutor was solemn. It's simple. I want to be friends with Alliance Leader Lu. Lu Yin was stunned, but then he laughed. You must be joking, Imperial Tutor. The astral beast domain and the human domain have been at war for countless years, and there are countless casualties. There's no way to resolve the conflict, so how can we be friends? Even if we're on different sides, we can still be friends. For example, if Alliance Leader Lu wants to know something, I can tell you. I don't ask for anything else, but I hope that Alliance Leader Lu can protect me in my later years. I don't have much longer to live, and while I'm alive, I hope that everything will remain the same. After I die, the human domain and the astral beast domain are none of my concern, Skymender Imperial Tutor said with a bleak tone. If Lu Yin had not fused with the Yin Guai, he might have believed Skymender Imperial Tutor's words after seeing him gather so many human-shaped source boxes. After all, the astral beast domain was at an absolute disadvantage, and there was no way for them to make a comeback. But now, Luin sneered. He did not understand what the Celestial Beast Empire was planning, nor did he understand Skymender's goal. However, those human-shaped source boxes were definitely not simple. Even if he did not attack the astral beast domain, he still had to attack that place. Right, he had almost forgotten that he had to attack that place. Does Imperial Tutor know what this junior wants to know? Luin was curious. Skymender Imperial Tutor replied, after countless years of war, the astral beast domain and the human domain both understand each other very well. Alliance leader Lu is the most brilliant human in the past 40 years, and we don't dare to let our guard down for even a moment. From what I know, Alliance leader Lu is collecting Fate Zan and has connections with the human domain Starsibil sect, right? Lu Yin's eyes went wide. Imperial Tutor knows about Fate Zan. More accurately, I have some understanding of destiny, Skymender Imperial Tutor replied. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, but he did not speak. Destiny was a heavy topic, and it was too mysterious. Lu Yin was wary of anyone who was related to destiny, such as the Starsibil sect and Fate Daughter. Fate Daughter in particular, who supported him unconditionally. She seemed harmless, but Lu Yin was more wary of her than anyone else, even more so than Hens and Jue's. If Heng Xian, Ju Yi, and the other half-martial ancestors gave him pressure in terms of cultivation, it was no longer a problem after he obtained progenitor Chen's power. However, Destiny Girl was different. No one knew what she was thinking. She had been able to find Big Sis, the ancestor of the Netherworld, as well as the Starsibil sect. She had also been able to make third uncle Lu Bujing fear her. This woman was the one who had hidden herself the most deeply. He would rather face 3 or 4 people like Hen Xian than one Lady of Fate, even if Lady of Fate was on his side. Alliance Master Lu, do you know a lot about fate? Imperial Advisor Butian asked. Lu Yin replied, feel free to say whatever you want, State Tutor. Imperial Preceptor Skymender's tone was solemn. The Celestial Beast Empire inherited the Fourth Mainland's legacy. When the Fourth Mainland was destroyed, the remnant land that we protected was connected to the Fifth Mainland and became the Fifth Mainland's astral beast domain. We were lucky enough to preserve some ancient records, including some about fate. Destiny was a woman, and her real name has long been lost. She was one of the oldest progenitors and was as famous as the Grim Reaper and Wu Tian. She was also known as the Three Realms during the era of the Above Heaven sect. She was considered one of the progenitor's direct disciples, and she was the first batch of cultivators taught by the progenitor. Each of them created their own unique cultivation civilizations. Destiny's legacy is known as the Law of Destiny. It allows one to see the past and the future, as well as their own aura. Based on the person's experiences, they created a total of 108 grains of Fate Zan, along with the Shantian Mirror and the Book of Destiny. These are the inheritances of the Law of Destiny. Lu Yin knew that there were 108 grains of Fate Zan, as Xianzhou had said that he had confirmed that the Starsibil sect was related to destiny. Otherwise, Xianzhou would not have known the exact number of grains of Fate Zan. The minor Thousand Flow Zone had 108 ring-shaped tributaries, 108 houses on Starsibil, and 108 profound servants who served the Starsibil sect. All of these things corresponded to the Fate Zan. However, Lu Yin did not know about the Shantian Mirror or the Book of Destiny. The more Fate Zan you obtain, the closer you are to destiny. I know that Destiny's daughter unconditionally supports you, Alliance Master Lu, but I must warn you not to trust her too much. The ancient records state that being close to destiny is not a good thing, Skymender Imperial Tutor reminded him. Lu Yin asked, Imperial Tutor, you claim to be able to see the past and the future, and you understand destiny so well. May I ask, what is your relationship with destiny? Skymender Imperial Tutor paused. I have no intention of hiding anything from Alliance Master Lu. I am indeed related to destiny. Lu Yin's gaze trembled. I accidentally obtained the Book of Destiny, Skymender Imperial Tutor said. Lu Yin was puzzled. What Book of Destiny? Skymender Imperial Tutor replied, I will tell you everything I know, Alliance Master Lu. I hope that Alliance Master Lu will not make things too difficult for my astral beast domain. He then continued, the so-called Book of Destiny is one of the 3 wondrous books written by destiny. It is a treasure of destiny, and in the eyes of many, its value is limitless. This is because the 3 books represent the past, present, and future. The book in my hand represents the present, so to a certain extent, I know some things. Lu Yin was confused. There was such a treasure. When he had first learned about the Starsibil sect, he had not believed them at all. He had thought that they were scammers, but after many things had happened, especially when he had come into contact with the Grim Reaper and the Legends of Destiny, he had slowly begun to believe them. Now, even if Skymender Imperial Tutor had said something about the Book of Destiny, there was nothing unbelievable about it. However, he still felt that it was unreal. A treasure that allowed one to see the past, present, and future was even more mystical than the progenitor's sword. If time was a type of power, then what was this? I know that Alliance Master Lu does not believe me, but I have no reason to lie to you. I also know that Alliance Master Lu has been searching for someone all this time, Undying Yushan. Lu Yin's finger twitched. Can you find out where he is? Skymender Imperial Tutor replied, although the Book of Destiny is mystical, it is not omnipotent. It requires destiny to activate it, and I can only activate it very occasionally. So you don't know? I do. Lu Yin raised a brow. Where is he? Skymender Imperial Tutor replied, in the solar system, but I can't find his exact location. Lu Yin frowned. How do you expect me to believe you? Skymender Imperial Tutor replied, I'm telling you these things without asking for anything in return. Does Alliance Master Lu have any reason to doubt me? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. You just mentioned the reverse Shintian mirror. What do you mean? The Shintian mirror is considered a basic tool for cultivating destiny. Most of the disciples of destiny cultivate the reverse Shintian mirror, including the Starsibil sect. I'm guessing that they cultivate the reverse Shintian mirror as well. As for the reverse Shintian mirror, according to the ancient records, destiny has never passed it down to anyone. The Lady of Destiny also cultivates the reverse Shintian mirror. That should be the case. The Lady of Destiny is the successor of destiny. Aren't you afraid that I'll tell her that you have the Book of Destiny? That's my own fault. If Alliance Master Lu really trusts the Lady of Destiny, then why did you talk to me for so long? Lu Yin was amused. These people all thought that they were smart. He definitely would not tell the Lady of Destiny now, but when he reached a bottleneck and could no longer see through it, he would have to use extreme methods to break through, such as having the Lady of Destiny cause trouble for Skymender. Actually, I don't really believe what you're saying, Lu Yin said. The Imperial Tutor sighed. Normal people might not believe it easily, but Alliance Master Lu is not an ordinary person. You might not know any less than I do. Lu Yin muttered to himself for a moment before saying, help me divine a word, a person, and an item. If you're accurate, then I'll believe you. The Imperial Tutor smiled. I've already expressed my sincerity. Regardless of whether Alliance Master Lu believes me or not, this is the truth. If this still does not dispel Alliance Master Lu's desire to kill my astral beast domain, then there's nothing I can do. I said that if you divine a word, a person, and an item for me, then you'll be even more sincere. I'm sorry, Alliance Master Lu, but I can't agree. Why? You have the Book of Destiny, so it won't be difficult for you. Besides, I didn't ask for time. A word, a person, and an item. Why don't you ask the Lady of Destiny? She must have refused because Alliance Master Lu's divinations are not simple. I still want to live for 2 more years. Luin was speechless. These fellows were extremely shrewd in this aspect. The Lady of Destiny was unwilling, and Skymender was unwilling as well. The Starsabil sect and Xianjiao had both vomited blood. Was it really that difficult for him to divine something? If you're not willing, then you can lend me the Book of Destiny. I'll do it myself, Luin said. The Imperial Tutor smiled. After I die, I can give the Book of Destiny to Alliance Master Lu as a gift, but not now. Luin was astonished. You're really willing to give it to me? Why not? No one in the astral beast domain can use it. Alliance Master Lu has collected fates and has the ability to manipulate fate. Perhaps you can use it. What does the Book of Destiny look like? Luin asked. A very large book, the Imperial Tutor replied. A very large book. Why did he feel like he had seen it somewhere before? Luin thought about it and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Shao Shi, yes, Shao Shi. That book had no words, but its contents could be read. You said that you have 3 books of destiny. Where are the other 2? Lin Feng asked. Luin asked without batting an eyelid. The Imperial Tutor sighed. I don't know. I can't find them. Not long after, Luin put down the wireless goo and contacted Senior Qing Ping, asking him to bring Shao Shi over. No, Luin thought about it and decided to go by himself. But before that, he contacted the Lady of Destiny. You cultivate the Shantian mirror, right? Luin asked directly. The Lady of Destiny replied, yes, you asked me that last time. Reverse the Shantian mirror. Luin asked again. The Lady of Destiny was curious. How did you know? Don't tell me that Lu Bujing told you. Many people know about the Shantian mirror, but not many know that it has a positive and negative side. Even the Destiny disciples don't know much about it. I don't want to hear lies. Luin ended the call. If he didn't want to hear lies, then he wouldn't say anything. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2140. Elsewhere, a white cloud floated in space. It couldn't be seen from the outside, but within the cloud, Destiny Girl was stunned. This was the first time someone had ended a call without warning. This was too much. Destiny Girl stared at the wireless goo in a daze for a long time. Luin didn't even consider Destiny Girl's feelings. He had asked the Fog Ancestor to bring him to the Neoverse to find Shao Shi and take a look at his book. In the Neoverse, the ruins of original Boundary Mountain had been turned into a plain. Although there was no Boundary Mountain, the Hall of Honor's cultivators had set up a beautiful scene with stars hanging in the sky. There were also many great worlds here, but there was no Boundary Mountain. Luin was led here by the Fog Ancestor. He only greeted Senior Qing Ping and found Shao Shi, but he didn't meet anyone else. This concerned the Book of Destiny, and if Shao Shi's book was real, then it definitely couldn't be exposed. At this moment, Shao Shi was sitting in a corner of the Hall of Honor's library. There were books scattered all around him, and his entire body was buried in them. He even had his largest book on his head as he shook his head and muttered to himself. There was no one around him, and he was muttering to himself. Not just anyone could enter the Hall of Honor's library, and it was very large. Some people could only look at the first floor, but not the second. However, Xiao Shi could look at everything. He was currently sitting in the corner on the top floor of the library. He only liked to read here without being disturbed. Lu Yin appeared beside Xiao Shi and looked at him quietly. The fog ancestor stood beside Lu Yin and stared at Xiao Shi in shock. What kind of hairstyle is this? Her face twitched, and she returned to the mirror. This hairstyle made her want to beat someone up. What kind of person would have such a hairstyle? What are you looking at? Lu Yin crouched down and asked. Xiao Shi didn't even notice that there was someone beside him. History. What kind of history? Lost history. Which era? The Tao. Xiao Shi suddenly stopped and slowly turned around. When he saw Lu Yin face to face, his expression changed. Ah! He was frightened, and his face went pale as he stared at Lu Yin with his mouth agape. Lu Yin blinked. Am I that scary? Xiao Shi stared at Lu Yin and pushed up his glasses. Brother Lu. Lu Yin smiled and nodded. Xiao Shi swallowed his saliva and his face turned even paler. He slowly retreated and revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. Lu, big brother Lu, why are you looking for me? I wasn't thinking about you. Lu Yin was puzzled. What's wrong? Xiao Shi trembled. Big brother Lu, I'm not the one who killed you. Why are you looking for me? Go find someone else. I am scared. When he saw Xiao Shi's terrified expression, he suddenly realized something. You thought I was dead. Speaking of which, how long has it been since you went out? Where to? Xiao Shi's voice trembled. Outside the library, Lu Yin said. Xiao Shi was at a loss. It's been a long time. About a year, Lu Yin was speechless. Xiao Shi blinked and looked at the messy books around him. Not just that. I'm not dead. I came back a year ago. Don't be afraid. Little Shi's eyes widened. He didn't die. Didn't everyone say you were dead? Don't lie to me. I am scared. Really? Don't look for me, okay? Look for Elder Chan, the head judge. Oh, right, look for Xiao Qi too. He's been wanting you to cut his mushroom hair. Lu Yin laughed strangely. Didn't you ask me to cut this mushroom hair? He thought of it first. Xiao Shi was about to cry. Lu Yin suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder, causing Xiao Shi to freeze. All right, I'm really not dead. Don't be afraid. I met Elder Chan and the rest a long time ago. Xiao Shi stared at Lu Yin blankly. You're really not dead. You want me to die? Lu Yin glared at him. Xiao Shi exhaled and patted his chest. He looked at Lu Yin reproachfully. You scared me to death. Big brother Lu, why didn't you make a sound when you walked? I wasn't walking. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. His gaze was attracted by the huge book on Xiao Shi's head. It was 1/2 meter thick, and only Xiao Shi could see the words in it. Big brother Lu, didn't they say you were dead? And it's been 20 years. Why haven't you appeared? Xiao Shi was puzzled. Lu Yin replied, I went into seclusion. All right, don't ask any more questions. I need to talk to you about something. What is it? Xiao Shi did not understand, and he took the book off his head and held it tightly. Lu Yin pointed at the book. Open this book and let me take a look. Xiao Shi was puzzled and did as he was told. Big brother Lu, I thought you couldn't see the words. Lu Yin was about to speak when the wireless goo in his pocket moved. He took it out and saw that it was Hen Xan. We've reached the path of despair, but there's no way to control it. The space here is too weak, and even an explorer can tear it apart. Once we do, it might expose the path to the sixth mainland and attract the Eternals. Hen Axayan sent a message helplessly. No matter how powerful he was, this was not something that could be done with his cultivation unless he could freeze the void like Mr. Mu. He could do that, but the astral beast domain must have been prepared. They had observed these cultivators from the above heaven era for 20 years, so how could they not understand them? Otherwise, Imperial Tutor Skymender would not have been so confident that he could threaten Lu Yin. I know. Let's wait there for now, Lu Yin replied. Hen Axayan paused, but he could only reply, okay. Lu Yin put down the wireless goo and asked under Xiao Shi's puzzled gaze, can't anyone else see the words? Xiao Shi shook his head. No one else can see it besides me, but it doesn't matter. The head referee believes me, and so does Senior Chan. He even told me to come to the library when I'm free and not to stay cooped up in the History Research Institute all day. Xiao Shi then opened the book. Lu Yin looked at it, and sure enough, it was blank. He still could not see anything. He was puzzled. Xiao Shi, what technique did you cultivate? Xiao Shi blinked. The martial enlightenment technique. Lu Yin was surprised. The same as Master Yuan's. Xiao Shi nodded and clenched his fists in excitement. Master Yuan is the teacher of many people, and I want to learn the martial enlightenment technique like him. However, he soon became dejected. It's a pity that it's the same no matter how hard I try. I don't have the talent for cultivation. Have you learned the Shantian mirror before? Lu Yin asked. Xiao Shi shook his head and suddenly exclaimed, there are words in the book. Lu Yin looked at it, but it was blank. The Shantian mirror is a cultivation technique for fate. There are pros and cons, and it's one of the keys to prying into the river of fate, Xiao Shi read out. Lu Yin hurriedly said, check on fate. I want to know everything about fate. Xiao Shi grunted and lowered his head. He suddenly shrieked and fell over while clutching his head. Lu Yin was shocked and hurriedly supported Xiao Shi. Xiao Shi, what's wrong? Xiao Shi seemed to be in great pain. Brother Lu, my head's about to split open. Lu Yin hurriedly closed the book and blamed himself for being too rash. If this book really was the Book of Fate, then the consequences of using it to investigate fate would be unimaginable. How could a book written by fate pry into itself? After a while, Xiao Shi recovered and asked curiously, what's going on? I've never been like this before. Xiao Shi muttered to himself, am I sick? What's growing in my head? No, I have to check. He then opened the book again. Lu Yin took a look and relaxed when he saw that there was nothing wrong with Xiao Shi. 1, 2, 3. Many diseases occur in the brain. What's wrong with me? Xiao Shi studied the book intently. Lu Yin laughed and closed the book. He met Xiao Shi's puzzled gaze and asked seriously, Xiao Shi, where did you get this book? I found it in the History Research Institute. The first time Lu Yin had met Xiao Shi, he had also answered in the same way. It's not your innate gift or anything like that. Xiao Shi shook his head. Senior Chan, even the head judge asked me about it. It really isn't my innate gift. I found it in the History Research Institute, and there are records of it. This book has been in there for many, many years, and it's always been in the corner of a table. I flipped through it out of curiosity, and there's a lot of knowledge in it. Lu Yin looked at the book that was half a meter thick. He wasn't sure if this was the Book of Fate or not. Since ancient times, humans had lived for countless years and given birth to countless wondrous items. The Book of Fate might not be the only book-type item. Xiao Shi, do you want to come with me to the Above Heaven sect? Lu Yin asked. He wanted to take Xiao Shi with him. If he could confirm that this book was the Book of Fate, then things would be different, even though he didn't know how to use it. Xiao Shi shook his head. I still want to stay here. There's the library, the History Research Institute, and Xiao Qi here. I don't want to leave. Lu Yin sighed. All right, he took out a wireless goo and gave it to Xiao Shi. Contact me if there's anything. Also, promise me something. Xiao Shi put the goo away. Brother Lu, what is it? Don't tell anyone about this book. Remember, anyone, especially anyone you don't know. Women, Lu Yin reminded him. With Destiny's daughter's abilities, she might be able to find Xiao Shi. Xiao Shi nodded, but he was still confused. Women. He licked his lips, feeling both expectant and apprehensive. Women. How do I find a woman? None of the women here are willing to talk to me. They all look down on me. That's right, Lu Yin wanted to say. With his hairstyle and temperament, he didn't look like someone who could ask a woman out. Lu Yin patted Xiao Shi's shoulder and encouraged him. Don't worry, it's just not time yet. I believe that in the near future, there will be a girl waiting for you. She'll appreciate your knowledge and your kindness. He paused and then added against his will, she'll worship your hairstyle. Xiao Shi's eyes lit up, and he became excited. Really? Will there really be one? Will there really be a woman who can understand the romance of our mushroom hairstyle? Definitely, Lu Yin said with certainty. Xiao Shi nodded heavily. Thank you, Brother Lu. I wanted to change my hairstyle, and Xiao Qi was discouraged, but your words ignited our passion. Brother Lu, you're the best. Lu Yin was stunned. He seemed to have done something wrong. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.